Part 1, Chapter 12 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 12. On Forsyte 'Change. Soames belonged to two clubs: the Connoisseurs, which he put on his cards and seldom visited, and the Remove, which he did not put on his cards and frequented. He had joined this liberal institution 5 years ago, having made sure that its members were now nearly all sound Conservatives in heart and pocket, if not in principle. Uncle Nicholas had put him up. The fine reading-room was decorated in the Adams style. On entering that evening, he glanced at the tape for any news about the Transvaal, and noted that Consols were down 7/16 since the morning. He was turning away to seek the reading-room when a voice behind him said: "Well, Soames, that went off all right." It was Uncle Nicholas, in a frock coat and his special cut-away collar, with a black tie passed through a ring. Heavens, how young and dapper he looked at 82! "I think Roger'd have been pleased," his uncle went on. "The thing was very well done. Blackleys? I'll make a note of them. Buxton's done me no good. These Boers are upsetting me. That fellow Chamberlain's driving the country into war. What do you think?" "Bound to come," murmured Soames. Nicholas passed his hand over his thin, clean-shaven cheeks, very rosy after his summer cure. A slight pout had gathered on his lips. This business had revived all his liberal principles. "I mistrust that chap. He's a stormy petrel. House property will go down if there's war. You'll have trouble with Roger's estate. I often told him he ought to get out of some of his houses. He was an opinionated beggar." There was a pair of you, thought Soames. But he never argued with an uncle, in that way preserving their opinion of him as a long-headed chap and the legal care of their property. "They tell me at Timothy's," said Nicholas, lowering his voice, "that Dartie has gone off at last. That'll be a relief to your father. He was a rotten egg." Again Soames nodded. If there was a subject on which the Forsytes really agreed, it was the character of Montague Dartie. "You take care," said Nicholas, "or he'll turn up again. Winifred had better have the tooth out, I should say. No use preserving what's gone bad." Soames looked at him sideways. His nerves, exacerbated by the interview he had just come through, disposed him to see a personal allusion in those words. "I'm advising her," he said shortly. "Well," said Nicholas, "the brougham's waiting. I must get home. I'm very poorly. Remember me to your father." And having thus reconsecrated the ties of blood, he passed down the steps at his youthful gait and was wrapped into his fur coat by the junior porter. "I've never known Uncle Nicholas other than very poorly," mused Soames, "or seen him look other than everlasting. What a family! Judging by him I've got 38 years of health before me. Well, I'm not going to waste them." And going over to a mirror he stood looking at his face. Except for a line or two, and 3 or 4 grey hairs, and his little dark moustache, had he aged any more than Irene? The prime of life, he and she in the very prime of life! And a fantastic thought shot into his mind. Absurd! Idiotic! But again it came. And genuinely alarmed by the recurrence, as one is by the second fit of shivering which presages a feverish cold, he sat down on the weighing machine. 11 stone! He had not varied 2 pounds in 20 years. What age was she? Nearly 37, not too old to have a child, not at all. 37 on the 9th of next month. He remembered her birthday well. He had always observed it religiously, even that last birthday so soon before she left him, when he was almost certain she was faithless. 4 birthdays in his house. He had looked forward to them, because his gifts had meant a semblance of gratitude, a certain attempt at warmth. Except, indeed, that last birthday, which had tempted him to be too religious, and he shied away in thought. Memory heaps dead leaves on corpse-like deeds, from under which they do but vaguely offend the sense. And then he thought suddenly, I could send her a present for her birthday. After all, we're Christians. Couldn't we join up again? And he uttered a deep sigh sitting there. Annette. Ah, but between him and Annette was the need for that wretched divorce suit. And how? A man can always work these things if he'll take it on himself, Jolyon had said. But why should he take the scandal on himself with his whole career as a pillar of the law at stake? It was not fair. It was quixotic. 12 years' separation in which he had taken no steps to free himself put out of court the possibility of using her conduct with Bosinney as a ground for divorcing her. By doing nothing to secure relief he had acquiesced, even if the evidence could now be gathered, which was more than doubtful. Besides, his own pride would never let him use that old incident. He had suffered from it too much. No, nothing but fresh misconduct on her part, but she had denied it. And, almost, he had believed her. Hung up, utterly hung up. He rose from the scooped-out red velvet seat with a feeling of constriction about his vitals. He would never sleep with this going on in him, and taking coat and hat again, he went out, moving eastward. In Trafalgar Square he became aware of some special commotion travelling towards him out of the mouth of the Strand. It materialized in newspaper men calling out so loudly that no words whatever could be heard. He stopped to listen, and one came by. "Paper, special, ultimatum by Kruger, declaration of war." Soames bought the paper. There it was in the stop press. His first thought was, "The Boers are committing suicide." His second, "Is there anything still I ought to sell?" If so, he had missed the chance. There would certainly be a slump in the city to-morrow. He swallowed this thought with a nod of defiance. That ultimatum was insolent. Sooner than let it pass he was prepared to lose money. They wanted a lesson, and they would get it. But it would take 3 months at least to bring them to heel. There weren't the troops out there. Always behind time, the Government. Confound those newspaper rats. What was the use of waking everybody up? Breakfast tomorrow was quite soon enough. And he thought with alarm of his father. They would cry it down Park Lane. Hailing a hansom, he got in and told the man to drive there. James and Emily had just gone up to bed, and after communicating the news to Warmson, Soames prepared to follow. He paused by, afterthought, to say, "What do you think of it, Warmson?" The butler ceased passing a hat-brush over the silk hat Soames had taken off, and, inclining his face a little forward, said in a low voice, "Well, sir, they 'aven't a chance, of course, but I'm told they're very good shots. I've got a son in the Inniskillings." "You, Warmson? Why, I didn't know you were married." "No, sir, I don't talk of it. I expect he'll be going out." The slighter shock Soames had felt on discovering that he knew so little of one whom he thought he knew so well was lost in the slight shock of discovering that the war might touch one personally. Born in the year of the Crimean War, he had only come to consciousness by the time the Indian Mutiny was over. Since then the many little wars of the British Empire had been entirely professional, quite unconnected with the Forsytes and all they stood for in the body politic. This war would surely be no exception. But his mind ran hastily over his family. 2 of the Haymans, he had heard, were in some yeomanry or other. It had always been a pleasant thought. There was a certain distinction about the yeomanry. They wore, or used to wear, a blue uniform with silver about it, and rode horses. And Archibald, he remembered, had once on a time joined the militia, but had given it up because his father, Nicholas, had made such a fuss about his wasting his time peacocking about in a uniform. Recently he had heard somewhere that young Nicholas's eldest, the very young Nicholas, had become a volunteer. No, thought Soames, mounting the stairs slowly, there's nothing in that. He stood on the landing outside his parents' bed and dressing rooms, debating whether or not to put his nose in and say a reassuring word. Opening the landing window, he listened. The rumble from Piccadilly was all the sound he heard, and with the thought, if these motor cars increase it'll affect house property, he was about to pass on up to the room always kept ready for him when he heard, distant as yet, the hoarse rushing call of a newsvendor. There it was, and coming past the house. He knocked on his mother's door and went in. His father was sitting up in bed with his ears pricked under the white hair which Emily kept so beautifully cut. He looked pink and extraordinarily clean, in his setting of white sheet and pillow, out of which the points of his high, thin, night-gowned shoulders emerged in small peaks. His eyes alone, grey and distrustful under their withered lids, were moving from the window to Emily, who in a wrapper was walking up and down, squeezing a rubber ball attached to a scent bottle. The room reeked faintly of the eau de cologne she was spraying. "All right," said Soames, "it's not a fire. The Boers have declared war, that's all." Emily stopped her spraying. "Oh," was all she said, and looked at James. Soames, too, looked at his father. He was taking it differently from their expectation, as if some thought, strange to them, were working in him. He muttered suddenly, "I shan't live to see the end of this." "Nonsense, James, it'll be over by Christmas." "What do you know about it?" James answered her with asperity. "It's a pretty mess at this time of night, too." He lapsed into silence, and his wife and son, as if hypnotised, waited for him to say, "I can't tell. I don't know. I knew how it would be." But he did not. The grey eyes shifted, evidently seeing nothing in the room, then movement occurred under the bedclothes, and the knees were drawn up suddenly to a great height. "They ought to send out Roberts. It all comes from that fellow Gladstone and his Majuba." The two listeners noted something beyond the usual in his voice, something of real anxiety. It was as if he had said, "I shall never see the old country peaceful and safe again. I shall have to die before I know she's won." And in spite of the feeling that James must not be encouraged to be fussy, they were touched. Soames went up to the bedside and stroked his father's hand, which had emerged from under the bedclothes, long and wrinkled with veins. "Mark my words," said James, "Consols will go to Par. For all I know, Val may go and enlist." "Oh, come, James," cried Emily, "you talk as if there were danger." Her comfortable voice seemed to soothe James for once. "Well," he muttered, "I told you how it would be. I don't know, I'm sure. Nobody tells me anything. Are you sleeping here, my boy?" The crisis was past. He would now compose himself to his normal degree of anxiety, and assuring his father that he was sleeping in the house, Soames pressed his hand and went up to his room. The following afternoon witnessed the greatest crowd Timothy's had known for many a year. On national occasions such as this it was indeed almost impossible to avoid going there. Not that there was any danger, or rather only just enough to make it necessary to assure each other that there was none. Nicholas was there early. He had seen Soames the night before. Soames had said it was bound to come. This old Kruger was in his dotage. Why, he must be 75 if he was a day. Nicholas was 82. What had Timothy said? He had had a fit after Majuba. These Boers were a grasping lot. The dark-haired Francie, who had arrived on his heels, with the contradictious touch which became the free spirit of a daughter of Roger, chimed in. "Kettle and pot, Uncle Nicholas. What price the Uitlanders?" What price indeed? A new expression, and believed to be due to her brother George. Aunt Juley thought Francie ought not to say such a thing. Dear Mrs. MacAnder's boy, Charlie MacAnder, was one, and no one could call him grasping. At this Francie uttered one of her mots, scandalising and so frequently repeated. "Well, his father's a Scotchman, and his mother's a cat." Aunt Juley covered her ears, too late, but Aunt Hester smiled. As for Nicholas, he pouted. Witticism of which he was not the author was hardly to his taste. Just then Marion Tweetyman arrived, followed almost immediately by young Nicholas. On seeing his son, Nicholas rose. "Well, I must be going," he said. "Nick here will tell you what'll win the race." And with this hit at his eldest, who as a pillar of accountancy and director of an insurance company was no more addicted to sport than his father had ever been, he departed. Dear Nicholas, what race was that? Or was it only one of his jokes? He was a wonderful man for his age. How many lumps would dear Marion take, and how were Giles and Jessie? Aunt Juley supposed their yeomanry would be very busy now, guarding the coast, though of course the Boers had no ships. But one never knew what the French might do if they had the chance, especially since that dreadful Fashoda scare, which had upset Timothy so terribly that he had made no investments for months afterwards. It was the ingratitude of the Boers that was so dreadful, after everything had been done for them. Dr. Jameson imprisoned, and he was so nice, Mrs. MacAnder had always said. And Sir Alfred Milner sent out to talk to them, such a clever man. She didn't know what they wanted. But at this moment occurred one of those sensations, so precious at Timothy's, which great occasions sometimes bring forth. Miss June Forsyte. Aunts Juley and Hester were on their feet at once, trembling from smothered resentment and old affection bubbling up in pride at the return of the prodigal June. Well, this was a surprise. Dear June, after all these years, and how well she was looking, not changed at all. It was almost on their lips to add, "And how is your dear grandfather?" forgetting in that giddy moment that poor dear Jolyon had been in his grave for 7 years now. Ever the most courageous and downright of all the Forsytes, June, with her decided chin and her spirited eyes and her hair like flame, sat down, slight and short, on a gilt chair with a bead-work seat, for all the world as if 10 years had not elapsed since she had been to see them, 10 years of travel and independence and devotion to lame ducks. Those ducks of late had been all definitely painters, etchers, or sculptors, so that her impatience with the Forsytes and their hopelessly inartistic outlook had become intense. Indeed, she had almost ceased to believe that her family existed, and looked round her now with a sort of challenging directness which brought exquisite discomfort to the roomful. She had not expected to meet any of them but the "poor old things," and why she had come to see them she hardly knew, except that while on her way from Oxford Street to a studio in Latimer Road, she had suddenly remembered them with compunction as 2 long-neglected old lame ducks. Aunt Juley broke the hush again. "We've just been saying, dear, how dreadful it is about these Boers, and what an impudent thing of that old Kruger." "Impudent," said June. "I think he's quite right. What business have we to meddle with them? If he turned out all those wretched Uitlanders it would serve them right. They're only after money." The silence of sensation was broken by Francie saying: "What, are you a pro-Boer?" Undoubtedly the first use of that expression. "Well, why can't we leave them alone?" said June, just as, in the open doorway, the maid said, "Mr. Soames Forsyte." Sensation on sensation. Greeting was almost held up by curiosity to see how June and he would take this encounter, for it was shrewdly suspected, if not quite known, that they had not met since that old and lamentable affair of her fiancé Bosinney with Soames's wife. They were seen to just touch each other's hands, and look each at the other's left eye only. Aunt Juley came at once to the rescue. "Dear June is so original. Fancy, Soames, she thinks the Boers are not to blame." "They only want their independence," said June, "and why shouldn't they have it?" "Because," answered Soames, with his smile a little on one side, "they happen to have agreed to our suzerainty." "Suzerainty?" repeated June scornfully. "We shouldn't like anyone's suzerainty over us." "They got advantages in payment," replied Soames. "A contract is a contract." "Contracts are not always just," fumed out June, "and when they're not, they ought to be broken. The Boers are much the weaker; we could afford to be generous." Soames sniffed. "That's mere sentiment," he said. Aunt Hester, to whom nothing was more awful than any kind of disagreement, here leaned forward and remarked decisively: "What lovely weather it has been for the time of year." But June was not to be diverted. "I don't know why sentiment should be sneered at. It's the best thing in the world." She looked defiantly round, and Aunt Juley had to intervene again. "Have you bought any pictures lately, Soames?" Her incomparable instinct for the wrong subject had not failed her. Soames flushed. To disclose the name of his latest purchases would be like walking into the jaws of disdain, for somehow they all knew of June's predilection for "genius not yet on its legs," and her contempt for success, unless she had had a finger in securing it. "One or two," he muttered. But June's face had changed. The Forsyte within her was seeing its chance. Why should not Soames buy some of the pictures of Eric Cobbley, her last lame duck? And she promptly opened her attack. Did Soames know his work? It was so wonderful. He was the coming man. Oh yes, Soames knew his work. It was in his view splashy, and would never get hold of the public. June blazed up. "Of course it won't. That's the last thing one would wish for. I thought you were a connoisseur, not a picture dealer." "Of course Soames is a connoisseur," Aunt Juley said hastily. "He has wonderful taste. He can always tell beforehand what's going to be successful." "Oh!" gasped June, and sprang up from the bead-covered chair. "I hate that standard of success. Why can't people buy things because they like them?" "You mean," said Francie, "because you like them." And in the slight pause young Nicholas was heard saying gently that Violet, his fourth, was taking lessons in pastel. He didn't know if they were any use. "Well, good bye, Auntie," said June. "I must get on." And kissing her aunts, she looked defiantly round the room, said good bye again, and went. A breeze seemed to pass out with her, as if everyone had sighed. The third sensation came before anyone had time to speak. "Mr. James Forsyte." James came in using a stick slightly, and wrapped in a fur coat which gave him a fictitious bulk. Everyone stood up. James was so old, and he had not been at Timothy's for nearly 2 years. "It's hot in here," he said. Soames divested him of his coat, and as he did so he could not help admiring the glossy way his father was turned out. James sat down, all knees, elbows, frock coat, and long white whiskers. "What's the meaning of that?" he said. Though there was no apparent sense in his words, they all knew that he was referring to June. His eyes searched his son's face. "I thought I'd come and see for myself. What have they answered Kruger?" Soames took out an evening paper and read the headline: "Instant action by our Government. State of war existing." "Ah!" said James, and sighed. "I was afraid they'd cut and run like old Gladstone. We shall finish with them this time." All stared at him. James! Always fussy, nervous, anxious. James, with his continual "I told you how it would be," and his pessimism, and his cautious investments. There was something uncanny about such resolution in this, the oldest living Forsyte. "Where's Timothy?" said James. "He ought to pay attention to this." Aunt Juley said she didn't know. Timothy had not said much at lunch to-day. Aunt Hester rose and threaded her way out of the room, and Francie said rather maliciously: "The Boers are a hard nut to crack, Uncle James." Muttered James. "Where do you get your information? Nobody tells me." Young Nicholas remarked in his mild voice that Nick, his eldest, was now going to drill regularly. "Ah!" muttered James, and stared before him. His thoughts were on Val. "He's got to look after his mother," he said. "He's got no time for drilling and that, with that father of his." This cryptic saying produced silence until he spoke again. What did June want here? And his eyes rested with suspicion on all of them in turn. Her father's a rich man now. The conversation turned on Jolyon, and when he had been seen last. It was supposed that he went abroad and saw all sorts of people now that his wife was dead. His water-colours were on the line, and he was a successful man. Francie went so far as to say, "I should like to see him again. He was rather a dear." Aunt Juley recalled how he had gone to sleep on the sofa one day, where James was sitting. He had always been very amiable. What did Soames think? Knowing that Jolyon was Irene's trustee, all felt the delicacy of this question, and looked at Soames with interest. A faint pink had come up in his cheeks. "He's going grey," he said. Indeed! Had Soames seen him? Soames nodded, and the pink vanished. James said suddenly, "Well, I don't know, I can't tell." It so exactly expressed the sentiment of everybody present that there was something behind everything, that nobody responded. But at this moment Aunt Hester returned. "Timothy," she said in a low voice, "Timothy has bought a map, and he's put in 3 flags." Timothy had... A sigh went round the company. If Timothy had indeed put in 3 flags already, well! It showed what the nation could do when it was roused. The war was as good as over. End of Part 1, Chapter 12. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 1, Chapter 13, of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 13. Jolyon finds out where he is. Jolyon stood at the window in Holly's old night nursery, converted into a studio, not because it had a north light, but for its view over the prospect away to the grandstand at Epsom. He shifted to the side window which overlooked the stable yard, and whistled down to the dog Balthazar, who lay forever under the clock tower. The old dog looked up and wagged his tail. Poor old boy, thought Jolyon, shifting back to the other window. He had been restless all this week, since his attempt to prosecute trusteeship, uneasy in his conscience, which was ever acute, disturbed in his sense of compassion, which was easily excited, and with a queer sensation as if his feeling for beauty had received some definite embodiment. Autumn was getting hold of the old oak tree; its leaves were browning. Sunshine had been plentiful and hot this summer. As with trees, so with men's lives. "I ought to live long," thought Jolyon. "I'm getting mildewed for want of heat. If I can't work I shall be off to Paris." But memory of Paris gave him no pleasure. Besides, how could he go? He must stay and see what Soames was going to do. "I'm her trustee, I can't leave her unprotected," he thought. It had been striking him as curious how very clearly he could still see Irene in her little drawing-room, which he had only twice entered. Her beauty must have a sort of poignant harmony. No literal portrait would ever do her justice. The essence of her was... what? The noise of hoofs called him back to the other window. Holly was riding into the yard on her long-tailed palfrey. She looked up and he waved to her. She had been rather silent lately. Getting old, he supposed, beginning to want her future as they all did. Youngsters. Time was certainly the devil. And with the feeling that to waste this swift-travelling commodity was unforgivable folly, he took up his brush. But it was no use, he could not concentrate his eye; besides, the light was going. "I'll go up to town," he thought. In the hall a servant met him. "A lady to see you, sir, Mrs. Heron." Extraordinary coincidence! Passing into the picture gallery, as it was still called, he saw Irene standing over by the window. She came towards him, saying: "I've been trespassing. I came up through the coppice and garden. I always used to come that way to see Uncle Jolyon." "You couldn't trespass here," replied Jolyon. "History makes that impossible. I was just thinking of you." Irene smiled, and it was as if something shone through, not mere spirituality, serener, completer, more alluring. "History," she answered. "I once told Uncle Jolyon that love was for ever. Well, it isn't. Only aversion lasts." Jolyon stared at her. Had she got over Bosinney at last? "Yes," he said, "aversion's deeper than love or hate, because it's a natural product of the nerves, and we don't change them. I came to tell you that Soames has been to see me. He said a thing that frightened me. He said you were still my wife." "What?" ejaculated Jolyon. "You ought not to live alone." And he continued to stare at her, afflicted by the thought that where beauty was, nothing ever ran quite straight, which no doubt was why so many people looked on it as immoral. "What more?" "He asked me to shake hands." "Did you?" "Yes. When he came in, I'm sure he didn't want to. He changed while he was there." "Ah! You certainly ought not to go on living there alone." I know no woman I could ask, and I can't take a lover to order, cousin Jolyon." "Heaven forbid!" said Jolyon. "What a damnable position! Will you stay to dinner? No? Well, let me see you back to town. I wanted to go up this evening." "Truly?" "Truly. I'll be ready in 5 minutes." On that walk to the station they talked of pictures and music, contrasting the English and French characters and the difference in their attitude to art. But to Jolyon the colours in the hedges of the long straight lane, the twittering of chaffinches who kept pace with them, the perfume of weeds being already burned, the turn of her neck, the fascination of those dark eyes bent on him now and then, the lure of her whole figure, made a deeper impression than the remarks they exchanged. Unconsciously he held himself straighter, walked with a more elastic step. In the train he put her through a sort of catechism as to what she did with her days. Made her dresses, shopped, visited a hospital, played her piano, translated from the French. She had regular work from a publisher, it seemed, which supplemented her income a little. She seldom went out in the evening. "I've been living alone so long, you see, that I don't mind it a bit. I believe I'm naturally solitary." "I don't believe that," said Jolyon. "Do you know many people?" "Very few." At Waterloo they took a hansom, and he drove with her to the door of her mansions. Squeezing her hand at parting, he said: "You know, you could always come to us at Robin Hill. You must let me know everything that happens. Good-bye, Irene." "Good-bye," she answered softly. Jolyon climbed back into his cab, wondering why he had not asked her to dine and go to the theatre with him. Solitary, starved, hung-up life that she had. "Hotchpotch Club," he said through the trap-door. As his hansom debouched on to the Embankment, a man in top hat and overcoat passed, walking quickly, so close to the wall that he seemed to be scraping it. "By Jove," thought Jolyon, "Soames himself. What's he up to now?" And stopping the cab round the corner, he got out and retraced his steps to where he could see the entrance to the mansions. Soames had halted in front of them, and was looking up at the light in her windows. "If he goes in," thought Jolyon, "what shall I do? What have I the right to do?" What the fellow had said was true. She was still his wife, absolutely without protection from annoyance. "Well, if he goes in," he thought, "I follow." And he began moving towards the mansions. Again Soames advanced. He was in the very entrance now. But suddenly he stopped, spun round on his heel, and came back towards the river. "What now?" thought Jolyon. "In a dozen steps he'll recognise me." And he turned tail. His cousin's footsteps kept pace with his own. But he reached his cab and got in before Soames had turned the corner. "Go on," he said through the trap. Soames' figure ranged up alongside. "Handsome," he said. "Engaged? Hello!" "Hello," answered Jolyon. "You?" The quick suspicion on his cousin's face, white in the lamplight, decided him. "I can give you a lift," he said, "if you're going west." "Thanks," answered Soames, and got in. "I've been seeing Irene," said Jolyon when the cab had started. "Indeed." "You went to see her yesterday yourself, I understand." "I did," said Soames. "She's my wife, you know." The tone, the half-lifted sneering lip, roused sudden anger in Jolyon, but he subdued it. "You ought to know best," he said, "but if you want a divorce it's not very wise to go seeing her, is it? One can't run with the hare and hunt with the hounds?" "You're very good to warn me," said Soames, "but I have not made up my mind." "She has," said Jolyon, looking straight before him. "You can't take things up, you know, as they were 12 years ago." "That remains to be seen." "Look here," said Jolyon, "she's in a damnable position, and I am the only person with any legal say in her affairs." "Except myself," retorted Soames, "who am also in a damnable position. Hers is what she made for herself. Mine what she made for me. I am not at all sure that in her own interests I shan't require her to return to me." "What?" exclaimed Jolyon, and a shiver went through his whole body. "I don't know what you mean by 'what,'" answered Soames coldly. "Your say in her affairs is confined to paying out her income, please bear that in mind. In choosing not to disgrace her by a divorce, I retained my rights, and, as I say, I'm not at all sure that I shan't require to exercise them." "My God!" ejaculated Jolyon, and he uttered a short laugh. "Yes," said Soames, and there was a deadly quality in his voice. "I've not forgotten the nickname your father gave me, the man of property. I'm not called names for nothing." "This is fantastic," murmured Jolyon. Well, the fellow couldn't force his wife to live with him; those days were past anyway. And he looked around at Soames with the thought, "Is he real, this man?" But Soames looked very real, sitting square yet almost elegant, with the clipped moustache on his pale face, and a tooth showing where a lip was lifted, in a fixed smile. There was a long silence, while Jolyon thought, "Instead of helping her, I've made things worse." Suddenly Soames said: "It would be the best thing that could happen to her in many ways." At those words such a turmoil began taking place in Jolyon that he could barely sit still in the cab. It was as if he were boxed up with hundreds of thousands of his countrymen, boxed up with that something in the national character which had always been to him revolting, something which he knew to be extremely natural and yet which seemed to him inexplicable, their intense belief in contracts and vested rights, their complacent sense of virtue in the exaction of those rights. Here beside him in the cab was the very embodiment, the corporeal sum, as it were, of the possessive instinct, his own kinsman too. It was uncanny and intolerable. "But there's something more in it than that," he thought with a sick feeling. "The dog, they say, returns to his vomit. The sight of her has reawakened something. Beauty. The devil's in it." "As I say," said Soames, "I have not made up my mind. I shall be obliged if you will kindly leave her quite alone." Jolyon bit his lips. He who had always hated rows, almost welcomed the thought of one now. "I can give you no such promise," he said shortly. "Very well," said Soames, "then we know where we are. I'll get down here." And stopping the cab he got out without word or sign of farewell. Jolyon travelled on to his club. The first news of the war was being called in the streets, but he paid no attention. What could he do to help her? If only his father were alive, he could have done so much. But why could he not do all that his father could have done? Was he not old enough? Turned 50 and twice married, with grown-up daughters and a son? Queer, he thought. If she were plain, I shouldn't be thinking twice about it. Beauty is the devil when you're sensitive to it. And into the club reading-room he went with a disturbed heart. In that very room he and Bosinney had talked one summer afternoon. He well remembered even now the disguised and secret lecture he had given that young man in the interests of June, the diagnosis of the Forsytes he had hazarded, and how he had wondered what sort of woman it was he was warning him against. And now he was almost in want of a warning himself. "It's deuced funny," he thought. "Really deuced funny." End of Part 1, Chapter 13. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 1, Chapter 14 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 14. Soames discovers what he wants. It is so much easier to say, "Then we know where we are," than to mean anything particular by the words. And in saying them Soames did but vent the jealous rankling of his instincts. He got out of the cab in a state of wary anger, with himself for not having seen Irene, with Jolyon for having seen her, and now with his inability to tell exactly what he wanted. He had abandoned the cab because he could not bear to remain seated beside his cousin, and walking briskly eastwards he thought, "I wouldn't trust that fellow Jolyon a yard. Once outcast, always outcast." The chap had a natural sympathy with laxity. He had shied at the word sin because it was too melodramatic for use by a Forsyte. Indecision and desire was to him a new feeling. He was like a child between a promised toy and an old one which had been taken away from him, and he was astonished at himself. Only last Sunday desire had seemed simple, just as freedom and Annette. "I'll go and dine there," he thought. To see her might bring back his singleness of intention, calm his exasperation, clear his mind. The restaurant was fairly full, a good many foreigners and folk whom, from their appearance, he took to be literary or artistic. Scraps of conversation came his way through the clatter of plates and glasses. He distinctly heard the Boers sympathised with, the British Government blamed. "Don't think much of their clientele," he thought. He went stolidly through his dinner and special coffee without making his presence known, and when at last he had finished, was careful not to be seen going towards the sanctum of Madame Lamotte. They were, as he entered, having supper; such a much nicer looking supper than the dinner he had eaten that he felt a kind of grief; and they greeted him with a surprise so seemingly genuine that he thought with sudden suspicion, "I believe they knew I was here all the time." He gave Annette a look furtive and searching. So pretty, seemingly so candid. Could she be angling for him? He turned to Madame Lamotte and said: "I've been dining here." Really, if she had only known! There were dishes she could have recommended. What a pity! Soames was confirmed in his suspicion. "I must look out what I'm doing," he thought sharply. "Another little cup of very special coffee, monsieur? Et liqueur, Grand Marnier?" And Madame Lamotte rose to order these delicacies. Alone with Annette, Soames said: "Well, Annette?" with a defensive little smile about his lips. The girl blushed. This, which last Sunday would have set his nerves tingling, now gave him much the same feeling a man has when a dog that he owns wriggles and looks at him. He had a curious sense of power, as if he could have said to her, "Come and kiss me," and she would have come. And yet, it was strange, but there seemed another face and form in the room too, and the itch in his nerves, was it for that, or for this? He jerked his head towards the restaurant and said: "You have some queer customers. Do you like this life?" Annette looked up at him for a moment, looked down, and played with her fork. "No," she said, "I do not like it." "I've got her," thought Soames, "if I want her. But do I want her?" She was graceful, she was pretty, very pretty. She was fresh, she had taste of a kind. His eyes travelled round the little room, but the eyes of his mind went another journey. A half light and silvery walls, a satinwood piano, a woman standing against it, reined back as it were from him, a woman with white shoulders that he knew, and dark eyes that he had sought to know, and hair like dull dark amber. And as in an artist who strives for the unrealizable and is ever thirsty, so there rose in him at that moment the thirst of the old passion he had never satisfied. "Well," he said calmly, "you're young. There's everything before you." Annette shook her head. "I think sometimes there is nothing before me but hard work. I am not so in love with work as Mother." "Your mother is a wonder," said Soames, faintly mocking. "She will never let failure lodge in her house." Annette sighed. "It must be wonderful to be rich." "Oh, you'll be rich some day," answered Soames, still with that faint mockery. "Don't be afraid." Annette shrugged her shoulders. "Monsieur is very kind," and between her pouting lips she put a chocolate. "Yes, my dear," thought Soames, "they're very pretty." Madame Lamotte, with coffee and liqueur, put an end to that colloquy. Soames did not stay long. Outside in the streets of Soho, which always gave him such a feeling of property improperly owned, he mused. If only Irene had given him a son, he wouldn't now be squirming after women. The thought had jumped out of its little dark sentry box in his inner consciousness. A son, something to look forward to, something to make the rest of life worth while, something to leave himself to, some perpetuity of self. If I had a son, he thought bitterly, a proper legal son, I could make shift to go on as I used. One woman's much the same as another after all. But as he walked he shook his head. No, one woman was not the same as another. Many a time had he tried to think that in the old days of his thwarted married life, and he had always failed. He was failing now. He was trying to think Annette the same as that other. But she was not. She had not the lure of that old passion. And Irene's my wife, he thought. My legal wife. I have done nothing to put her away from me. Why shouldn't she come back to me? It's the right thing, the lawful thing. It makes no scandal, no disturbance. If it's disagreeable to her, but why should it be? I'm not a leper, and she's no longer in love. Why should he be put to the shifts and the sordid disgraces and the lurking defeats of the divorce court, when there she was like an empty house, only waiting to be retaken into use and possession by him who legally owned her? To one so secretive as Soames, the thought of re-entry into quiet possession of his own property with nothing given away to the world was intensely alluring. "No," he mused, "I'm glad I went to see that girl. I know now what I want most. If only Irene will come back, I'll be as considerate as she wishes, she could live her own life. But perhaps she would come round to me." There was a lump in his throat, and doggedly along by the railings of the Green Park, towards his father's house he went, trying to tread on his shadow walking before him in the brilliant moonlight. End of Part 1, Chapter 14. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 1. The Third Generation. Jolly Forsyte was strolling down High Street, Oxford, on a November afternoon. Val Dartie was strolling up. Jolly had just changed out of boating flannels, and was on his way to the frying pan, to which he had recently been elected. Val had just changed out of riding clothes, and was on his way to the Fire, a bookmaker's in Cornmarket. "Hello," said Jolly. "Hello," replied Val. The cousins had met but twice, Jolly, the second-year man, having invited the freshman to breakfast, and last evening they had seen each other again under somewhat exotic circumstances. Over a tailor's in Cornmarket resided one of those privileged young beings called minors, whose inheritances are large, whose parents are dead, whose guardians are remote, and whose instincts are vicious. At 19 he had commenced one of those careers attractive and inexplicable to ordinary mortals, for whom a single bankruptcy is as good as a feast. Already famous for having the only roulette table then to be found in Oxford, he was anticipating his expectations at a dazzling rate. He outcrummed Crum, though of a sanguine and rather beefy type, which lacked the latter's fascinating languor. For Val it had been in the nature of baptism to be taken there to play roulette, in the nature of confirmation to get back into college after hours through a window whose bars were deceptive. Once, during that evening of delight, glancing up from the seductive green before him, he had caught sight through a cloud of smoke of his cousin standing opposite. Rouge gagné, impair et manque. He had not seen him again. "Come into the frying pan and have tea," said Jolly, and they went in. A stranger, seeing them together, would have noticed an unseizable resemblance between these second cousins of the third generation of Forsytes, the same bone formation in face, though Jolly's eyes were darker grey, his hair lighter and more wavy. "Tea and buttered buns, waiter, please," said Jolly. "Have one of my cigarettes," said Val. "I saw you last night. How did you do?" "I didn't pay." "I won 15 quid." Though desirous of repeating a whimsical comment on gambling he had once heard his father make, "When you're fleeced you're sick, and when you fleece you're sorry," Jolly contented himself with "Rotten game, I think. I was at school with that chap. He's an awful fool." "Oh, I don't know," said Val, as one might speak in defence of a disparaged god. "He's a pretty good sport." They exchanged whiffs in silence. "You met my people, didn't you?" said Jolly. "They're coming up tomorrow." Val grew a little red. "Really? I can give you a real good tip for the Manchester November handicap." "Thanks. I only take an interest in the classic races." "You can't make any money over them," said Val. "I hate the ring," said Jolly. "There's such a row and stink. I like the paddock." "I like to back my judgment," answered Val. Jolly smiled. His smile was like his father's. "I haven't got any. I always lose money if I bet." "You have to buy experience, of course." "Yes, but it's all messed up with doing people in the eye." "Of course, or they'll do you. That's the excitement." Jolly looked a little scornful. "What do you do with yourself? Row?" "No, ride and drive about. I'm going to play polo next term, if I can get my granddad to stump up." "That's old Uncle James, isn't it? What's he like? Older than 40 hills, said Val, and always thinking he's going to be ruined. I suppose my granddad and he were brothers. I don't believe any of that old lot were sportsmen, said Val. They must have worshipped money. Mine didn't, said Jolly warmly. Val flipped the ash off his cigarette. Money's only fit to spend, he said. I wish the deuce I had more. Jolly gave him that direct upward look of judgment which he had inherited from old Jolyon. One didn't talk about money. And again there was silence, while they drank tea and ate the buttered buns. "Where are your people going to stay?" asked Val, elaborately casual. "Rainbow. What do you think of the war?" "Rotten so far. The Boers aren't sports a bit. Why don't they come out into the open?" "Why should they? They've got everything against them except their way of fighting. I rather admire them." "They can ride and shoot," admitted Val, "but they're a lousy lot. Do you know Crum?" "Of Merton? Only by sight. He's in that fast set too, isn't he? Rather la-di-da and Brummagem." Val said fixedly, "He's a friend of mine." "Oh, sorry." And they sat awkwardly, staring past each other, having pitched on their pet points of snobbery. For Jolly was forming himself unconsciously on a set whose motto was: "We defy you to bore us. Life isn't half long enough, and we're going to talk faster and more crisply, do more and know more, and dwell less on any subject than you can possibly imagine. We are the best, made of wire and whipcord." And Val was unconsciously forming himself on a set whose motto was: "We defy you to interest or excite us. We have had every sensation, or if we haven't, we pretend we have. We are so exhausted with living that no hours are too small for us. We will lose our shirts with equanimity. We have flown fast and are past everything. All is cigarette smoke. Bismillah." Competitive spirit, bone deep in the English, was obliging those two young Forsytes to have ideals, and at the close of a century ideals are mixed. The aristocracy had already in the main adopted the jumping Jesus principle, though here and there one, like Crum, who was an honourable, stood starkly languid for that gambler's nirvana which had been the summum bonum of the old dandies and of the mashers in the 80s, and round Crum was still gathered a forlorn hope of blue bloods with a plutocratic following. But there was between the cousins another far less obvious antipathy, coming from the unseizable family resemblance, which each perhaps resented, or from some half consciousness of that old feud persisting between their branches of the clan, formed within them by odd words or half hints dropped by their elders. And Jolly, tinkling his teaspoon, was musing: "His typing and his waistcoat and his drawl and his betting, good Lord!" And Val, finishing his bun, was thinking: "He's rather a young beast." "I suppose you'll be meeting your people," he said, getting up. "I wish you'd tell them that I should like to show them over B.N.C. Not that there's anything much there. If they'd care to come." "Thanks. I'll ask them." "Would they lunch? I've got rather a decent scout." Jolly doubted if they would have time. "You'll ask them, though?" "Very good of you," said Jolly, fully meaning that they should not go, but instinctively polite. He added: "You'd better come and have dinner with us to-morrow." "Rather. What time?" 7:30. "Dress?" "No." And they parted, a subtle antagonism alive within them. Holly and her father arrived by a midday train. It was her first visit to the city of spires and dreams, and she was very silent, looking almost shyly at the brother who was part of this wonderful place. After lunch she wandered, examining his household gods with intense curiosity. Jolly's sitting room was panelled, and art represented by a set of Bartolozzi prints which had belonged to old Jolyon, and by college photographs of young men, live young men, a little heroic, and to be compared with her memories of Val. Jolyon also scrutinised with care that evidence of his boy's character and tastes. Jolly was anxious that they should see him rowing, so they set forth to the river. Holly, between her brother and her father, felt elated when heads were turned and eyes rested on her. That they might see him to the best advantage, they left him at the barge, and crossed the river to the towing path. Slight in build, for of all the Forsytes only old Swithin and George were beefy, Jolly was rowing 2 in a trial 8. He looked very earnest and strenuous. With pride, Jolyon thought him the best-looking boy of the lot. Holly, as became a sister, was more struck by one or two of the others, but would not have said so for the world. The river was bright that afternoon, the meadows lush, and the trees still beautiful with colour. Distinguished peace clung around the old city. Jolyon promised himself a day's sketching, if the weather held. The 8 passed a second time, spurting home along the barges. Jolly's face was very set, so as not to show that he was blown. They returned across the river and waited for him. "Oh," said Jolly in Christchurch Meadows, "I had to ask that chap Dartie to dine with us tonight. He wanted to give you lunch and show you B&C, so I thought I'd better. Then you needn't go. I didn't like him much." Holly's rather sallow face had become suffused with pink. "Why not?" "Oh, I don't know. He seems to me rather showy in bad form. What are his people like, Dad? He's only a second cousin, isn't he?" Jolyon took refuge in a smile. "Ask Holly," he said. "She saw his uncle." "I liked Val," Holly answered, staring at the ground before her. "His uncle looked awfully different." She stole a glance at Jolly from under her lashes. "Did you ever," said Jolyon with whimsical intention, "hear our family history, my dears? It's quite a fairy tale. The first Jolyon Forsyte, at all events the first we know anything of, and that would be your great-great-grandfather, dwelt in the land of Dorset, on the edge of the sea, being by profession an agriculturalist, as your great-aunt put it, and the son of an agriculturalist. Farmers, in fact. Your grandfather used to call them very small beer." He looked at Jolly to see how his lordliness was standing it, and with the other eye noted Holly's malicious pleasure in the slight drop of her brother's face. "We may suppose him thick and sturdy, standing for England, as it was before the industrial era began. The second Jolyon Forsyte, your great-grandfather, Jolly, better known as Superior Dorset Forsyte, built houses, as the chronicle runs, begat 10 children, and migrated to London town. It is known that he drank sherry. We may suppose him representing the England of Napoleon's wars and general unrest. The eldest of his 6 sons was the third Jolyon, your grandfather, my dears, tea merchant and chairman of companies, one of the soundest Englishmen who ever lived, and to me the dearest." Jolyon's voice had lost its irony, and his son and daughter gazed at him solemnly. He was just and tenacious, tender and young at heart. You remember him, and I remember him. Pass to the others. Your great-uncle James, that's young Val's grandfather, had a son called Soames, whereby hangs a tale of no love lost, and I don't think I'll tell it you. James and the other 8 children of Superior Dorset, of whom there are still 5 alive, may be said to have represented Victorian England, with its principles of trade and individualism at 5%, and your money back, if you know what that means. At all events, they've turned £30,000 into a cool million between them in the course of their long lives. They never did a wild thing, unless it was your great-uncle Swithin, who I believe was once swindled at Thimblerig, and was called 4-in-hand Forsyte because he drove a pair. Their day is passing, and their type, not altogether for the advantage of the country. They were pedestrian, but they too were sound. I'm the 4th Jolyon Forsyte, a poor holder of the name." "No, Dad," said Jolly, and Holly squeezed his hand. "Yes," repeated Jolyon, "a poor specimen, representing, I'm afraid, nothing but the end of the century, unearned income, amateurism, and individual liberty. A different thing from individualism, Jolly. You're the 5th Jolyon Forsyte, old man, and you open the ball of the new century." As he spoke, they turned in through the college gates, and Holly said, "It's fascinating, Dad." None of them quite knew what she meant. Jolly was grave. The Rainbow, distinguished as only an Oxford hostel can be for lack of modernity, provided one small oak-panelled private sitting-room, in which Holly sat to receive, white-frocked, shy and alone, when the only guest arrived. Rather as one would touch a moth, Val took her hand. And wouldn't she wear this measly flower? It would look ripping in her hair. He removed a gardenia from his coat. "Oh no, thank you, I couldn't." But she took it, and pinned it at her neck, having suddenly remembered that word "showy." Val's buttonhole would give offence, and she so much wanted Jolly to like him. Did she realise that Val was at his best and quietest in her presence? And was that, perhaps, half the secret of his attraction for her? "I never said anything about our ride, Val." "Rather not. It's just between us." By the uneasiness of his hands and the fidgeting of his feet he was giving her a sense of power very delicious, a soft feeling too, the wish to make him happy. "Do tell me about Oxford. It must be ever so lovely." Val admitted that it was frightfully decent to do what you liked. The lectures were nothing, and there were some very good chaps. "Only," he added, "of course I wish I was in town and could come down and see you." Holly moved one hand shyly on her knee, and her glance dropped. "You haven't forgotten," he said, suddenly gathering courage, "that we're going mad rabbiting together?" Holly smiled. "Oh, that was only make-believe. One can't do that sort of thing after one's grown up, you know." "Dash it, cousins can," said Val. "Next long vac. It begins in June, you know, and goes on for ever. We'll watch our chance." But, though the thrill of conspiracy ran through her veins, Holly shook her head. "It won't come off," she murmured. "Won't it?" said Val fervently. "Who's going to stop it? Not your father or your brother." At this moment Jolyon and Jolly came in, and romance fled into Val's patent leather and Holly's white satin toes, where it itched and tingled during an evening not conspicuous for open-heartedness. Sensitive to atmosphere, Jolyon soon felt the latent antagonism between the boys, and was puzzled by Holly, so he became unconsciously ironical, which is fatal to the expansiveness of youth. A letter handed to him after dinner reduced him to a silence hardly broken, till Jolly and Val rose to go. He went out with them, smoking his cigar, and walked with his son to the gates of Christ Church. Turning back, he took out the letter and read it again beneath a lamp. "Dear Jolyon, Soames came again tonight, my 37th birthday. You were right, I mustn't stay here. I'm going tomorrow to the Piedmont Hotel, but I won't go abroad without seeing you. I feel lonely and downhearted. Yours affectionately, Irene." He folded the letter back into his pocket and walked on, astonished at the violence of his feelings. What had the fellow said or done? He turned into High Street, down the turf, and on among a maze of spires and domes and long college fronts and walls, bright or dark shadowed in the strong moonlight. In this very heart of England's gentility it was difficult to realise that a lonely woman could be importuned or hunted, but what else could her letter mean? Soames must have been pressing her to go back to him again, with public opinion and the law on his side too. 1899, he thought, gazing at the broken glass shining on the top of a villa garden wall. But when it comes to property we are still a heathen people. I'll go up tomorrow morning. I dare say it'll be best for her to go abroad. Yet the thought displeased him. Why should Soames hunt her out of England? Besides, he might follow, and out there she would be still more helpless against the attentions of her own husband. I must tread warily, he thought. That fellow could make himself very nasty. I didn't like his manner in the cab the other night. The thoughts turned to his daughter June. Could she help? Once on a time Irene had been her greatest friend, and now she was a lame duck, such as must appeal to June's nature. He determined to wire to his daughter to meet him at Paddington Station. Retracing his steps towards the Rainbow, he questioned his own sensations. Would he be upsetting himself over every woman in like case? No, he would not. The candour of this conclusion discomfited him. and finding that Holly had gone up to bed, he sought his own room. But he could not sleep, and sat for a long time at his window, huddled in an overcoat, watching the moonlight on the roofs. Next door Holly too was awake, thinking of the lashes above and below Val's eyes, especially below, and of what she could do to make Jolly like him better. The scent of the gardenia was strong in her little bedroom, and pleasant to her. And Val, leaning out of his first-floor window in B.N.C., was gazing at a moonlit quadrangle without seeing it at all, seeing instead Holly, slim and white-frocked as she sat by the fire when he first went in. But Jolly, in his bedroom, narrow as a ghost, lay with a hand beneath his cheek, and dreamt he was with Val in one boat, rowing a race against him, while his father was calling from the towpath, "Two! Get your hands away there, bless you!" End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 2. Soames puts it to the touch. Of all those radiant firms which emblazon with their windows the West End of London, Gaves and Cortegal were considered by Soames the most attractive, the word just coming into fashion. He had never had his uncle Swithin's taste in precious stones, and the abandonment by Irene, when she left his house in 1887, of all the glittering things he had given her, had disgusted him with this form of investment. But he still knew a diamond when he saw one, and during the week before her birthday he had taken occasion, on his way into Poultry, or on his way out therefrom, to dally a little before the greater jewellers, where one got, if not one's money's worth, at least a certain cachet with the goods. Constant cogitation since his drive with Jolyon had convinced him more and more of the supreme importance of this moment in his life, the supreme need for taking steps, and those not wrong, and alongside the dry and reasoned sense that it was now or never with his self-preservation, now or never if he would arrange himself and found a family, went the secret urge of his senses roused by the sight of her who had once been a passionately desired wife, and the conviction that it was a sin against common sense and the decent secrecy of Forsytes to waste the wife he had. In an opinion on Winifred's case, Dreamer, Q.C. (he would much have preferred Waterbuck, but they had made him a judge, so late in the day as to rouse the usual suspicion of a political job), had advised that they should go forward and obtain restitution of conjugal rights, a point which to Soames had never been in doubt. When they had obtained a decree to that effect, they must wait to see if it was obeyed. If not, it would constitute legal desertion, and they should obtain evidence of misconduct and file their petition for divorce. All of which Soames knew perfectly well. They had marked him 10-1. This simplicity in his sister's case only made him the more desperate about the difficulty in his own. Everything, in fact, was driving him towards the simple solution of Irene's return. If it was still against the grain with her, had he not feelings to subdue, injury to forgive, pain to forget? He at least had never injured her, and this was a world of compromise. He could offer her so much more than she had now. He would be prepared to make a liberal settlement on her which could not be upset. He often scrutinized his image in these days. He had never been a peacock like that fellow Dartie, or fancied himself a woman's man, but he had a certain belief in his own appearance, not unjustly, for it was well coupled and preserved, neat, healthy, pale, unblemished by drink or excess of any kind. The Forsyte jaw and the concentration of his face were, in his eyes, virtues. So far as he could tell, there was no feature of him which need inspire dislike. Thoughts and yearnings with which one lives daily become natural, even if far-fetched in their inception. If he could only give tangible proof enough of his determination to let bygones be bygones, and to do all in his power to please her, why should she not come back to him? He entered Gaves and Cortegal's, therefore, on the morning of November the 9th, to buy a certain diamond brooch. "4.25, and dirt cheap, sir, at the money. It's a lady's brooch." There was that in his mood which made him accept without demur. And he went on into Poultry with the flat green morocco case in his breast pocket. Several times that day he opened it to look at the 7 soft shining stones in their velvet oval nest. "If the lady doesn't like it, sir, happy to exchange it at any time, but there's no fear of that." If only there were not! He got through a vast amount of work, only soother of the nerves he knew. A cablegram came while he was in the office, with details from the agent in Buenos Aires, and the name and address of a stewardess who would be prepared to swear to what was necessary. It was a timely spur to Soames, with his rooted distaste for the washing of dirty linen in public. And when he set forth by Underground to Victoria Station, he received a fresh impetus towards the renewal of his married life from the account in his evening paper of a fashionable divorce suit. The homing instinct of all true Forsytes in anxiety and trouble, the corporate tendency which kept them strong and solid, made him choose to dine at Park Lane. He neither could nor would breathe a word to his people of his intention, too reticent and proud; but the thought that at least they would be glad if they knew, and wish him luck, was heartening. James was in a lugubrious mood, for the fire which the impudence of Kruger's ultimatum had lit in him had been cold-watered by the poor success of the last month, and the exhortations to effort in the Times. He didn't know where it would end. Soames sought to cheer him by the continual use of the word "buller," but James couldn't tell. There was Colly, and he got stuck on that hill, and this Ladysmith was down in a hollow, and altogether it looked to him a pretty kettle of fish. He thought they ought to be sending the sailors; they were the chaps; they did a lot of good in the Crimea. Soames shifted the ground of consolation. Winifred had heard from Val that there had been a rag and a bonfire on Guy Fawkes' Day at Oxford, and that he had escaped detection by blacking his face. "Ah," James muttered, "he's a clever little chap." But he shook his head shortly afterwards, and remarked that he didn't know what would become of him, and looking wistfully at his son, murmured on that Soames had never had a boy. He would have liked a grandson of his own name, and now, well, there it was. Soames flinched. He had not expected such a challenge to disclose the secret in his heart. And Emily, who saw him wince, said: "Nonsense, James, don't talk like that." But James, not looking anyone in the face, muttered on. There were Roger and Nicholas and Jolyon; they all had grandsons, and Swithin and Timothy had never married. He had done his best, but he would soon be gone now. And as though he had uttered words of profound consolation, he was silent, eating brains with a fork and a piece of bread, and swallowing the bread. Soames excused himself directly after dinner. It was not really cold, but he put on his fur coat, which served to fortify him against the fits of nervous shivering to which he had been subject all day. Subconsciously he knew that he looked better than in an ordinary black overcoat. Then, feeling the morocco case flat against his heart, he sallied forth. He was no smoker, but he lit a cigarette and smoked it gingerly as he walked along. He moved slowly down the Row towards Knightsbridge, timing himself to get to Chelsea at 9:15. What did she do with herself evening after evening in that little hole? How mysterious women were! One lived alongside and knew nothing of them. What could she have seen in that fellow Bosinney to send her mad? For there was madness after all in what she had done. Crazy, moonstruck madness, in which all sense of values had been lost, and her life and his life ruined. And for a moment he was filled with a sort of exaltation, as though he were a man read of in a story, who, possessed by the Christian spirit, would restore to her all the prizes of existence, forgiving and forgetting, and becoming the godfather of her future. Under a tree opposite Knightsbridge Barracks, where the moonlight struck down clear and white, he took out once more the morocco case, and let the beams draw colour from those stones. Yes, they were of the first water. But at the hard closing snap of the case, another cold shiver ran through his nerves, and he walked on faster, clenching his gloved hands in the pocket of his coat, almost hoping she would not be in. The thought of how mysterious she was again beset him. Dining alone there night after night, in an evening dress too, as if she were making believe to be in society, playing the piano to herself, not even a dog or cat so far as he had seen. And that reminded him suddenly of the mare he kept for station work at Mapledurham. If ever he went to the stable, there she was, quite alone, half asleep, and yet on her home journeys going more freely than on her way out, as if longing to be back and lonely in her stable. I would treat her well, he thought incoherently. I would be very careful. And all that capacity for home life, of which a mocking fate seemed for ever to have deprived him, swelled suddenly in Soames, so that he dreamed dreams opposite South Kensington Station. In the King's Road a man came slithering out of a public house, playing a concertina. Soames watched him for a moment dance crazily on the pavement to his own drawling, jagged sounds, then crossed over to avoid contact with this piece of drunken foolery. A night in the lock-up! What asses people were! But the man had noticed his movement of avoidance, and streams of genial blasphemy followed him across the street. I hope they'll run him in, thought Soames viciously. To have ruffians like that about with women out alone. A woman's figure in front had induced this thought. Her walk seemed oddly familiar, and when she turned the corner for which he was bound, his heart began to beat. He hastened on to the corner to make certain. Yes, it was Irene. He could not mistake her walk in that little drab street. She threaded 2 more turnings, and from the last corner he saw her enter her block of flats. To make sure of her now, he ran those few paces, hurried up the stairs, and caught her standing at her door. He heard the latchkey in the lock, and reached her side just as she turned round, startled, in the open doorway. "Don't be alarmed," he said, breathless. "I happened to see you. Let me come in a minute." She had put her hand up to her breast. Her face was colourless, her eyes widened by alarm. Then, seeming to master herself, she inclined her head and said, "Very well." Soames closed the door. He too had need to recover, and when she had passed into the sitting-room, waited a full minute, taking deep breaths to still the beating of his heart. At this moment, so fraught with the future, to take out that morocco case seemed crude, yet not to take it out left him there before her with no preliminary excuse for coming. And in this dilemma he was seized with impatience at all this paraphernalia of excuse and justification. This was a scene, it could be nothing else, and he must face it. He heard her voice, uncomfortably, pathetically soft. "Why have you come again? Didn't you understand that I would rather you did not?" He noticed her clothes: a dark brown velvet corduroy, a sable boa, a small round toque of the same. They suited her admirably. She had money to spare for dress, evidently. He said abruptly, "It's your birthday. I brought you this." And he held out to her the green morocco case. "Oh, no, no!" Soames pressed the clasp. The 7 stones gleamed out on the pale grey velvet. "Why not?" he said. "Just as a sign that you don't bear me any ill feeling any longer." "I couldn't." Soames took it out of the case. "Let me just see how it looks." She shrank back. He followed, thrusting his hand with the brooch in it against the front of her dress. She shrank again. Soames dropped his hand. "Irene," he said, "let bygones be bygones. If I can, surely you might. Let's begin again as if nothing had been. Won't you?" His voice was wistful, and his eyes, resting on her face, had in them a sort of supplication. She, who was standing literally with her back against the wall, gave a little gulp. and that was all her answer. Soames went on: "Can you really want to live all your days half dead in this little hole? Come back to me, and I'll give you all you want. You shall live your own life, I swear it." He saw her face quiver ironically. "Yes," he repeated, "but I mean it this time. I'll only ask one thing. I just want a son. Don't look like that. I want one. It's hard." His voice had grown hurried, so that he hardly knew it for his own, and twice he jerked his head back as if struggling for breath. It was the sight of her eyes fixed on him, dark with a sort of fascinated fright, which pulled him together and changed that painful incoherence to anger. "Is it so very unnatural?" he said between his teeth. "Is it unnatural to want a child from one's own wife? You wrecked our life, and put this blight on everything. We go on only half alive, and without any future. Is it so very unflattering to you that in spite of everything I still want you for my wife? Speak, for goodness sake, do speak." Irene seemed to try, but did not succeed. "I don't want to frighten you," said Soames more gently. "Heaven knows, I only want you to see that I can't go on like this. I want you back. I want you." Irene raised one hand and covered the lower part of her face, but her eyes never moved from his, as though she trusted in them to keep him at bay. And all those years, barren and bitter, when? Almost since he had first known her, surged up in one great wave of recollection in Soames, and a spasm that for his life he could not control constricted his face. "It's not too late," he said. "It's not, if you'll only believe it." Irene uncovered her lips, and both her hands made a writhing gesture in front of her breast. Soames seized them. "Don't!" she said under her breath. But he stood holding on to them, trying to stare into her eyes, which did not waver. Then she said quietly: "I am alone here. You won't behave again as you once behaved?" Dropping her hands as though they had been hot irons, he turned away. Was it possible that there could be such relentless unforgiveness? Could that one act of violent possession be still alive within her? Did it bar him thus utterly? And doggedly he said, without looking up: "I'm not going till you've answered me. I'm offering what few men could bring themselves to offer. I want a reasonable answer." And almost with surprise he heard her say: "You can't have a reasonable answer. Reason has nothing to do with it. You can only have the brutal truth. I would rather die." Soames stared at her. "Oh!" he said, and there intervened in him a sort of paralysis of speech and movement, the kind of quivering which comes when a man has received a deadly insult and does not yet know how he is going to take it, or rather what it is going to do with him. "Oh!" he said again. "As bad as that? Indeed! You would rather die? That's pretty." "I'm sorry. You wanted me to answer. I can't help the truth, can I?" At that queer spiritual appeal, Soames turned for relief to actuality. He snapped the brooch back into its case, and put it in his pocket. "The truth?" he said. "There's no such thing with women. It's nerves." He heard the whisper: "Yes, nerves don't lie. Haven't you discovered that?" He was silent, obsessed by the thought. I will hate this woman. I will hate her. That was the trouble, if only he could. He shot a glance at her who stood unmoving against the wall, with her head up and her hands clasped, for all the world as if she were going to be shot. And he said quickly: "I don't believe a word of it. You have a lover. If you hadn't, you wouldn't be such a little idiot." He was conscious, before the expression in her eyes, that he had uttered something of a non sequitur, and dropped back too abruptly into the verbal freedom of his connubial days. He turned away to the door, but he could not go out. Something within him, that most deep and secret Forsyte quality, the impossibility of letting go, the impossibility of seeing the fantastic and forlorn nature of his own tenacity, prevented him. He turned about again, and there stood with his back against the door as hers was against the wall opposite, quite unconscious of anything ridiculous in this separation by the width of the room. "Do you ever think of anybody but yourself?" he said. Irene's lips quivered. Then she answered slowly: "Do you ever think that I found out my mistake, my hopeless, terrible mistake, the very first week of our marriage? That I went on trying 3 years? You know I went on trying. Was it for myself?" Soames gritted his teeth. "God knows what it was. I've never understood you. I shall never understand you. You had everything you wanted, and you can have it again and more. What's the matter with me? I ask you a plain question. What is it?" Unconscious of the pathos in that inquiry, he went on passionately: "I'm not lame, I'm not loathsome, I'm not a boor, I'm not a fool. What is it? What's the mystery about me?" Her answer was a long sigh. He clasped his hands with a gesture that was for him strangely full of expression. "When I came here tonight I hoped—I meant everything that I could do away with the past and start fair again. And you meet me with nerves and silence and sighs. There's nothing tangible. It's like a spider's web." "Yes." That whisper from across the room maddened Soames afresh. "Well, I don't choose to be in a spider's web. I'll cut it." He walked straight up to her. "Now!" What he had gone up to her to do he really did not know. But when he was close, the old familiar scent of her clothes suddenly affected him. He put his hands on her shoulders and bent forward to kiss her. He kissed not her lips, but a little hard line where the lips had been drawn in. Then his face was pressed away by her hands. He heard her say, "Oh, no!" Shame, compunction, sense of futility flooded his whole being. He turned on his heel and went straight out. End of Part 2, Chapter 2.
Part 2, Chapter 3 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 3. Visit to Irene. Jolyon found June waiting on the platform at Paddington. She had received his telegram while at breakfast. Her abode, a studio and 2 bedrooms in a St. John's Wood garden, had been selected for her for the complete independence which it guaranteed. Unwatched by Mrs. Grundy, unhindered by permanent domestics, she could receive lame ducks at any hour of day or night, and not seldom had a duck without studio of its own made use of June's. She enjoyed her freedom and possessed herself with a sort of virginal passion. The warmth which she would have lavished on Bosinney, and of which, given her Forsyte tenacity, he must surely have tired, she now expended in championship of the underdogs and budding geniuses of the artistic world. She lived, in fact, to turn ducks into the swans she believed they were. The very fervour of her protection warped her judgments. But she was loyal and liberal. Her small eager hand was ever against the oppressions of academic and commercial opinion, and though her income was considerable, her bank balance was often a minus quantity. She had come to Paddington Station heated in her soul by a visit to Eric Cobbley. A miserable gallery had refused to let that straight-haired genius have his one-man show after all. Its impudent manager, after visiting his studio, had expressed the opinion that it would only be a one-horse show from the selling point of view. This crowning example of commercial cowardice towards her favourite lame duck, and he so hard up, with a wife and 2 children, that he had caused her account to be overdrawn, was still making the blood glow in her small resolute face, and her red gold hair to shine more than ever. She gave her father a hug, and got into a cab with him, having as many fish to fry with him as he with her. It became at once a question which would fry them first. Jolyon had reached the words, "My dear, I want you to come with me," when, glancing at her face, He perceived by her blue eyes moving from side to side, like the tail of a preoccupied cat, that she was not attending. "Dad, is it true that I absolutely can't get at any of my money?" "Only the income, fortunately, my love." "How perfectly beastly! Can't it be done somehow? There must be a way. I know I could buy a small gallery for £10,000. "A small gallery," murmured Jolyon, "seems a modest desire, but your grandfather foresaw it." "I think," cried June vigorously, "that all this care about money is awful, when there's so much genius in the world simply crushed out for want of a little. I shall never marry and have children. Why shouldn't I be able to do some good instead of having it all tied up in case of things which will never come off?" "Our name is Forsyte, my dear," replied Jolyon in the ironical voice to which his impetuous daughter had never quite grown accustomed. "And Forsytes, you know, are people who so settle their property that their grandchildren, in case they should die before their parents, have to make wills leaving the property that will only come to themselves when their parents die. Do you follow that? Nor do I, but it's a fact anyway. We live by the principle that so long as there is a possibility of keeping wealth in the family it must not go out. If you die unmarried, your money goes to Jolly and Holly and their children if they marry. Isn't it pleasant to know that whatever you do, you can none of you be destitute?" "But can't I borrow the money?" Jolyon shook his head. "You could rent a gallery, no doubt, if you could manage it out of your income." June uttered a contemptuous sound. "Yes, and have no income left to help anybody with." "My dear child," murmured Jolyon, "wouldn't it come to the same thing?" "No," said June shrewdly. "I could buy for 10,000. That would only be 400 a year. But I should have to pay 1,000 a year rent, and that would only leave me 500. If I had the gallery, Dad, think what I could do. I could make Eric Cobley's name in no time, and ever so many others." "Names worth making make themselves in time." "When they're dead." "Did you ever know anybody living, my dear, improved by having his name made?" "Yes, you," said June, pressing his arm. Jolyon started. "I?" he thought. "Oh, ah! Now she's going to ask me to do something. We take it out, we Forsytes, each in our different ways." June came closer to him in the cab. "Darling," she said, "you buy the gallery, and I'll pay you 400 a year for it. Then neither of us will be any the worse off. Besides, it's a splendid investment." Jolyon wriggled. "Don't you think," he said, "that for an artist to buy a gallery is a bit dubious? Besides, £10,000 is a lump, and I'm not a commercial character." June looked at him with admiring appraisement. "Of course you're not, but you're awfully businesslike. And I'm sure we could make it pay. It'll be a perfect way of scoring off those wretched dealers and people." And again she squeezed her father's arm. Jolyon's face expressed quizzical despair. "Where is this desirable gallery? Splendidly situated, I suppose?" "Just off Cork Street." "Ah," thought Jolyon, "I knew it was just off somewhere. Now for what I want out of her." "Well, I'll think of it, but not just now. You remember Irene? I want you to come with me and see her. Soames is after her again. She might be safer if we could give her asylum somewhere." The word asylum, which he had used by chance, was of all most calculated to rouse June's interest. "Irene? I haven't seen her since... Of course, I'd love to help her." It was Jolyon's turn to squeeze her arm, in warm admiration for this spirited, generous-hearted little creature of his begetting. "Irene is proud," he said, with a sidelong glance and sudden doubt of June's discretion. "She's difficult to help. We must tread gently. This is the place. I wired her to expect us. Let's send up our cards." "I can't bear Soames," said June as she got out. "He sneers at everything that isn't successful." Irene was in what was called the ladies' drawing-room of the Piedmont Hotel. Nothing if not morally courageous, June walked straight up to her former friend, kissed her cheek, and the two settled down on a sofa never sat on since the hotel's foundation. Jolyon could see that Irene was deeply affected by this simple forgiveness. "So Soames has been worrying you," he said. "I had a visit from him last night. He wants me to go back to him." "You're not going, of course!" cried June. Irene smiled faintly and shook her head. "But his position is horrible," she murmured. "It's his own fault. He ought to have divorced you when he could." Jolyon remembered how fervently in the old days June had hoped that no divorce would smirch her dead and faithless lover's name. "Let us hear what Irene is going to do," he said. Irene's lips quivered, but she spoke calmly. "I'd better give him fresh excuse to get rid of me." "How horrible!" cried June. "What else can I do?" "Out of the question," said Jolyon very quietly. "Sans amour." He thought she was going to cry, but getting up quickly, she half turned her back on them, and stood regaining control of herself. June said suddenly: "Well, I shall go to Soames and tell him he must leave you alone. What does he want at his age?" "A child. It's not unnatural." "A child!" cried June scornfully. "Of course! To leave his money to! If he wants one badly enough, let him take somebody and have one. Then you can divorce him and he can marry her." Jolyon perceived suddenly that he had made a mistake to bring June. Her violent partisanship was fighting Soames's battle. "It would be best for Irene to come quietly to us at Robin Hill and see how things shape." "Of course," said June, "only—" Irene looked full at Jolyon. In all his many attempts afterwards to analyse that glance he never could succeed. "No. I should only bring trouble on you all. I will go abroad." He knew from her voice that this was final. The irrelevant thought flashed through him: "Well, I could see her there." But he said: "Don't you think you would be more helpless abroad, in case he followed?" "I don't know. I can but try." June sprang up and paced the room. "It's all horrible," she said. "Why should people be tortured and kept miserable and helpless year after year by this disgusting sanctimonious law?" But someone had come into the room, and June came to a standstill. Jolyon went up to Irene. "Do you want money?" "No." "And would you like me to let your flat?" "Yes, Jolyon, please." "When shall you be going?" "To-morrow." "You won't go back there in the meantime, will you?" This he said with an anxiety strange to himself. "No, I've got all I want here." "You'll send me your address?" She put out her hand to him. "I feel you're a rock." "Built on sand," answered Jolyon, pressing her hand hard. "But it's a pleasure to do anything at any time, remember that. And if you change your mind... Come along, June. Say good-bye." June came from the window and flung her arms round Irene. "Don't think of him," she said under her breath. "Enjoy yourself, and bless you." With the memory of tears in Irene's eyes, and of a smile on her lips, they went away extremely silent, passing the lady who had interrupted the interview and was turning over the papers on the table. Opposite the National Gallery, June exclaimed: "Of all undignified beasts and horrible laws!" But Jolyon did not respond. He had something of his father's balance, and could see things impartially even when his emotions were roused. Irene was right. Soames's position was as bad or worse than her own. As for the law, it catered for a human nature of which it took a naturally low view. And, feeling that if he stayed in his daughter's company he would in one way or another commit an indiscretion, he told her he must catch his train back to Oxford, and hailing a cab, left her to Turner's water-colours, with the promise that he would think over that gallery. But he thought over Irene instead. Pity, they said, was akin to love. If so, he was certainly in danger of loving her, for he pitied her profoundly. To think of her drifting about Europe so handicapped and lonely! "I hope to goodness she'll keep her head," he thought. "She might easily grow desperate." In fact, now that she had cut loose from her poor threads of occupation, he couldn't imagine how she would go on. so beautiful a creature, hopeless and fair game for anyone. And his exasperation was more than a little fear and jealousy. Women did strange things when they were driven into corners. "I wonder what Soames will do now," he thought. "A rotten, idiotic state of things, and I suppose they would say it was her own fault." Very preoccupied and sore at heart, he got into his train, mislaid his ticket, and on the platform at Oxford took his hat off to a lady whose face he seemed to remember without being able to put a name to her, not even when he saw her having tea at the Rainbow. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 2, Chapter 4 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 4, Where Forsytes Fear to Tread. Quivering from the defeat of his hopes, with the green morocco case still flat against his heart, Soames revolved thoughts bitter as death. A spider's web. Walking fast, and noting nothing in the moonlight, he brooded over the scene he had been through, over the memory of her figure rigid in his grasp, and the more he brooded, the more certain he became that she had a lover. Her words, "I would sooner die," were ridiculous if she had not. Even if she had never loved him, she had made no fuss until Bosinney came on the scene. No, she was in love again, or she would not have made that melodramatic answer to his proposal, which in all the circumstances was reasonable. Very well. That simplified matters. "I'll take steps to know where I am," he thought. "I'll go to Polteed's the first thing tomorrow morning." But even in forming that resolution he knew he would have trouble with himself. He had employed Polteed's agency several times in the routine of his profession, even quite lately over Dartie's case, but he had never thought it possible to employ them to watch his own wife. It was too insulting to himself. He slept over that project and his wounded pride, or rather, kept vigil. Only while shaving did he suddenly remember that she called herself by her maiden name of Heron. Polteed would not know, at first at all events, whose wife she was, would not look at him obsequiously and leer behind his back. She would just be the wife of one of his clients. And that would be true, for was he not his own solicitor? He was literally afraid not to put his design into execution at the first possible moment, lest, after all, he might fail himself. And making Warmson bring him an early cup of coffee, he stole out of the house before the hour of breakfast. He walked rapidly to one of those small West End streets where Polteed's and other firms ministered to the virtues of the wealthier classes. Hitherto he had always had Polteed to see him in the Poultry, but he well knew their address, and reached it at the opening hour. In the outer office, a room furnished so cosily that it might have been a moneylender's, he was attended by a lady who might have been a schoolmistress. "I wish to see Mr. Claude Polteed. He knows me, never mind my name." To keep everybody from knowing that he, Soames Forsyte, was reduced to having his wife spied on, was the overpowering consideration. Mr. Claude Polteed, so different from Mr. Lewis Polteed, was one of those men with dark hair, slightly curved noses, and quick brown eyes, who might be taken for Jews, but are really Phoenicians. He received Soames in a room hushed by thickness of carpet and curtains. It was, in fact, confidentially furnished, without trace of document anywhere to be seen. Greeting Soames deferentially, he turned the key in the only door with a certain ostentation. "If a client sends for me," he was in the habit of saying, "he takes what precaution he likes. If he comes here, we convince him that we have no leakages. I may safely say we lead in security, if in nothing else. Now, sir, what can I do for you?" Soames's gorge had risen so that he could hardly speak. It was absolutely necessary to hide from this man that he had any but professional interest in the matter, and, mechanically, his face assumed its sideways smile. "I've come to you early like this because there's not an hour to lose. If he lost an hour he might fail himself yet. Have you a really trustworthy woman free?" Mr. Polteed unlocked a drawer, produced a memorandum, ran his eyes over it, and locked the drawer up again. "Yes," he said, "the very woman." Soames had seated himself and crossed his legs. Nothing but a faint flush, which might have been his normal complexion, betrayed him. "Send her off at once, then, to watch a Mrs. Irene Heron of Flat C, Truro Mansions, Chelsea, till further notice." "Precisely," said Mr. Polteed. "Divorce, I presume?" And he blew into a speaking tube. "Mrs. Blanche in? I shall want to speak to her in 10 minutes." "Deal with any reports yourself," resumed Soames, "and send them to me personally, marked confidential, sealed and registered. My client exacts the utmost secrecy." Mr. Polteed smiled, as though saying, "You are teaching your grandmother, my dear sir," and his eyes slid over Soames' face for one unprofessional instant. "Make his mind perfectly easy," he said. "Do you smoke?" "No," said Soames. "Understand me. Nothing may come of this. If a name gets out, or the watching is suspected, it may have very serious consequences." Mr. Polteed nodded. "I can put it into the cipher category. Under that system a name is never mentioned. We work by numbers." He unlocked another drawer and took out 2 slips of paper, wrote on them, and handed one to Soames. "Keep that, sir. It's your key. I retain this duplicate. The case we'll call 7X. The party watched will be 17, the watcher 19, the mansions 25, yourself, I should say your firm, 31, my firm 32, myself 2. In case you should have to mention your client in writing, I have called him 43. Any person we suspect will be 47, a second person 51. Any special hint or instruction while we're about it?" "No," said Soames. "That is, every consideration compatible." Again Mr. Polteed nodded. "Expense?" Soames shrugged. "In reason," he answered curtly, and got up. "Keep it entirely in your own hands." "Entirely," said Mr. Polteed, appearing suddenly between him and the door. "I shall be seeing you in that other case before long. Good morning, sir." His eyes slid unprofessionally over Soames once more, and he unlocked the door. "Good morning," said Soames, looking neither to right nor left. Out in the street he swore deeply, quietly, to himself. A spider's web, and to cut it he must use this spidery, secret, unclean method, so utterly repugnant to one who regarded his private life as his most sacred piece of property. But the die was cast, he could not go back. And he went on into the Poultry, and locked away the green morocco case and the key to that cipher destined to make crystal clear his domestic bankruptcy. Odd that one whose life was spent in bringing to the public eye all the private coils of property, the domestic disagreements of others, should dread so utterly the public eye turned on his own. And yet not odd, for who should know so well as he the whole unfeeling process of legal regulation? He worked hard all day. Winifred was due at 4 o'clock. He was to take her down to a conference in the Temple with Dreamer Q.C., and waiting for her, he reread the letter he had caused her to write the day of Dartie's departure, requiring him to return. Dear Montague, I have received your letter with the news that you have left me for ever and are on your way to Buenos Aires. It has naturally been a great shock. I am taking this earliest opportunity of writing to tell you that I am prepared to let bygones be bygones if you will return to me at once. I beg you to do so. I am very much upset, and will not say any more now. I am sending this letter registered to the address you left at your club. Please cable to me. Your still affectionate wife, Winifred Dartie. Ugh! What bitter humbug! He remembered leaning over Winifred while she copied what he had pencilled, and how she had said, laying down her pen, "Suppose he comes, Soames," in such a strange tone of voice, as if she did not know her own mind. "He won't come," he had answered, "till he's spent his money. That's why we must act at once." Annexed to the copy of that letter was the original of Dartie's drunken scrawl from the Iseeum Club. Soames could have wished it had not been so manifestly penned in liquor. Just the sort of thing the court would pitch on. He seemed to hear the judge's voice say, "You took this seriously? Seriously enough to write him as you did? Do you think he meant it?" Never mind. The fact was clear that Dartie had sailed and had not returned. Annexed also was his cabled answer. Impossible return. Dartie. Soames shook his head. If the whole thing were not disposed of within the next few months, the fellow would turn up again like a bad penny. It saved 1,000 a year at least to get rid of him, besides all the worry to Winifred and his father. "I must stiffen Dreamer's back," he thought. "We must push it on." Winifred, who had adopted a kind of half-mourning which became her fair hair and tall figure very well, arrived in James' barouche drawn by James's pair. Soames had not seen it in the city since his father retired from business 5 years ago, and its incongruity gave him a shock. Times are changing, he thought. One doesn't know what'll go next. Top hats even were scarcer. He inquired after Val. Val, said Winifred, wrote that he was going to play polo next term. She thought he was in a very good set. She added with fashionably disguised anxiety, "Will there be much publicity about my affair, Soames? Must it be in the papers? It's so bad for him and the girls." With his own calamity all raw within him, Soames answered, "The papers are a pushing lot. It's very difficult to keep things out. They pretend to be guarding the public's morals, and they corrupt them with their beastly reports. But we haven't got to that yet. We're only seeing Dreamer to-day on the restitution question. Of course he understands that it's to lead to a divorce. But you must seem genuinely anxious to get Dartie back. You might practice that attitude to-day." Winifred sighed. "Oh, what a clown Monty's been," she said. Soames gave her a sharp look. It was clear to him that she could not take her Dartie seriously, and would go back on the whole thing if given half a chance. His own instinct had been firm in this matter from the first. To save a little scandal now would only bring on his sister and her children real disgrace and perhaps ruin later on if Dartie were allowed to hang on to them, going downhill and spending the money James would leave his daughter. Though it was all tied up, that fellow would milk the settlements somehow, and make his family pay through the nose to keep him out of bankruptcy or even perhaps gall. They left the shining carriage, with the shining horses and the shining hatted servants on the embankment, and walked up to Dreamer, Q.C.'s chambers in Crown Office Row. "Mr. Bellby is here, sir," said the clerk. "Mr. Dreamer will be 10 minutes." Mr. Bellby, the junior, not as junior as he might have been, for Soames only employed barristers of established reputation. It was, indeed, something of a mystery to him how barristers ever managed to establish that which made him employ them. Mr. Bellby was seated, taking a final glance through his papers. He had come from court, and was in wig and gown, which suited a nose jutting out like the handle of a tiny pump, his small shrewd blue eyes and rather protruding lower lip. No better man to supplement and stiffen Dreamer. The introduction to Winifred accomplished, they leaped the weather and spoke of the war. Soames interrupted suddenly. "If he doesn't comply, we can't bring proceedings for 6 months. I want to get on with the matter, Bellby." Mr. Bellby, who had the ghost of an Irish brogue, smiled at Winifred and murmured, "The law's delays, Mrs. Dartie." "6 months," repeated Soames. "It'll drive it up to June. We shan't get the suit on till after the long vacation. We must put the screw on, Bellby." He would have all his work cut out to keep Winifred up to the scratch. "Mr. Dreamer will see you now, sir." They filed in, Mr. Bellby going first, and Soames escorting Winifred after an interval of 1 minute by his watch. Dreamer, Q.C., in a gown but divested of wig, was standing before the fire as if this conference were in the nature of a treat. He had the leathery, rather oily complexion which goes with great learning, a considerable nose with glasses perched on it, and little greyish whiskers. He luxuriated in the perpetual cocking of one eye, and the concealment of his lower with his upper lip, which gave a smothered turn to his speech. He had a way, too, of coming suddenly round the corner on the person he was talking to. This, with a disconcerting tone of voice, and a habit of growling before he began to speak, had secured a reputation second in probate and divorce to very few. Having listened, eye cocked, to Mr. Belby's breezy recapitulation of the facts, he growled and said, "I know all that," and coming round the corner at Winifred, smothered the words, "We want to get him back, don't we, Mrs. Dartie?" Soames interposed sharply. "My sister's position, of course, is intolerable." Dreamer growled, "Exactly. Now, can we rely on the cabled refusal, or must we wait till after Christmas to give him a chance to have written? That's the point, isn't it?" "The sooner," Soames began. "What do you say, Belby?" said Dreamer, coming round his corner. Mr. Belby seemed to sniff the air like a hound. "We won't be on to the middle of December. We've no need to give 'em more rope than that." "No," said Soames. "Why should my sister be incommoded by his choosing to go?" "To Jericho," said Dreamer, again coming round his corner. "Quite so. People oughtn't to go to Jericho, ought they, Mrs. Dartie?" And he raised his gown into a sort of fantail. "I agree. We can go forward. Is there anything more?" "Nothing at present," said Soames meaningly. "I wanted you to see my sister." Dreamer growled softly, "Delighted. Good evening," and let fall the protection of his gown. They filed out. Winifred went down the stairs. Soames lingered. In spite of himself, he was impressed by Dreamer. "The evidence is all right, I think," he said to Belby. "Between ourselves, if we don't get the thing through quick, we never may. Do you think he understands that?" "I'll make him," said Belby. "Good man, though. Good man." Soames nodded and hastened after his sister. He found her in a draught, biting her lips behind her veil, and at once said, "The evidence of the stewardess will be very complete." Winifred's face hardened. She drew herself up, and they walked to the carriage. And all through that silent drive back to Green Street, the souls of both of them revolved a single thought: "Why, oh, why should I have to expose my misfortune to the public like this? Why have to employ spies to peer into my private troubles? They were not of my making." End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 2, Chapter 5 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 5. Jolly sits in judgment. The possessive instinct, which so determinedly balked, was animating two members of the Forsyte family towards riddance of what they could no longer possess, was hardening daily in the British body politic. Nicholas, originally so doubtful concerning a war which must affect property, had been heard to say that these Boers were a pig-headed lot. They were causing a lot of expense, and the sooner they had their lesson the better. He would send out Wolseley. Seeing always a little further than other people, whence the most considerable fortune of all the Forsytes, he had perceived already that Buller was not the man. A bull of a chap who just went butting, and if they didn't look out Ladysmith would fall. This was early in December, so that when Black Week came he was enabled to say to everybody, "I told you so." During that week of gloom, such as no Forsyte could remember, very young Nicholas attended so many drills in his corps, the Devil's Own, that young Nicholas consulted the family physician about his son's health, and was alarmed to find that he was perfectly sound. The boy had only just eaten his dinners and been called to the bar, at some expense, and it was in a way a nightmare to his father and mother that he should be playing with military efficiency at a time when military efficiency in the civilian population might conceivably be wanted. His grandfather, of course, pooh-poohed the notion, too thoroughly educated in the feeling that no British war could be other than little unprofessional and profoundly distrustful of imperial commitments, by which, moreover, he stood to lose, for he owned De Beers, now going down fast, more than a sufficient sacrifice on the part of his grandson. At Oxford, however, rather different sentiments prevailed. The inherent effervescence of conglomerate youth had, during the 2 months of the term before Black Week, been gradually crystallizing out into vivid oppositions. Normal adolescence, ever in England of a conservative tendency, though not taking things too seriously, was vehement for a fight to a finish and a good licking for the bores. Of this larger faction Val Dartie was naturally a member. Radical youth, on the other hand, a small but perhaps more vocal body, was for stopping the war and giving the bores autonomy. Until Black Week, however, the groups were amorphous, without sharp edges, and argument remained but academic. Jolly was one of those who knew not where he stood. A streak of his grandfather old Jolyon's love of justice prevented him from seeing one side only. Moreover, in his set of the best there was a jumping Jesus of extremely advanced opinions and some personal magnetism. Jolly wavered. His father, too, seemed doubtful in his views; and though, as was proper at the age of 20, he kept a sharp eye on his father, watchful for defects which might still be remedied, still that father had an air which gave a sort of glamour to his creed of ironic tolerance. Artists, of course, were notoriously Hamlet-like, and to this extent one must discount for one's father, even if one loved him. But Jolyon's original view, that to "put your nose in where you aren't wanted," as the Uitlanders had done, and then work the oracle till you get on top as not being quite the clean potato, had, whether founded in fact or no, a certain attraction for his son, who thought a deal about gentility. On the other hand, Jolly could not abide such as his set, called cranks, and Val's set called smugs, so that he was still balancing when the clock of Black Week struck. 1, 2, 3, came those ominous repulses at Stormberg, Magersfontein, Colenso. The sturdy English soul reacting after the first cried, "Ah, but Methuen!" After the second, "Ah, but Buller!" Then, in inspissated gloom, hardened; and Jolly said to himself, "No, damn it, we've got to lick the beggars now. I don't care whether we're right or wrong." And if he had known it, his father was thinking the same thought. That next Sunday, last of the term, Jolly was bidden to wine with one of the best. After the second toast, "Buller and damnation to the bores," drunk, no heel taps, in the college burgundy, he noticed that Val Dartie, also a guest, was looking at him with a grin and saying something to his neighbour. He was sure it was disparaging. The last boy in the world to make himself conspicuous or cause public disturbance, Jolly grew rather red and shut his lips. The queer hostility he had always felt towards his second cousin was strongly and suddenly reinforced. "All right," he thought, "you wait, my friend." More wine than was good for him, as the custom was, helped him to remember, when they all trooped forth to a secluded spot, to touch Val on the arm. "What did you say about me in there?" "Mayn't I say what I like?" "No." "Well, I said you were a pro-Boer, and so you are." "You're a liar." "Do you want a row?" "Of course, but not here, in the garden." "All right, come on." They went, eyeing each other askance, unsteady and unflinching. They climbed the garden railings. The spikes on the top slightly ripped Val's sleeve and occupied his mind. Jolly's mind was occupied by the thought that they were going to fight in the precincts of a college foreign to them both. It was not the thing; but never mind, the young beast. They passed over the grass into very nearly darkness and took off their coats. "You're not screwed, are you?" said Jolly suddenly. "I can't fight you if you're screwed." "No more than you." "All right, then." Without shaking hands, they put themselves at once into postures of defence. They had drunk too much for science, and so were especially careful to assume correct attitudes, until Jolly smote Val almost accidentally on the nose. After that it was all a dark and ugly scrimmage in the deep shadow of the old trees, with no one to call time, till, battered and blown, they unclinched and staggered back from each other, as a voice said, "Your names, young gentlemen?" At this bland query spoken from under the lamp at the garden gate, like some demand of a god, Their nerves gave way, and snatching up their coats, they ran at the railings, shinned up them, and made for the secluded spot whence they had issued to the fight. Here, in dim light, they mopped their faces, and without a word walked 10 paces apart to the college gate. They went out silently, Val going towards the Broad along the brewery, Jolly down the lane towards the High. His head, still fumed, was busy with regret that he had not displayed more science, passing in review the counters and knock-out blows which he had not delivered. His mind strayed on to an imagined combat, infinitely unlike that which he had just been through, infinitely gallant, with sash and sword, with thrust and parry, as if he were in the pages of his beloved Dumas. He fancied himself La Mole and Aramis, Bussy, Chicot, and D'Artagnan rolled into one, but he quite failed to envisage Val as Coconnas, Brissac, or Roquefort. The fellow was just a confounded cousin who didn't come up to Cocker. Never mind. He had given him one or two. Pro Boer. The word still rankled, and thoughts of enlisting jostling his aching head, of riding over the veldt, firing gallantly, while the Boers rolled over like rabbits. And turning up his smarting eyes, he saw the stars shining between the housetops of the High, and himself lying out on the karroo, whatever that was, rolled in a blanket, with his rifle ready and his gaze fixed on a glittering heaven. He had a fearful head next morning, which he doctored, as become one of the best, by soaking it in cold water, brewing strong coffee which he could not drink, and only sipping a little hock at lunch. The legend that "some fool" had run into him round a corner accounted for a bruise on his cheek. He would on no account have mentioned the fight, for on second thoughts it fell far short of his standards. The next day he went down, and travelled through to Robin Hill. Nobody was there but June and Holly, for his father had gone to Paris. He spent a restless and unsettled vacation, quite out of touch with either of his sisters. June, indeed, was occupied with lame ducks, whom, as a rule, Jolly could not stand, especially that Eric Cobbley and his family, hopeless outsiders, who were always littering up the house in the vacation. And between Holly and himself there was a strange division, as if she were beginning to have opinions of her own, which was so unnecessary. He punched viciously at a ball, rode furiously but alone in Richmond Park, making a point of jumping the stiff, high hurdles put up to close certain worn avenues of grass, keeping his nerve in, he called it. Jolly was more afraid of being afraid than most boys are. He bought a rifle, too, and put a range up in the home field, shooting across the pond into the kitchen garden wall, to the peril of gardeners, with the thought that some day, perhaps, he would enlist and save South Africa for his country. In fact, now that they were appealing for yeomanry recruits, the boy was thoroughly upset. Ought he to go? None of the best, so far as he knew, and he was in correspondence with several, were thinking of joining. If they had been making a move he would have gone at once. Very competitive, and with a strong sense of form, he could not bear to be left behind in anything. But to do it off his own bat might look like swagger, because of course it wasn't really necessary. Besides, he did not want to go, for the other side of this young Forsyte recoiled from leaping before he looked. It was altogether mixed pickles within him, hot and sickly pickles, and he became quite unlike his serene and rather lordly self. And then one day he saw that which moved him to uneasy wrath. Two riders, in a glade of the park close to the Ham gate, of whom she on the left hand was most assuredly Holly on her silver roan, and he on the right hand as assuredly that squirt, Val Dartie. His first impulse was to urge on his own horse and demand the meaning of this portent, tell the fellow to bunk, and take Holly home. His second, to feel that he would look a fool if they refused. He reined his horse in behind a tree, then perceived that it was equally impossible to spy on them. Nothing for it but to go home and await her coming. Sneaking out with that young bounder! He could not consult with June, because she had gone up that morning in the train of Eric Cobbley and his lot, and his father was still in "that rotten Paris." He felt that this was emphatically one of those moments for which he had trained himself, assiduously, at school, where he and a boy called Brent had frequently set fire to newspapers and placed them in the centre of their studies to accustom them to coolness in moments of danger. He did not feel at all cool waiting in the stable-yard, idly stroking the dog Balthazar, who, queasy as an old fat monk, and sad in the absence of his master, turned up his face, panting with gratitude for this attention. It was half an hour before Holly came, flushed, and ever so much prettier than she had any right to look. He saw her look at him quickly, guiltily of course, then followed her in, and taking her arm, conducted her into what had been their grandfather's study. The room, not much used now, was still vaguely haunted for them both by a presence with which they associated tenderness, large drooping white moustaches, the scent of cigar smoke, and laughter. Here Jolly, in the prime of his youth, before he went to school at all, had been wont to wrestle with his grandfather, who even at 80 had an irresistible habit of crooking his leg. Here Holly, perched on the arm of the great leather chair, had stroked hair curving silvery over an ear into which she would whisper secrets. Through that window they had all three sallied times without number to cricket on the lawn and a mysterious game called Wopsy Doozle, not to be understood by outsiders, which made old Jolyon very hot. Here once on a warm night Holly had appeared in her nightie, having had a bad dream, to have the clutch of it released; and here Jolly, having begun the day badly by introducing fizzy magnesia into Mademoiselle Beauce's new-laid egg, and gone on to worse, had been sent down, in the absence of his father, to the ensuing dialogue. "Now, my boy, you mustn't go on like this." "Well, she boxed my ears, Gran, so I only boxed hers, and then she boxed mine again." "Strike a lady? That'll never do. Have you begged her pardon?" "Not yet." "Then you must go and do it at once. Come along." "But she began it, Gran, and she had 2 to my 1." "My dear, it was an outrageous thing to do." "Well, she lost her temper, and I didn't lose mine." "Come along." "You come too, then, Gran." "Well, this time only." And they had gone hand in hand. Here, where the Waverley novels and Byron's works, and Gibbon's Roman Empire, and Humboldt's Cosmos, and the bronzes on the mantelpiece, and that masterpiece of the oily school, Dutch fishing boats at sunset, were fixed as fate, and for all sign of change old Jolyon might have been sitting there still, with legs crossed, in the arm-chair, and domed forehead and deep eyes grave above the times, here they came, those 2 grandchildren, and Jolly said: "I saw you and that fellow in the park." The sight of blood rushing into her cheeks gave him some satisfaction. She ought to be ashamed. "Well?" she said. Jolly was surprised. He had expected more, or less. "Do you know," he said weightily, "that he called me a pro-Boer last term, and I had to fight him." "Who won?" Jolly wished to answer, "I should have," but it seemed beneath him. "Look here," he said, "what's the meaning of it? Without telling anybody." "Why should I? Dad isn't here. Why shouldn't I ride with him?" "You've got me to ride with. I think he's an awful young rotter." Holly went pale with anger. "He isn't. It's your own fault for not liking him." And slipping past her brother she went out, leaving him staring at the bronze Venus sitting on a tortoise, which had been shielded from him so far by his sister's dark head under her soft felt riding hat. He felt queerly disturbed, shaken to his young foundations. A lifelong domination lay shattered round his feet. He went up to the Venus and mechanically inspected the tortoise. Why didn't he like Val Dartie? He could not tell. Ignorant of family history, barely aware of that vague feud which had started 13 years before with Bosinney's defection from June in favour of Soames's wife, knowing really almost nothing about Val, he was at sea. He just did dislike him. The question, however, was, what should he do? Val Dartie, it was true, was a second cousin, but it was not the thing for Holly to go about with him. And yet to tell of what he had chanced on was against his creed. In this dilemma he went and sat in the old leather chair and crossed his legs. It grew dark while he sat there staring out through the long window at the old oak tree, ample yet bare of leaves, becoming slowly just a shape of deeper dark printed on the dusk. Grandfather, he thought without sequence, and took out his watch. He could not see the hands, but he set the repeater going. 5 o'clock. His grandfather's first gold hunter watch, butter smooth with age, all the milling worn from it, and dented with the mark of many a fall. The chime was like a little voice from out of that golden age when they first came from St. John's Wood, London, to this house; came driving with grandfather in his carriage, and almost instantly took to the trees. Trees to climb, and grandfather watering the geranium beds below. What was to be done? Tell Dad he must come home? Confide in June? Only she was so sudden. Do nothing and trust to luck? After all, the vacation would soon be over. Go up and see Val and warn him off? But how get his address? Holly wouldn't give it him. A maze of paths, a cloud of possibilities. He lit a cigarette. When he had smoked it half-way through, his brow relaxed, almost as if some thin old hand had been passing gently over it, and in his ear something seemed to whisper, "Do nothing. Be nice to Holly. Be nice to her, my dear." And Jolly heaved a sigh of contentment, blowing smoke through his nostrils. But up in her room, divested of her habit, Holly was still frowning. "He is not, he is not," were the words which kept forming on her lips. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 2, Chapter 6 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 6, Jolyon in Two Minds. A little private hotel over a well-known restaurant near the Gare Saint-Lazare was Jolyon's haunt in Paris. He hated his fellow Forsytes abroad, vapid as fish out of water in their well-trodden runs, the Opera, Rue de Rivoli, and Moulin Rouge. Their air of having come because they wanted to be somewhere else as soon as possible annoyed him. But no other Forsyte came near this haunt, where he had a wood fire in his bedroom, and the coffee was excellent. Paris was always to him more attractive in winter. The acrid savour from wood smoke and chestnut roasting braziers, the sharpness of the wintry sunshine on bright rays, the open cafés defying keen-aired winter, the self-contained, brisk boulevard crowds, all informed him that in winter Paris possessed a soul which, like a migrant bird, in high summer flew away. He spoke French well, had some friends, knew little places where pleasant dishes could be met with, queer types observed. He felt philosophic in Paris, the edge of irony sharpened. Life took on a subtle, purposeless meaning, became a bunch of flavours tasted, a darkness shot with shifting gleams of light. When in the first week of December he decided to go to Paris, he was far from admitting that Irene's presence was influencing him. He had not been there 2 days before he owned that the wish to see her had been more than half the reason. In England one did not admit what was natural. He had thought it might be well to speak to her about the letting of her flat and other matters, but in Paris he at once knew better. There was a glamour over the city. On the 3rd day he wrote to her, and received an answer which procured him a pleasurable shiver of the nerves. My dear Jolyon, it will be a happiness for me to see you. Irene. He took his way to her hotel on a bright day, with a feeling such as he had often had going to visit an adored picture. No woman, so far as he remembered, had ever inspired in him this special sensuous and yet impersonal sensation. He was going to sit and feast his eyes, and come away knowing her no better, but ready to go and feast his eyes again to-morrow. Such was his feeling, when in the tarnished and ornate little lounge of a quiet hotel near the river she came to him preceded by a small page-boy who uttered the word "Madame," and vanished. Her face, her smile, the poise of her figure, were just as he had pictured, and the expression of her face said plainly, "A friend." "Well," he said, "what news, poor exile?" "None." "Nothing from Soames?" "Nothing." "I have let the flat for you, and like a good steward I bring you some money. How do you like Paris?" While he put her through this catechism, it seemed to him that he had never seen lips so fine and sensitive, the lower lip curving just a little upwards, the upper touched at one corner by the least conceivable dimple. It was like discovering a woman in what had hitherto been a sort of soft and breathed-on statue, almost impersonally admired. She owned that to be alone in Paris was a little difficult, and yet Paris was so full of its own life that it was often, she confessed, as innocuous as a desert. Besides, the English were not liked just now. "That will hardly be your case," said Jolyon. "You should appeal to the French." "It has its disadvantages." Jolyon nodded. "Well, you must let me take you about while I'm here. We'll start to-morrow. Come and dine at my pet restaurant, and we'll go to the Opéra Comique." It was the beginning of daily meetings. Jolyon soon found that for those who desired a static condition of the affections, Paris was at once the first and last place in which to be friendly with a pretty woman. Revelation was alighting like a bird in his heart, singing, "Elle est un rêve, elle est un rêve." Sometimes this seemed natural, sometimes ludicrous, a bad case of elderly rapture. Having once been ostracized by society, he had never since had any real regard for conventional morality. But the idea of a love which she could never return, and how could she at his age, hardly mounted beyond his subconscious mind. He was full, too, of resentment at the waste and loneliness of her life. Aware of being some comfort to her, and of the pleasure she clearly took in their many little outings, he was amiably desirous of doing and saying nothing to destroy that pleasure. It was like watching a starved plant draw up water, to see her drink in his companionship. So far as they could tell, no one knew her address except himself. She was unknown in Paris, and he but little known, so that discretion seemed unnecessary in those walks, talks, visits to concerts, picture galleries, theatres, little dinners, expeditions to Versailles, St. Cloud, even Fontainebleau. And time fled, one of those full months without past to it or future. What in his youth would certainly have been headlong passion was now perhaps as deep a feeling, but far gentler, tempered to protective companionship by admiration, hopelessness, and a sense of chivalry, arrested in his veins at least so long as she was there, smiling and happy in their friendship, and always to him more beautiful and spiritually responsive. For her philosophy of life seemed to march in admirable step with his own, conditioned by emotion more than by reason, ironically mistrustful, susceptible to beauty, almost passionately humane and tolerant, yet subject to instinctive rigidities of which as a mere man he was less capable. And during all this companionable month he never quite lost that feeling with which he had set out on the first day as if to visit an adored work of art, a well-nigh impersonal desire. The future, inexorable pendant to the present, he took care not to face, for fear of breaking up his untroubled manner. But he made plans to renew this time in places still more delightful, where the sun was hot and there were strange things to see and paint. The end came swiftly on the 20th of January with a telegram. "Have enlisted in Imperial Yeomanry. Jolly." Jolyon received it just as he was setting out to meet her at the Louvre. It brought him up with a round turn. While he was lotus-eating here, his boy, whose philosopher and guide he ought to be, had taken this great step towards danger, hardship, perhaps even death. He felt disturbed to the soul, realizing suddenly how Irene had twined herself round the roots of his being. Thus threatened with severance, the tie between them, for it had become a kind of tie, no longer had impersonal quality. The tranquil enjoyment of things in common, Jolyon perceived, was gone for ever. He saw his feeling as it was, in the nature of an infatuation. Ridiculous, perhaps, but so real that sooner or later it must disclose itself. And now, as it seemed to him, he could not, must not, make any such disclosure. The news of Jolly stood inexorably in the way. He was proud of this enlistment, proud of his boy for going off to fight for the country, for on Jolyon's pro-Boerism, too, Black Week had left its mark. And so the end was reached before the beginning! Well, luckily he had never made a sign. When he came into the gallery she was standing before the Virgin of the Rocks, graceful, absorbed, smiling and unconscious. "Have I to give up seeing that?" he thought. "It's unnatural, so long as she's willing that I should see her." He stood, unnoticed, watching her, stirring up the image of her figure, envying the picture on which she was bending that long scrutiny. Twice she turned her head towards the entrance, and he thought, "That's for me." At last he went forward. "Look," he said. She read the telegram, and he heard her sigh. That sigh, too, was for him. His position was really cruel. To be loyal to his son he must just shake her hand and go. To be loyal to the feeling in his heart he must at least tell her what that feeling was. Could she? Would she understand the silence in which he was gazing at that picture? "I'm afraid I must go home at once," he said at last. "I shall miss all this awfully." "So shall I. But of course you must go." "Well," said Jolyon, holding out his hand. Meeting her eyes, a flood of feeling nearly mastered him. "Such is life," he said. "Take care of yourself, my dear." He had a stumbling sensation in his legs and feet, as if his brain refused to steer him away from her. From the doorway he saw her lift her hand and touch its fingers with her lips. He raised his hat solemnly, and did not look back again. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 7 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 7. Dartie versus Dartie. The suit, Dartie versus Dartie, for restitution of those conjugal rights concerning which Winifred was at heart so deeply undecided, followed the laws of subtraction towards Day of Judgment. This was not reached before the courts rose for Christmas, but the case was third on the list when they sat again. Winifred spent the Christmas holidays a thought more fashionably than usual, with the matter locked up in her low-cut bosom. James was particularly liberal to her that Christmas, expressing thereby his sympathy and relief at the approaching dissolution of her marriage with that precious rascal, which his old heart felt but his old lips could not utter. The disappearance of Dartie made the fall in Consols a comparatively small matter, and as to the scandal, the real animus he felt against that fellow, and the increasing lead which property was attaining over reputation in a true Forsyte about to leave this world, served to drug a mind from which all allusions to the matter, except his own, were studiously kept. What worried him as a lawyer and a parent was the fear that Dartie might suddenly turn up and obey the order of the court when made. That would be a pretty howdy-do. The fear preyed on him in fact so much that in presenting Winifred with a large Christmas cheque he said, "It's chiefly for that chap out there, to keep him from coming back." It was, of course, to pitch away good money, but all in the nature of insurance against that bankruptcy which would no longer hang over him if only the divorce went through, and he questioned Winifred rigorously until she could assure him that the money had been sent. Poor woman! It cost her many a pang to send what must find its way into the vanity bag of "that creature." Soames, hearing of it, shook his head. They were not dealing with a Forsyte, reasonably tenacious of his purpose. It was very risky without knowing how the land lay out there. Still, it would look well with the court, and he would see that Dreamer brought it out. "I wonder," he said suddenly, "where that ballet goes after the Argentine," never omitting a chance of reminder, for he knew that Winifred still had a weakness, if not for Dartie, at least for not laundering him in public. Though not good at showing admiration, he admitted that she was behaving extremely well, with all her children at home gaping like young birds for news of their father, Imogen just on the point of coming out, and Val very restive about the whole thing. He felt that Val was the real heart of the matter to Winifred, who certainly loved him beyond her other children. The boy could spoke the wheel of this divorce yet if he set his mind to it. And Soames was very careful to keep the proximity of the preliminary proceedings from his nephew's ears. He did more. He asked him to dine at the Remove, and over Val's cigar introduced the subject which he knew to be nearest to his heart. "I hear," he said, "that you want to play polo up at Oxford." Val became less recumbent in his chair. "Rather!" he said. "Well," continued Soames, "that's a very expensive business. Your grandfather isn't likely to consent to it unless he can make sure that he's not got any other drain on him." And he paused to see whether the boy understood his meaning. Val's thick dark lashes concealed his eyes, but a slight grimace appeared on his wide mouth, and he muttered, "I suppose you mean my dad." "Yes," said Soames, "I'm afraid it depends on whether he continues to be a drag or not," and said no more, letting the boy dream it over. But Val was also dreaming in those days of a silver roan palfrey and a girl riding it. Though Crum was in town, and an introduction to Cynthia Dark to be had for the asking, Val did not ask. Indeed, he shunned Crum, and lived a life strange even to himself, except in so far as accounts with tailor and livery stable were concerned. To his mother, his sisters, his young brother, he seemed to spend his vacation in "seeing fellows," and his evenings sleepily at home. They could not propose anything in daylight that did not meet with the one response, "Sorry, I've got to see a fellow," and he was put to extraordinary shifts to get in and out of the house unobserved in riding clothes, until, being made a member of the Goats Club, he was able to transport them there, where he could change unregarded and slip off on his hack to Richmond Park. He kept his growing sentiment religiously to himself. Not for a world would he breathe to the fellows, whom he was not seeing, anything so ridiculous from the point of view of their creed and his. But he could not help its destroying his other appetites. It was coming between him and the legitimate pleasures of youth at last on its own, in a way which must, he knew, make him a milksop in the eyes of Crum. All he cared for was to dress in his last created riding togs, and steal away to the Robin Hill gate, where presently the silver roan would come demurely sidling with its slim and dark-haired rider, and in the glades bare of leaves they would go off side by side, not talking very much, riding races sometimes, and sometimes holding hands. More than once of an evening, in a moment of expansion, he had been tempted to tell his mother how this shy, sweet cousin had stolen in upon him and wrecked his life. But bitter experience, that all persons above 35 were spoil-sports, prevented him. After all, he supposed he would have to go through with college, and she would have to "come out" before they could be married, so why complicate things, so long as he could see her? Sisters were teasing and unsympathetic beings, a brother worse, so there was no one to confide in. Ah, and this beastly divorce business! What a misfortune to have a name which other people hadn't! If only he had been called Gordon, or Scott, or Howard, or something fairly common. But Dartie! There wasn't another in the directory. One might as well have been named Morkin, for all the covert it afforded. So matters went on, till one day in the middle of January the silver roan palfrey and its rider were missing at the tryst. Lingering in the cold, he debated whether he should ride on to the house, but Jolly might be there, and the memory of their dark encounter was still fresh within him. One could not be always fighting with her brother. So he returned dismally to town, and spent an evening plunged in gloom. At breakfast next day he noticed that his mother had on an unfamiliar dress and was wearing her hat. The dress was black, with a glimpse of peacock blue, the hat black and large. She looked exceptionally well. But when after breakfast she said to him, "Come in here, Val," and led the way to the drawing-room, he was at once beset by qualms. Winifred carefully shut the door, and passed her handkerchief over her lips. Inhaling the Violette de Parme with which it had been soaked, Val thought, "Has she found out about Holly?" Her voice interrupted. "Are you going to be nice to me, dear boy?" Val grinned doubtfully. "Will you come with me this morning?" "I've got to see—" began Val, but something in her face stopped him. "I say," he said, "you don't mean—" "Yes, I have to go to the court this morning." Already, that damned business which he had almost succeeded in forgetting, since nobody ever mentioned it. In self-commiseration he stood picking little bits of skin off his fingers. Then, noticing that his mother's lips were all awry, he said impulsively: "All right, Mother, I'll come. The brutes!" What brutes he did not know, but the expression exactly summed up their joint feeling, and restored a measure of equanimity. "I suppose I'd better change into a shooter," he muttered, escaping to his room. He put on the shooter, a high collar, a pearl pin, and his neatest grey spats, to a somewhat blasphemous accompaniment. Looking at himself in the glass, he said, "Well, I'm damned if I'm going to show anything," and went down. He found his grandfather's carriage at the door, and his mother in furs, with the appearance of one going to a Mansion House assembly. They seated themselves side by side in the closed barouche, and all the way to the Courts of Justice Val made but one allusion to the business in hand. "There'll be nothing about those pearls, will there?" The little tufted white tails of Winifred's muff began to shiver. "Oh no," she said, "it'll be quite harmless to day. Your grandmother wanted to come too, but I wouldn't let her. I thought you could take care of me. You look so nice, Val. Just pull your collar up a little bit more at the back. That's right." "If they bully you—" began Val. "Oh, they won't. I shall be very cool. It's the only way." "They won't want me to give evidence or anything?" "No, dear, it's all arranged." And she patted his hand. The determined front she was putting on it stayed the turmoil in Val's chest, and he busied himself in drawing his gloves off and on. He had taken what he now saw was the wrong pair to go with his spats. They should have been grey, but were deerskin of a dark tan. Whether to keep them on or not he could not decide. They arrived soon after 10. It was his first visit to the Law Courts, and the building struck him at once. "By Jove," he said as they passed into the hall, "this'd make 4 or 5 jolly good racket courts." Soames was awaiting them at the foot of the stairs. "Here you are," he said, without shaking hands, as if the event had made them too familiar for such formalities. "It's Happerly Brown Court 1. We shall be on first." A sensation such as he had known when going in to bat was playing now on the top of Val's chest, but he followed his mother and uncle doggedly, looking at no more than he could help, and thinking that the place smelled "fuggy." People seemed to be lurking everywhere, and he plucked Soames by the sleeve. "I say, Uncle, you're not going to let those beastly papers in, are you?" Soames gave him the sideway look which had reduced many to silence in its time. "In here," he said. "You needn't take off your furs, Winifred." Val entered behind them, nettled and with his head up. In this confounded hole everybody, and there were a good many of them, seemed sitting on everybody else's knee, though really divided from each other by pews, and Val had a feeling that they might all slip down together into the well. This, however, was but a momentary vision, of mahogany, and black gowns, and white blobs of wigs and faces and papers, all rather secret and whispery, before he was sitting next to his mother in the front row, with his back to it all, glad of her Violette de Parme, and taking off his gloves for the last time. His mother was looking at him. He was suddenly conscious that she had really wanted him there next to her, and that he counted for something in this business. All right, he would show them. Squaring his shoulders, he crossed his legs and gazed inscrutably at his spats. But just then an old Johnny in a gown and long wig, looking awfully like a funny rattled woman, came through a door into the high pew opposite, and he had to uncross his legs hastily and stand up with everybody else. Dartie versus Dartie! It seemed to Val unspeakably disgusting to have one's name called out like this in public. And suddenly conscious that someone nearly behind him had begun talking about his family, he screwed his face round to see an old bewigged buffer, who spoke as if he were eating his own words. Queer-looking old cuss, the sort of man he had seen once or twice dining at Park Lane and punishing the port. He knew now where they "dug them up." All the same, he found the old buffer quite fascinating, and would have continued to stare if his mother had not touched his arm. Reduced to gazing before him, he fixed his eyes on the Judge's face instead. Why should that old sportsman with his sarcastic mouth and his quick-moving eyes have the power to meddle with their private affairs? Hadn't he affairs of his own, just as many and probably just as nasty? And there moved in Val, like an illness, all the deep-seated individualism of his breed. The voice behind him droned along: "Differences about money matters. Extravagance of the respondent." What a word! Was that his father? Strained situation. Frequent absences on the part of Mr. Dartie. My client, very rightly your Ludship will agree, was anxious to check a course, but led to ruin. Remonstrated. Gambling at cards and on the race-course. That's right, thought Val, pile it on. Crisis early in October, when the respondent wrote her this letter from his club. Val sat up, and his ears burned. I propose to read it with the recommendations necessary to the epistle of a gentleman who has been, shall we say, dining, me Lud? Old brute, thought Val, flushing deeper. You're not paid to make jokes. You will not get the chance to insult me again in my own house. I am leaving the country to-morrow. It's played out. An expression, your Ludship, not unknown in the mouths of those who have not met with conspicuous success. Sniggering owls, thought Val, and his flush deepened. I am tired of being insulted by you. My client will tell your Ludship that these so-called insults consisted in her calling him the limit, a very mild expression, I venture to suggest, in all the circumstances. Val glanced sideways at his mother's impassive face. It had a hunted look in the eyes. Poor mother, he thought, and touched her arm with his own. The voice behind him droned on. I am going to live a new life. M.D. And next day, me Lud, the respondent left by the steamship Tuscarora for Buenos Aires. Since then we have nothing from him but a cabled refusal in answer to the letter which my client wrote the following day in great distress, begging him to return to her. With your Ludship's permission, I shall now put Mrs. Dartie in the box. When his mother rose, Val had a tremendous impulse to rise too and say, "Look here, I'm going to see you jolly well treat her decently." He subdued it, however, heard her saying, "The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth," and looked up. She made a rich figure of it in her furs and large hat, with a slight flush on her cheek-bones, calm, matter-of-fact, and he felt proud of her thus confronting all these confounded lawyers. The examination began. Knowing that this was only the preliminary to divorce, Val followed with a certain glee the questions framed so as to give the impression that she really wanted his father back. It seemed to him that they were foxing old bagwigs finally, and he received a most unpleasant jar when the judge said suddenly, "Now, why did your husband leave you? Not because you called him the limit, you know." Val saw his uncle lift his eyes to the witness box, without moving his face; heard a shuffle of papers behind him, and instinct told him that the issue was in peril. Had Uncle Soames and the old buffer behind made a mess of it? His mother was speaking with a slight drawl. "No, my lord, but it had gone on a long time." What had gone on? "Our differences about money." "But you supplied the money. Do you suggest that he left you to better his position?" The brute, the old brute and nothing but the brute, thought Val suddenly. He smells a rat he's trying to get at the pastry. And his heart stood still. If he did, then of course he would know that his mother didn't really want his father back. His mother spoke again, a thought more fashionably. "No, my lord, but you see I had refused to give him any more money. It took him a long time to believe that, but he did at last, and when he did—" "I see, you had refused. But you've sent him some since." "My lord, I wanted him back." "And you thought that would bring him?" "I don't know, my lord. I acted on my father's advice." Something in the judge's face, in the sound of the papers behind him, in the sudden crossing of his uncle's legs, told Val that she had made just the right answer. Crafty, he thought. By Jove, what humbug it all is! The judge was speaking. "Just one more question, Mrs. Dartie. Are you still fond of your husband?" Val's hands, slack behind him, became fists. What business had that judge to make things human suddenly? To make his mother speak out of her heart, and say what perhaps she didn't know herself, before all these people? It wasn't decent. His mother answered, rather low, "Yes, my lord." Val saw the judge nod. "Wish I could take a cock shy at your head," he thought irreverently, as his mother came back to her seat beside him. Witnesses to his father's departure and continued absence followed. One of their own maids even, which struck Val as particularly beastly. There was more talking, all humbug, and then the judge pronounced the decree for restitution, and they got up to go. Val walked out behind his mother, chin squared, eyelids drooped, doing his level best to despise everybody. His mother's voice in the corridor roused him from an angry trance. "You behaved beautifully, dear. It was such a comfort to have you. Your uncle and I are going to lunch." "All right," said Val. "I shall have time to go and see that fellow." And parting from them abruptly, he ran down the stairs and out into the air. He bolted into a hansom, and drove to the Goat's Club. His thoughts were on Holly and what he must do before her brother showed her this thing in tomorrow's paper. When Val had left them, Soames and Winifred made their way to the Cheshire Cheese. He had suggested it as a meeting place with Mr. Bellby. At that early hour of noon they would have it to themselves, and Winifred had thought it would be amusing to see this far-famed hostelry. Having ordered a light repast, to the consternation of the waiter, they awaited its arrival together with that of Mr. Bellby, in silent reaction after the hour and a half's suspense on the tenterhooks of publicity. Mr. Bellby entered presently, preceded by his nose, as cheerful as they were glum. Well, they had got the decree of restitution, and what was the matter with that? "Quite," said Soames, in a suitably low voice. "But we shall have to begin again to get evidence. He'll probably try the divorce. It would look fishy if it comes out that we knew of misconduct from the start. His questions showed well enough that he doesn't like this restitution dodge." "Pho!" said Mr. Bellby cheerily. "He'll forget. Why, man, he'll have tried 100 cases between now and then. Besides, he's bound by precedent to give you your divorce if the evidence is satisfactory. We won't let him know that Mrs. Dartie had knowledge of the facts. Dreamer did it very nicely. He's got a fatherly touch about him." Soames nodded. "And I compliment ye, Mrs. Dartie," went on Mr. Bellby. "Ye've a natural gift for giving evidence. Steady as a rock." Here the waiter arrived, with 3 plates balanced on one arm, and the remark, "I 'urried up the puddin', sir. You'll find plenty o' lark in it to-day." Mr. Bellby applauded his forethought with a dip of his nose. But Soames and Winifred looked with dismay at their light lunch of gravified brown masses, touching them gingerly with their forks in the hope of distinguishing the bodies of the tasty little song-givers. Having begun, however, they found they were hungrier than they thought, and finished the lot, with a glass of port apiece. Conversation turned on the war. Soames thought Ladysmith would fall, and it might last a year. Bellby thought it would be over by the summer. Both agreed that they wanted more men. There was nothing for it but complete victory, since it was now a question of prestige. Winifred brought things back to more solid ground by saying that she did not want the divorce suit to come on till after the summer holidays had begun at Oxford. Then the boys would have forgotten about it before Val had to go up again. The London season, too, would be over. The lawyers reassured her an interval of 6 months was necessary. After that, the earlier the better. People were now beginning to come in, and they parted. Soames to the City, Bellby to his chambers, Winifred in a hansom to Park Lane to let her mother know how she had fared. The issue had been so satisfactory on the whole that it was considered advisable to tell James, who never failed to say day after day that he didn't know about Winifred's affair. He couldn't tell. As his sands ran out, the importance of mundane matters became increasingly grave to him, as if he were feeling, "I must make the most of it, and worry well. I shall soon have nothing to worry about." He received the report grudgingly. It was a new-fangled way of going about things, and he didn't know. But he gave Winifred a cheque, saying, "I expect you'll have a lot of expense. That's a new hat you've got on. Why doesn't Val come and see us?" Winifred promised to bring him to dinner soon; and going home, she sought her bedroom where she could be alone. Now that her husband had been ordered back into her custody, with a view to putting him away from her for ever, she would try once more to find out from her sore and lonely heart what she really wanted. Chapter 7. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Section 26, Part 2, Chapter 8. The Challenge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnig. The Forsyte Saga in Chancery. Part 2, Chapter 8. The Challenge. The morning had been misty, verging on frost, but the sun came out while Val was jogging towards the Roehampton gate, whence he could canter on to the usual tryst. His spirits were rising rapidly. There had been nothing so terrible in the morning's proceedings beyond the general disgrace of violated privacy. If we were engaged, he thought, what happens wouldn't matter. He felt, indeed, like human society, which kicks and clamours at the results of matrimony, and hastens to get married. And he galloped over the winter-dried grass of Richmond Park, fearing to be late. But again he was alone at the trysting spot, and this second defection on the part of Holly upset him dreadfully. He could not go back without seeing her today. Emerging from the park, he proceeded towards Robin Hill. He could not make up his mind for whom to ask. Suppose her father were back, or her sister or brother were in. He decided to gamble, and ask for them all first, so that if he were in luck and they were not there, it would be quite natural in the end to ask for Holly; while if any of them were in, an excuse for a ride must be his saving grace. "Only Miss Holly is in, sir." "Oh, thanks. Might I take my horse round to the stables? And would you say her cousin, Mr. Val Dartie?" When he returned she was in the hall, very flushed and shy. She led him to the far end, and they sat down on a wide window seat. "I have been awfully anxious," said Val in a low voice. "What is the matter?" "Jolly knows about our riding." "Is he in?" "No, but I expect he will be soon." "Then," cried Val, and diving forward he seized her hand. She tried to withdraw it, failed, gave up the attempt, and looked at him wistfully. "First of all," he said, "I want to tell you something about my family. My dad, you know, isn't altogether, I mean, he has left my mother, and they are trying to divorce him. So they have ordered him to come back, you see. You'll see that in the paper to-morrow." Her eyes deepened in colour and fearful interest. Her hand squeezed his. But the gambler in Val was roused now, and he hurried on. "Of course there is nothing very much at present, but there will be, I expect, before it is over. Divorce suits are beastly, you know. I wanted to tell you because you ought to know if," and he began to stammer, gazing at her troubled eyes, if you are going to be a darling and love me, Holly. I love you ever so, and I want to be engaged." He had done it in a manner so inadequate that he could have punched his own head. and dropping on his knees he tried to get nearer to that soft, troubled face. "You do love me, don't you? If you don't, I—" There was a moment of silence and suspense so awful that he could hear the sound of a mowing machine far out on the lawn, pretending there was grass to cut. Then she swayed forward, her free hand touched his hair, and he gasped, "Oh, Holly!" Her answer was very soft, "Oh, Val!" He had dreamed of this moment, but always in an imperative mood, as the masterful young lover, and now he felt humbled, touched, trembly. He was afraid to stir off his knees, lest he should break the spell, lest if he did, she should shrink and deny her own surrender, so tremulous was she in his grasp, with her eyelids closed and his lips nearing them. Her eyes opened, seemed to swim a little. He pressed his lips to hers. Suddenly he sprang up. There had been footsteps, a sort of startled grunt. He looked round. No one. But the long curtains which barred off the outer hall were quivering. My God, who was that? Holly, too, was on her feet. "Jolly, I expect," she whispered. Val clenched fists and resolution. "All right," he said. "I don't care a bit now we are engaged," and striding towards the curtains, he drew them aside. There, at the fireplace in the hall, stood Jolly, with his back elaborately turned. Val went forward. Jolly faced round on him. "I beg your pardon for hearing," he said. With the best intentions in the world, Val could not help admiring him at that moment. His face was clear, his voice quiet. He looked somehow distinguished, as if acting up to principle. "Well," Val said abruptly, "it is nothing to you." "Oh," said Jolly, "you come this way," and he crossed the hall. Val followed. At the study door he felt a touch on his arm. Holly's voice said, "I am coming too." "No," said Jolly. "Yes," said Holly. Jolly opened the door, and they all three went in. Once in the little room they stood in a sort of triangle on the three corners of the worn Turkey carpet, awkwardly upright, not looking at each other, quite incapable of seeing any humour in the situation. Val broke the silence. "Holly and I are engaged." Jolly stepped back and leaned against the lintel of the window. "This is our house," he said. "I am not going to insult you in it. But my father is away. I am in charge of my sister. You have taken advantage of me." "I didn't mean to," said Val hotly. "I think you did," said Jolly. "If you hadn't meant to, you would have spoken to me or waited for my father to come back." "There were reasons," said Val. "What reasons?" "About my family. I have just told her. I wanted her to know before things happen." Jolly suddenly became less distinguished. "You are kids," he said, "and you know you are." "I am not a kid," said Val. "You are. You are not 20. "Well, what are you?" "I am 20, said Jolly. "Only just. Anyway, I am as good a man as you." Jolly's face crimsoned, then clouded. Some struggle was evidently taking place in him, and Val and Holly stared at him, so clearly was that struggle marked. They could even hear him breathing. Then his face cleared up and became oddly resolute. "We will see that," he said. I dare you to do what I am going to do." "Dare me?" Jolly smiled. "Yes," he said, "dare you, and I know very well you won't." A stab of misgiving shot through Val. This was riding very blind. "I haven't forgotten that you are a fire-eater," said Jolly slowly, "and I think that is about all you are. Or that you called me a pro-bore." Val heard a gasp above the sound of his own heart breathing, and saw Holly's face poked a little forward, very pale, with big eyes. "Yes," went on Jolly, with a sort of smile, "we shall soon see. I'm going to join the Imperial Yeomanry, and I dare you to do the same, Mr. Val Dartie." Val's head jerked on its stem. It was like a blow between the eyes, so utterly unthought of, so extreme and ugly, in the midst of his dreaming, and he looked at Holly with eyes grown suddenly touchingly haggard. "Sit down," said Jolly. "Take your time. Think it over well." And he himself sat down on the arm of his grandfather's chair. Val did not sit down. He stood with his hands thrust deep into his breeches pockets, hands clenched and quivering. The full awfulness of this decision, one way or the other, knocked at his mind with double knocks as of an angry postman. If he did not take that dare, he was disgraced in Holly's eyes, and in the eyes of that young enemy, her brute of a brother. Yet if he took it, then all would vanish, her face, her eyes, her hair, her kisses just begun. "Take your time," said Jolly again. "I don't want to be unfair." And they both looked at Holly. She had recoiled against the bookshelves reaching to the ceiling. Her dark head leaned against Gibbon's Roman Empire. Her eyes, in a sort of soft grey agony, were fixed on Val. And he, who had not much gift of insight, had suddenly a gleam of vision. She would be proud of her brother, that enemy. She would be ashamed of him. His hands came out of his pockets as if lifted by a spring. "All right," he said, "done." Holly's face, oh, it was queer. He saw her flush, start forward. He had done the right thing. Her face was shining with wistful admiration. Jolly stood up and made a little bow, as who should say, "You have passed." "Tomorrow, then," he said, "we will go together." Recovering from the impetus which had carried him to that decision, Val looked at him maliciously from under his lashes. "All right," he thought, "one to you. I shall have to join, but I will get back on you somehow." And he said with dignity, "I shall be ready." "We'll meet at the main recruiting office then," said Jolly, "at 12 o'clock." And opening the window, he went out onto the terrace, conforming to the creed which had made him retire when he surprised them in the hall. The confusion in the mind of Val, thus left alone with her, for whom he had paid this sudden price, was extreme. The mood of showing off was still, however, uppermost. One must do the wretched thing with an air. "We shall get plenty of riding and shooting anyway," he said. "That's one comfort." And it gave him a sort of grim pleasure to hear the sigh which seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. "Oh, the war will soon be over," he said. "Perhaps we shan't even have to go out. I don't care, except for you. He would be out of the way of that beastly divorce. It was an ill wind. He felt her warm hand slip into his. Jolly thought he had stopped their loving each other, did he? He held her tightly round the waist, looking at her softly through his lashes, smiling to cheer her up, promising to come down and see her soon, feeling somehow 6 inches taller and much more in command of her than he had ever dared feel before. Many times he kissed her before he mounted and rode back to town. So swiftly, on the least provocation, does the possessive instinct flourish and grow. End of section 26, chapter 8, The Challenge. Recording by Eva Harnick, Florida. Section 27, chapter 9 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Section 27, Chapter 9. Dinner at James'. Dinner parties were not now given at James's in Park Lane. To every house the moment comes when master or mistress is no longer up to it. No more can 9 courses be served to 20 mouths above 20 fine white expanses, nor does the household cat any longer wonder why she is suddenly shut up. So, with something like excitement, Emily, who at 70 would still have liked a little feast and fashion now and then, ordered dinner for 6 instead of 2. Herself wrote a number of foreign words on cards, and arranged the flowers, mimosa from the Riviera, and white Roman hyacinths not from Rome. There would only be, of course, James and herself, Soames, Winifred, Val, and Imogen, but she liked to pretend a little and dally in imagination with the glory of the past. So she dressed herself that James remarked, "What are you putting on that thing for? You'll catch cold." But Emily knew that the necks of women are protected by love of shining on to 80 years, and she only answered, "Let me put you on one of those dickies I got you, James. Then you will only have to change your trousers and put on your velvet coat, and there you will be. Val likes you to look nice." "Dickie," said James, "you are always wasting your money on something." But he suffered the change to be made till his neck also shone, murmuring vaguely, "He is an extravagant chap, I am afraid." A little brighter in the eye, with rather more colour than usual in his cheeks, he took his seat in the drawing-room to wait for the sound of the front door bell. "I have made it a proper dinner party," Emily said comfortably. "I thought it would be good practice for Imogen. She must get used to it now she's coming out." James uttered an indeterminate sound, thinking of Imogen as she used to climb about his knee or pull Christmas crackers with him. "She will be pretty," he muttered. "I shouldn't wonder." "She is pretty," said Emily. "She ought to make a good match." "There you go," murmured James. "She should much better stay at home and look after her mother." A second Dartie carrying off his pretty granddaughter would finish him. He had never quite forgiven Emily for having been as much taken in by Montagu Dartie as he himself had been. "Where's Warmson?" he said suddenly. "I should like a glass of Madeira tonight." "There is champagne, James." James shook his head. "No body," he said. I can't get any good out of it." Emily reached forward on her side of the fire and rang the bell. "Your master would like a bottle of Madeira opened, Warmson." "No, no," said James, the tips of his ears quivering with vehemence, and his eyes fixed on an object seen by him alone. "Look here, Warmson, you go to the inner cellar, and on the middle shelf of the end bin on the left you will see 7 bottles. Take the one in the centre, and don't shake it. It is the last of the Madeira I had from Mr. Jolyon when we came in here, never been moved. It ought to be in prime condition still, but I don't know, I can't tell." "Very good, sir," responded the withdrawing Warmson. "I was keeping it for our golden wedding," said James suddenly, "but I shan't live 3 years at my age." "Nonsense, James," said Emily. "Don't talk like that." "I ought to have got it up myself," murmured James. "He will shake it as likely as not." And he sank into silent recollection of long moments among the open gas jets, the cobwebs, and the good smell of wine-soaked corks, which had been appetizer to so many feasts. In the wine from that cellar was written the history of the 40-odd years since he had come to the Park Lane house with his young bride, and of the many generations of friends and acquaintances who had passed into the unknown. Its depleted bins preserved the record of family festivity, all the marriages, births, deaths of his kith and kin. And when he was gone, there it would be, and he did not know what would become of it. It would be drunk or spoiled, he shouldn't wonder. From that deep reverie the entrance of his son dragged him, followed very soon by that of Winifred and her 2 oldest. They went down arm in arm, James with Imogen, the debutante, because his pretty grandchild cheered him; Soames with Winifred; Emily with Val, whose eyes, lighting on the oysters, brightened. This was to be a proper full blow-out, with fizz and port. And he felt in need of it, after what he had done that day, as yet undivulged. After the first glass or 2 it became pleasant to have this bombshell up his sleeve, this piece of sensational patriotism, or example, rather, of personal daring, to display, for his pleasure in what he had done for his Queen and country was so far entirely personal. He was now a blood indissolubly connected with guns and horses. He had a right to swagger, not of course that he was going to. He should just announce it quietly, when there was a pause, and glancing down the menu he determined on bombe aux fraises as the proper moment. There would be a certain solemnity while they were eating that. Once or twice before they reached that rosy summit of the dinner he was attacked by remembrance that his grandfather was never told anything. Still, the old boy was drinking Madeira and looking jolly fit. Besides, he ought to be pleased at this set-off to the disgrace of the divorce. The sight of his uncle opposite, too, was a sharp incentive. He was so far from being a sportsman that it would be worth a lot to see his face. Besides, better to tell his mother in this way than privately, which might upset them both. He was sorry for her, but after all, one couldn't be expected to feel much for others when one had to part from Holly. His grandfather's voice travelled to him thinly. "Val, try a little of the Madeira with your ice. You won't get that up at college." Val watched the slow liquid filling his glass, the essential oil of the old wine glazing the surface, inhaled its aroma and thought, now for it. It was a rich moment. He sipped, and the gentle glow spread in his veins, already heated. With a rapid look around, he said, "I joined the Imperial Yeomanry today, Granny," and emptied his glass as though drinking the health of his own act. "What?" It was his mother's desolate little word. "Young Jolly Forsyte and I went down there together. You didn't sign," from Uncle Soames. "Rather. We go into camp on Monday." "I say!" cried Imogen. All looked at James. He was leaning forward with his hand behind his ear. "What's that?" he said. "What is he saying? I can't hear." Emily reached forward to pat Val's hand. "It is only that Val has joined the Yeomanry, James. It is very nice for him. He will look his best in uniform." "Joined the—" "Rubbish!" came from James, tremulously loud. "You can't see 2 yards before your nose. He will have to go out there. Why, he will be fighting before he knows where he is." Val saw Imogen's eyes admiring him, and his mother still and fashionable with her handkerchief before her lips. Suddenly his uncle spoke. "You are under age." "I thought of that," smiled Val. "I gave my age as 21." He heard his grandmother's admiring "Well, Val, that was plucky of you," was conscious of Warmson's deferentially filling his champagne glass, and of his grandfather's voice moaning, "I don't know what will become of you if you go on like this." Imogen was patting his shoulder, his uncle looking at him sidelong. Only his mother sat unmoving, till, affected by her stillness, Val said, "It is all right, you know. We shall soon have them on the run. I only hope I shall come in for something." He felt elated, sorry, tremendously important, all at once. This would show Uncle Soames and all the Forsytes how to be sportsmen. He had certainly done something heroic and exceptional in giving his age as 21. Emily's voice brought him back to earth. "You mustn't have a second glass, James. Warmson—" "Won't they be astonished at Timothy's?" burst out Imogen. "I would give anything to see their faces. Do you have a sword, Val, or only a pop-gun?" "What made you?" His uncle's voice produced a slight chill in the pit of Val's stomach. Made him? How answer that? He was grateful for his grandmother's comfortable, "Well, I think it's very plucky of Val. I am sure he will make a splendid soldier. He is just the figure for it. We shall all be proud of him." What had young Jolly Forsyte to do with it? "Why did you go together?" pursued Soames, uncannily relentless. "I thought you weren't friendly with him." "I am not," mumbled Val, "but I wasn't going to be beaten by him." He saw his uncle look at him quite differently, as if approving. His grandfather was nodding too, his grandmother tossing her head. They all approved of his not being beaten by that cousin of his. There must be a reason. Val was dimly conscious of some disturbing point outside his range of vision, as it might be, the unlocated centre of a cyclone. And staring at his uncle's face, he had a quite unaccountable vision of a woman with dark eyes, gold hair, and a white neck, who smelt nice and had pretty silken clothes, which he had liked feeling when he was quite small. By Jove, yes, Aunt Irene! She used to kiss him, and he had bitten her arm once, playfully, because he liked it so soft. His grandfather was speaking. "What is his father doing?" "He's away in Paris," Val said, staring at the very queer expression on his uncle's face, like that of a snarling dog. "Artist," said James. The word, coming from the very bottom of his soul, broke up the dinner. Opposite his mother in the cab going home, Val tasted the after-fruits of heroism, like medlars over-ripe. She only said, indeed, that he must go to his tailor's at once and have his uniform properly made, and not just put up with what they gave him. But he could feel that she was very much upset. It was on his lips to console her with the spoken thought that he would be out of the way of that beastly divorce, but the presence of Imogen, and the knowledge that his mother would not be out of the way, restrained him. He felt aggrieved that she did not seem more proud of him. When Imogen had gone to bed, he risked the emotional. "I am awfully sorry to have to leave you, Mother." "Well, I must make the best of it. We must try and get you a commission as soon as we can. Then you won't have to rough it so. Do you know any drill, Val?" "Not a scrap." "I hope they won't worry you much. I must take you about to get the things to-morrow. Good night. Kiss me." With that kiss, soft and hot, between his eyes, and those words, "I hope they won't worry you much," in his ears, he sat down to a cigarette before a dying fire. The heat was out of him, the glow of cutting a dash. It was all a damned heart-aching bore. "I will be even with that chap Jolly," he thought, trailing up the stairs past the room where his mother was biting her pillow to smother a sense of desolation which was trying to make her sob. And soon only one of the diners at James' was awake, Soames, in his bedroom above his father's. So that fellow Jolyon was in Paris. What was he doing there? Hanging round Irene. The last report from Polteed had hinted that there might be something soon. Could it be this? That fellow, with his beard and his cursed amused way of speaking, son of the old man who had given him the nickname Man of Property, and bought the fatal house from him. Soames had ever resented having had to sell the house at Robin Hill, never forgiven his uncle for having bought it, or his cousin for living in it. Reckless of the cold, he threw his window up and gazed out across the park. Bleak and dark the January night. Little sound of traffic. A frost coming. Bare trees, a star or two. "I will see Polteed to-morrow," he thought. "By God, I am mad, I think, to want her still. That fellow, if... no." End of Part 2, Section 27. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. Part 2, Chapter 10 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, in Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 10. Death of the dog Balthazar. Jolyon, who had crossed from Calais by night, arrived at Robin Hill on Sunday morning. He had sent no word beforehand, so walked up from the station, entering his domain by the coppice gate. Coming to the log seat fashioned out of an old fallen trunk, he sat down, first laying his overcoat on it. Lumbago, he thought. That is what love ends in, at my time of life. And suddenly Irene seemed very near, just as she had been that day of rambling at Fontainebleau, when they had sat on a log to eat their lunch. Hauntingly near. Odour drawn out of fallen leaves by the pale, filtering sunlight soaked his nostrils. "I am glad it isn't spring," he thought. With the scent of sap and the song of birds and the bursting of the blossoms, it would have been unbearable. "I hope I shall be over it by then, old fool that I am." And, picking up his coat, he walked on into the field. He passed the pond and mounted the hill slowly. Near the top a hoarse barking greeted him. Up on the lawn above the fernery he could see his old dog Balthazar. The animal, whose dim eyes took his master for a stranger, was warning the world against him. Jolyon gave his special whistle. Even at that distance of 100 yards and more, he could see the dawning recognition in the obese brown-white body. The old dog got off his haunches, and his tail, close curled over his back, began a feeble, excited fluttering. He came waddling forward, gathered momentum, and disappeared over the edge of the fernery. Jolyon expected to meet him at the wicket gate, but Balthazar was not there, and, rather alarmed, he turned into the fernery. On his fat side, looking up with eyes already glazing, the old dog lay. "What is it, my poor old man?" cried Jolyon. Balthazar's curled and fluffy tail just moved. His filming eyes seemed saying, "I can't get up, master, but I am glad to see you." Jolyon knelt down. His eyes, very dimmed, could hardly see the slowly ceasing heave of the dog's side. He raised the head a little, very heavy. "What is it, dear man? Where are you hurt?" The tail fluttered once. The eyes lost the look of life. Jolyon passed his hands all over the inert, warm bulk. There was nothing. The heart had simply failed in that obese body from the emotion of his master's return. Jolyon could feel the muzzle, where a few whitish bristles grew, cooling already against his lips. He stayed for some minutes kneeling, with his hand beneath the stiffening head. The body was very heavy. When he bore it to the top of the field, leaves had drifted there, and he strewed it with a covering of them. There was no wind, and they would keep him from curious eyes until the afternoon. "I will bury him myself," he thought. 18 years had gone since he first went into the St. John's Wood house with that tiny puppy in his pocket. Strange that the old dog should die just now. Was it an omen? He turned at the gate to look back at that russet mound, then went slowly towards the house, very choky in the throat. June was at home. She had come down hotfoot on hearing the news of Jolly's enlistment. His patriotism had conquered her feeling for the birds. The atmosphere of his house was strange and pockety when Jolyon came in and told them of the dog Balthazar's death. The news had a unifying effect. A link with the past had snapped. The dog Balthazar. Two of them could remember nothing before his day. To June he represented the last years of her grandfather. To Jolyon that life of domestic stress and aesthetic struggle before he came again into the kingdom of his father's love and wealth. And he was gone. In the afternoon he and Jolly took picks and spades and went out to the field. They chose a spot close to the russet mound so that they need not carry him far, and carefully cutting off the surface turf began to dig. They dug in silence for 10 minutes and then rested. "Well, old man," said Jolyon, "so you thought you ought." "Yes," answered Jolly, "I don't want to a bit, of course." How exactly those words represented Jolyon's own state of mind. "I admire you for it, old boy. I don't believe I should have done it at your age. Too much of a Forsyte, I'm afraid. But I suppose the type gets thinner with each generation. Your son, if you have one, may be a pure altruist. Who knows?" "He won't be like me then, Dad. I'm beastly selfish." "No, my dear, that you clearly are not." Jolly shook his head, and they dug again. "Strange life, a dog's," said Jolyon suddenly. "The only 4-footer with rudiments of altruism and a sense of God." Jolly looked at his father. "Do you believe in God, Dad? I have never known." At so searching a question from one to whom it was impossible to make a light reply, Jolyon stood for a moment feeling his back tried by the digging. "What do you mean by God?" he said. "There are two irreconcilable ideas of God. There is the unknowable creative principle. One believes in that. And there is the sum of altruism in man. Naturally, one believes in that." "I see. That leaves out Christ, doesn't it?" Jolyon stared. Christ, the link between those two ideas. Out of the mouths of babes. Here was orthodoxy scientifically explained at last. The sublime poem of the Christ life was man's attempt to join those two irreconcilable conceptions of God. And since the sum of human altruism was as much a part of the unknowable creative principle as anything else in nature and the universe, a worse link might have been chosen after all. Funny how one went through life without seeing it in that sort of way. "What do you think, old man?" he said. Jolly frowned. "Of course, my first year we talked a good bit about that sort of thing, but in the second year one gives it up. I don't know why. It is awfully interesting." Jolyon remembered that he also had talked a good deal about it, his first year at Cambridge, and given it up in his second. "I suppose," said Jolly, "it is the second God you mean that old Balthazar had a sense of." "Yes, or he would never have burst his poor old heart because of something outside himself." "But wasn't that just selfish emotion, really?" Jolyon shook his head. "No, dogs are not pure Forsytes. They love something outside themselves." Jolly smiled. "Well, I think I am one," he said. "You know, I only enlisted because I dared Val Dartie to." "But why?" "We bar each other," said Jolly shortly. "Ah," muttered Jolyon. So the feud went on to the third generation, this modern feud which had no overt expression. "Shall I tell the boy about it?" he thought. But to what end, if he had to stop short of his own part? And Jolly thought, "It is for Holly to let him know about that chap. If she doesn't, it means she doesn't want him told, and I should be sneaking. Anyway, I have stopped it. I should better well leave alone." So they dug on in silence till Jolyon said: "Now, old man, I think it is big enough." And resting on their spades, they gazed down into the hole, where a few leaves had drifted already on a sunset wind. "I can't bear this part of it," said Jolyon suddenly. "Let me do it, Dad. He never cared much for me." Jolyon shook his head. "We will lift him very gently, leaves and all. I would rather not see him again. I will take his head. Now." With extreme care they raised the old dog's body, whose faded tan and white showed here and there under the leaves stirred by the wind. They laid it, heavy, cold, and unresponsive, in the grave, and Jolly spread more leaves over it, while Jolyon, deeply afraid to show emotion before his son, began quickly shoveling the earth onto that still shape. There went the past. If only there were a joyful future to look forward to! It was like stamping down earth on one's own life. They replaced the turf carefully on the smooth little mound, and, grateful that they had spared each other's feelings, returned to the house arm in arm. End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Death of the Dog Balthazar. Recording by Eva Harnick.
Part 2, Chapter 11 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 11. Timothy Stays the Rot. On Forsyte 'Change, news of the enlistment spread fast, together with the report that June, not to be outdone, was going to become a Red Cross nurse. These events were so extreme, so subversive of pure Forsyteism, as to have a binding effect upon the family. And Timothy's was thronged next Sunday afternoon by members trying to find out what they thought about it all, and exchange with each other a sense of family credit. Giles and Jessie Hayman would no longer defend the coast, but go to South Africa quite soon. Jolly and Val would be following in April. As to June, well, you never knew what she would really do. The retirement from Spion Kop, and the absence of any good news from the seat of war, imparted an air of reality to all this, clinched in startling fashion by Timothy. The youngest of the old Forsytes, scarcely 80, in fact popularly supposed to resemble their father, Superior Dosset, even in his best-known characteristic of drinking sherry, had been invisible for so many years that he was almost mythical. A long generation had elapsed since the risks of a publisher's business had worked on his nerves at the age of 40, so that he had got out with a mere £35,000 in the world, and started to make his living by careful investment. Putting by every year at compound interest, he had doubled his capital in 40 years, without having once known what it was like to shake in his shoes over money matters. He was now putting aside some 2,000 a year, and with the care that he was taking of himself, expected, so Aunt Hester said, to double his capital again before he died. What he would do with it then, with his sisters dead and himself dead, was often mockingly queried by free spirits such as Francie, Euphemia, or young Nicholas's second, Christopher, whose spirit was so free that he had actually said he was going on the stage. All admitted, however, that this was best known to Timothy himself, and possibly to Soames, who never divulged a secret. Those few Forsytes who had seen him reported a man of thick and robust appearance, not very tall, with a brown-red complexion, grey hair, and little of the refinement of feature with which most of the Forsytes had been endowed by Superior Dosset's wife, a woman of some beauty and a gentle temperament. It was known that he had taken a surprising interest in the war, sticking flags into a map ever since it began, and there was uneasiness as to what would happen if the English were driven into the sea, when it would be almost impossible for him to put the flags in the right places. As to his knowledge of family movements, or his views about them, little was known, save that Aunt Hester was always declaring that he was very upset. It was, then, in the nature of a portent when Forsytes, arriving on the Sunday after the evacuation of Spion Kop, became conscious, one after the other, of a presence seated in the only really comfortable armchair, back to the light, concealing the lower part of his face with a large hand, and were greeted by the awed voice of Aunt Hester. "Your Uncle Timothy, my dear." Timothy's greeting to them all was somewhat identical, and rather, as it were, passed over by him than expressed. "How-de-do? How-de-do? Excuse me getting up." Francie was present, and Eustace had come in his car. Winifred had brought Imogen, breaking the ice of the restitution proceedings with the warmth of family appreciation at Val's enlistment, and Marion Tweetyman with the last news of Giles and Jessie. These, with Aunt Juley and Hester, young Nicholas, Euphemia, and, of all people, George, who had come with Eustace in the car, constituted an assembly worthy of the family's palmiest days. There was not one chair vacant in the whole of the little drawing-room, and anxiety was felt lest someone else should arrive. The constraint caused by Timothy's presence having worn off a little, conversation took a military turn. George asked Aunt Juley when she was going out with the Red Cross, almost reducing her to a state of gaiety, whereon he turned to Nicholas and said, "Young Nick's a warrior bold, isn't he? When's he going to don the wild khaki?" Young Nicholas, smiling with a sort of sweet deprecation, intimated that of course his mother was very anxious. "The Dromios are off, I hear," said George, turning to Marion Tweetyman. "We shall all be there soon. En avant, the Forsytes. Roll, bowl, or pitch. Who's for a cooler?" Aunt Juley gurgled. George was so droll. Should Hester get Timothy's map? Then he could show them all where they were. At a sound from Timothy, interpreted as assent, Aunt Hester left the room. George pursued his image of the Forsyte advance, addressing Timothy as Field Marshal, and Imogen, whom he had noted at once for a pretty filly, as Vivandière, and holding his top hat between his knees, he began to beat it with imaginary drumsticks. The reception accorded to his fantasy was mixed. All laughed. George was licensed. But all felt that the family was being rotted, and this seemed to them unnatural, now that it was going to give 5 of its members to the service of the Queen. George might go too far, and there was relief when he got up, offered his arm to Aunt Juley, marched up to Timothy, saluted him, kissed his aunt with mock passion, said, "Oh, what a treat! Dear papa! Come on, Eustace!" and walked out, followed by the grave and fastidious Eustace, who had never smiled. Aunt Juley's bewildered, "Fancy not waiting for the map! You mustn't mind him, Timothy, he's so droll," broke the hush, and Timothy removed the hand from his mouth. "I don't know what things are coming to," he was heard to say. "What's all this about going out there? That's not the way to beat those Boers." Francie alone had the hardihood to observe, "What is then, Uncle Timothy?" "All this new-fangled volunteering and expense, letting money out of the country." Just then Aunt Hester brought in the map, handling it like a baby with eruptions. With the assistance of Euphemia, it was laid on the piano, a small Colwood grand, last played on, it was believed, the summer before Aunt Ann died, 13 years ago. Timothy rose. He walked over to the piano and stood looking at his map while they all gathered round. "There you are," he said. "That's the position up to date, and very poor it is. "Yes," said Francie, greatly daring. "But how are you going to alter it, Uncle Timothy, without more men?" "Men!" said Timothy. "You don't want men, wasting the country's money. You want a Napoleon. He'd settle it in a month." "But if you haven't got him, Uncle Timothy?" "That's their business," replied Timothy. "What have we kept the army up for? To eat their heads off in time of peace? They ought to be ashamed of themselves, coming on the country to help them like this. Let every man stick to his business, and we shall get on." And looking round him, he added, almost angrily, "Volunteering, indeed! Throwing good money after bad! We must save, conserve energy. That's the only way." And with a prolonged sound, not quite a sniff and not quite a snort, he trod on Euphemia's toe and went out, leaving a sensation and a faint scent of barley sugar behind him. The effect of something said with conviction by one who has evidently made a sacrifice to say it is ever considerable, and the 8 Forsytes left behind, all women except young Nicholas, were silent for a moment round the map. Then Francie said: "Really, I think he's right, you know. After all, what is the army for? They ought to have known. It's only encouraging them." "My dear," cried Aunt Juley, "but they've been so progressive. Think of their giving up their scarlet. They were always so proud of it. And now they all look like convicts. Hester and I were saying only yesterday we were sure they must feel it very much. Fancy what the Iron Duke would have said." "The new colour's very smart," said Winifred. "Val looks quite nice in his." Aunt Juley sighed. "I do so wonder what Jolyon's boy is like. To think we've never seen him. His father must be so proud of him." "His father's in Paris," said Winifred. Aunt Hester's shoulder was seen to mount suddenly, as if to ward off her sister's next remark, for Juley's crumpled cheeks had gushed. "We had dear little Mrs. MacAnder here yesterday, just back from Paris, and whom do you think she saw there in the street? You'll never guess." "We shan't try, Auntie," said Euphemia. "Irene! Imagine, after all this time, walking with a fair beard." "Auntie, you'll kill me. A fair beard?" "I was going to say," said Aunt Juley severely, "a fair bearded gentleman. And not a day older. She was always so pretty," she added, with a sort of lingering apology. "Oh, tell us about her, Auntie," cried Imogen. "I can just remember her. She's the skeleton in the family cupboard, isn't she? And they're such fun." Aunt Hester sat down. Really, Juley had done it now. "She wasn't much of a skeleton as I remember her," murmured Euphemia. "Extremely well covered." "My dear," said Aunt Juley, "what a peculiar way of putting it. Not very nice." "No, but what was she like?" persisted Imogen. "I'll tell you, my child," said Francie. "A kind of modern Venus, very well dressed." Euphemia said sharply: "Venus was never dressed, and she had blue eyes of melting sapphire." At this juncture Nicholas took his leave. "Mrs. Nick is awfully strict," said Francie, with a laugh. "She has 6 children," said Aunt Juley. "It's very proper that she should be careful." "Was Uncle Soames awfully fond of her?" pursued the inexorable Imogen, moving her dark luscious eyes from face to face. Aunt Hester made a gesture of despair, just as Aunt Juley answered: "Yes, your Uncle Soames was very much attached to her." "I suppose she ran off with someone?" "No, certainly not. That is, not precisely." "What did she do then, Auntie?" "Come along, Imogen," said Winifred. "We must be getting back." But Aunt Juley interjected resolutely: She didn't behave at all well." "Oh, bother!" cried Imogen. "That's as far as I ever get." "Well, my dear," said Francie, "she had a love affair which ended with the young man's death, and then she left your uncle. I always rather liked her." "She used to give me chocolates," murmured Imogen, "and smell nice." "Of course," remarked Euphemia. "Not of course at all," replied Francie, who used a particularly expensive essence of gillyflower herself. "I can't think what we are about," said Aunt Juley, raising her hands, "talking of such things." "Was she divorced?" asked Imogen from the door. "Certainly not," cried Aunt Juley. "That is, certainly not." A sound was heard over by the far door. Timothy had re-entered the back drawing-room. "I've come for my map," he said. "Who's been divorced?" "No one, uncle," replied Francie with perfect truth. Timothy took his map off the piano. "Don't let's have anything of that sort in the family," he said. "All this enlisting's bad enough. The country's breaking up. I don't know what we're coming to." He shook a thick finger at the room. "Too many women nowadays, and they don't know what they want." So saying, he grasped the map firmly with both hands and went out as if afraid of being answered. The 7 women whom he had addressed broke into a subdued murmur, out of which emerged Francie's "Really, the Forsytes!" and Aunt Juley's "He must have his feet in mustard and hot water to-night, Hester. Will you tell Jane? The blood has gone to his head again, I'm afraid." That evening, when she and Hester were sitting alone after dinner, she dropped a stitch in her crochet and looked up. "Hester, I can't think where I've heard that dear Soames wants Irene to come back to him again. Who was it told us that George had made a funny drawing of him with the words, 'He won't be happy till he gets it'?" "Eustace," answered Aunt Hester from behind the Times. "He had it in his pocket, but he wouldn't show it us." Aunt Juley was silent, ruminating. The clock ticked. The Times crackled. The fire sent forth its rustling purr. Aunt Juley dropped another stitch. "Hester," she said, "I have had such a dreadful thought." "Then don't tell me," said Aunt Hester quickly. "Oh, but I must. You can't think how dreadful." Her voice sank to a whisper. "Jolyon, they say, has a fair beard now." End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 12. Progress of the Chase. 2 days after the dinner at James's, Mr. Polteed provided Soames with food for thought. "A gentleman," he said, consulting the key concealed in his left hand, 47, as we say, has been paying marked attention to 17 during the last month in Paris, but at present there seems to have been nothing very conclusive. The meetings have all been in public places, without concealment: restaurants, the Opera, the Comique, the Louvre, Luxembourg Gardens, lounge of the hotel, and so forth. She has not yet been traced to his rooms, nor vice versa. They went to Fontainebleau, but nothing of value. In short, the situation is promising, but requires patience." And looking up suddenly, he added, "One rather curious point. 47 has the same name as 31. The fellow knows I'm her husband," thought Soames. "A Christian name, an odd one, Jolyon," continued Mr. Polteed. "We know his address in Paris and his residence here. We don't wish, of course, to be running a wrong hare." "Go on with it, but be careful," said Soames doggedly. Instinctive certainty that this detective fellow had fathomed his secret made him all the more reticent. "Excuse me," said Mr. Polteed, "I'll just see if there is anything fresh in." He returned with some letters. Relocking the door, he glanced at the envelopes. Yes, here's a personal one from 19 to myself." "Well?" said Soames. Said Mr. Polteed. "She says, 47 left for England today. Address on his baggage, Robin Hill. Parted from 17 in Louvre Gallery at 3:30. Nothing very striking. Thought it best to stay and continue observation of 17. You will deal with 47 in England if you think desirable, no doubt." And Mr. Polteed lifted an unprofessional glance on Soames, as though he might be storing material for a book on human nature after he had gone out of business. "Very intelligent woman, 19, and a wonderful make-up. Not cheap, but earns her money well. There's no suspicion of being shadowed so far, but after a time, as you know, sensitive people are liable to get the feeling of it without anything definite to go on. I should rather advise letting up on 17 and keeping an eye on 47. We can't get at correspondence without great risk. I hardly advise that at this stage, but you can tell your client that it's looking up very well." And again his narrowed eyes gleamed at his taciturn customer. "No," said Soames suddenly, "I prefer that you should keep the watch going discreetly in Paris, and not concern yourself with this end." "Very well," replied Mr. Polteed, "we can do it." What is the manner between them?" "I'll read you what she says," said Mr. Polteed, unlocking a bureau drawer and taking out a file of papers. "She sums it up somewhere confidentially. Yes, here it is. 17 very attractive. Conclude 47 longer in the tooth. Slang for age, you know. Distinctly gone, waiting his time. 17 perhaps holding off for terms. Impossible to say without knowing more, but inclined to think, on the whole, doesn't know her mind. Likely to act on impulse some day. Both have style." "What does that mean?" said Soames between closed lips. "Well," murmured Mr. Polteed with a smile showing many white teeth, "an expression we use. In other words, it's not likely to be a week-end business. They come together seriously or not at all." Muttered Soames. "That's all, is it?" "Yes," said Mr. Polteed, "but quite promising." "Spider," thought Soames. "Good day." He walked into the Green Park that he might cross to Victoria Station and take the Underground into the City. For so late in January it was warm. Sunlight through the haze sparkled on the frosty grass, an illumined cobweb of a day. Little spiders and great spiders, and the greatest spinner of all, his own tenacity, for ever wrapping its cocoon of threads round any clear way out. What was that fellow hanging around Irene for? Was it really as Polteed suggested? Or was Jolyon but taking compassion on her loneliness, as he would call it, sentimental radical chap that he had always been? If it were, indeed, as Polteed hinted, Soames stood still. It could not be. The fellow was 7 years older than himself, no better looking, no richer. What attraction had he? Besides, he's come back, he thought. That doesn't look... I'll go and see him. And taking out a card, he wrote: "If you can spare half an hour some afternoon this week, I shall be at the Connoisseurs any day between 5:30 and 6, or I could come to the Hotchpotch if you prefer it. I want to see you. S.F." He walked up St. James's Street and confided it to the porter at the Hotchpotch. "Give Mr. Jolyon Forsyte this as soon as he comes in," he said, and took one of the new motor cabs into the City. Jolyon received that card the same afternoon, and turned his face towards the Connoisseurs. What did Soames want now? Had he got wind of Paris? And stepping across St. James's Street, he determined to make no secret of his visit. But it won't do, he thought, to let him know she's there, unless he knows already. In this complicated state of mind he was conducted to where Soames was drinking tea in a small bay window. "No tea, thanks," said Jolyon, "but I'll go on smoking, if I may." The curtains were not yet drawn, though the lamps outside were lighted. The two cousins sat waiting on each other. "You've been in Paris, I hear," said Soames at last. "Yes, just back." "Young Val told me. He and your boy are going off, then?" Jolyon nodded. "You didn't happen to see Irene, I suppose? It appears she's abroad somewhere." Jolyon wreathed himself in smoke before he answered. "Yes, I saw her." "How was she?" "Very well." There was another silence. Then Soames roused himself in his chair. "When I saw you last," he said, "I was in two minds. We talked, and you expressed your opinion. I don't wish to reopen that discussion. I only wanted to say this. My position with her is extremely difficult. I don't want you to go using your influence against me. What happened is a very long time ago. I'm going to ask her to let bygones be bygones." "You have asked her, you know," murmured Jolyon. "The idea was new to her then. It came as a shock. But the more she thinks of it, the more she must see that it's the only way out for both of us." "That's not my impression of her state of mind," said Jolyon with particular calm. "And, forgive me saying, you misconceive the matter if you think reason comes into it at all." He saw his cousin's pale face grow paler. He had used, without knowing it, Irene's own words. "Thanks," muttered Soames, "but I see things perhaps more plainly than you think. I only want to be sure that you won't try to influence her against me." "I don't know what makes you think I have any influence," said Jolyon, "but if I have, I'm bound to use it in the direction of what I think is her happiness. I am what they call a feminist, I believe." "Feminist?" repeated Soames, as if seeking to gain time. "Does that mean you're against me?" "Bluntly," said Jolyon, "I'm against any woman living with any man whom she definitely dislikes. It appears to me rotten." "And I suppose each time you see her you put your opinions into her mind?" "I'm not likely to be seeing her." "Not going back to Paris?" "Not so far as I know," said Jolyon, conscious of the intent watchfulness in Soames's face. "Well, that's all I had to say. Anyone who comes between man and wife, you know, incurs heavy responsibility." Jolyon rose and made a slight bow. "Good bye," he said. Without offering to shake hands, moved away, leaving Soames staring after him. "We Forsytes," thought Jolyon, hailing a cab, "are very civilised. With simpler folk that might have come to a row. If it weren't for my boy going to the war... the war!" A gust of his old doubt swept over him. A precious war! Domination of peoples or of women, attempts to master and possess those who did not want you, the negation of gentle decency, possession, vested rights, and anyone agin 'em outcast. Thank Heaven, he thought, I always felt agin 'em anyway. Yes, even before his first disastrous marriage he could remember fuming over the bludgeoning of Ireland, or the matrimonial suits of women trying to be free of men they loathed. Parsons would have it that freedom of soul and body were quite different things. Pernicious doctrine that! Body and soul could not thus be separated. Free will was the strength of any tie, and not its weakness. I ought to have told Soames, he thought, that I think him comic. Ah, but he's tragic too. Was there anything indeed more tragic in the world than a man enslaved by his own possessive instinct, who couldn't see the sky for it, or even enter fully into what another person felt? I must write and warn her, he thought. He's going to have another try. And all the way home to Robin Hill he rebelled at the strength of that duty to his son which prevented him from posting back to Paris. But Soames sat long in his chair, the prey of a no less gnawing ache, a jealous ache, as if it had been revealed to him that this fellow held precedence of himself, and had spun fresh threads of resistance to his way out. "Does that mean that you're against me?" He had got nothing out of that disingenuous question. Feminist! Crazy fellow! I mustn't rush things, he thought. I have some breathing space. He's not going back to Paris, unless he was lying. I'll let the spring come. Though how the spring could serve him, save by adding to his ache, he could not tell. And gazing down into the street, where figures were passing from pool to pool of light from the high lamps, he thought, nothing seems any good. Nothing seems worth while. I'm lonely. That's the trouble. He closed his eyes, and at once he seemed to see Irene in a dark street below a church, passing, turning her neck so that he caught the gleam of her eyes and her white forehead under a little dark hat, which had gold spangles on it and a veil hanging down behind. He opened his eyes, so vividly had he seen her. A woman was passing below, but not she. Oh no, there was nothing there. End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andiminter. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 13. Here we are again. Imogen's frocks for her first season exercised the judgment of her mother and the purse of her grandfather all through the month of March. With Forsyte tenacity, Winifred quested for perfection. It took her mind off the slowly approaching rite, which would give her a freedom but doubtfully desired. Took her mind, too, off her boy and his fast approaching departure for a war from which the news remained disquieting. Like bees busy on summer flowers, or bright gadflies hovering and darting over spiky autumn blossoms, she and her little daughter, tall nearly as herself and with a bust measurement not far inferior, hovered in the shops of Regent Street, the establishments of Hanover Square and of Bond Street, lost in consideration and the feel of fabrics. Dozens of young women of striking deportment and peculiar gait paraded before Winifred and Imogen, draped in "creations." The models, "very new, madam, quite the latest thing," which those two reluctantly turned down, would have filled a museum. The models which they were obliged to have nearly emptied James's bank. It was no good doing things by halves, Winifred felt, in view of the need for making this first and sole untarnished season a conspicuous success. Their patience, in trying the patience of those impersonal creatures who swam about before them, could alone have been displayed by such as were moved by faith. It was for Winifred a long prostration before her dear goddess Fashion, fervent as a Catholic might make before the Virgin. For Imogen, an experience by no means too unpleasant. She often looked so nice, and flattery was implicit everywhere. In a word, it was amusing. On the afternoon of the 20th of March, having, as it were, gutted skywards, they had sought refreshment over the way at Caramel and Baker's, and stored with chocolate frothed at the top with cream, turned homewards through Berkeley Square, of an evening touched with spring. Opening the door, freshly painted a light olive green, nothing neglected that year to give Imogen a good send-off, Winifred passed towards the silver basket to see if anyone had called, and suddenly her nostrils twitched. What was that scent? Imogen had taken up a novel sent from the library, and stood absorbed. Rather sharply, because of the queer feeling in her breast, Winifred said, "Take that up, dear, and have a rest before dinner." Imogen, still reading, passed up the stairs. Winifred heard the door of her room slammed to, and drew a long savouring breath. Was it spring tickling her senses, whipping up nostalgia for her clown, against all wisdom and outraged virtue. A male scent, a faint reek of cigars and lavender water, not smelt since that early autumn night 6 months ago, when she had called him the limit. Whence came it? Or was it the ghost of scent, sheer emanation from memory? She looked round her. Nothing, not a thing, no tiniest disturbance of her hall nor of the dining room. A little daydream of a scent, illusory, saddening, silly. In the silver basket were 2 new cards, 2 with Mr. and Mrs. Polegate Tom, and 1 with Mr. Polegate Tom thereon. She sniffed them, but they smelt severe. I must be tired, she thought. I'll go and lie down. Upstairs, the drawing-room was darkened, waiting for some hand to give it evening light, and she passed on up to her bedroom. This too was half curtained and dim, for it was 6 o'clock. Winifred threw off her coat. That scent again! Then stood as if shot, transfixed against the bed-rail. Something dark had risen from the sofa in the far corner. A word of horror, in her family, escaped her. God! "It is I, Monty," said a voice. Clutching the bed-rail, Winifred reached up and turned the switch of the light hanging above her dressing-table. He appeared just on the rim of the light's circumference, emblazoned from the absence of his watch-chain down to boots, neat and sooty brown, but, yes, split at the toe-cap. His chest and face were shadowy. Surely he was thin, or was it a trick of the light? He advanced, lighted now from toe-cap to the top of his dark head, surely a little grizzled. His complexion had darkened, sallowed. His black moustache had lost boldness, become sardonic. There were lines which she did not know about his face. There was no pin in his tie. His suit, she knew that. But how unpressed, unglossy! She stared again at the toe-cap of his boot. Something big and relentless had been at him, had turned and twisted, raked and scraped him. And she stayed, not speaking, motionless, staring at that crack across the toe. "Well," he said, "I got the order. I'm back." Winifred's bosom began to heave. The nostalgia for her husband, which had rushed up with that scent, was struggling with a deeper jealousy than any she had felt yet. There he was, a dark and as if harried shadow of his sleek and brazen self. What force had done this to him, squeezed him like an orange to its dry rind? That woman! "I'm back," he said again. "I've had a beastly time. By God, I came steerage. I've got nothing but what I stand up in, and that bag." "And who has the rest?" cried Winifred, suddenly alive. "How dared you come? You knew it was just for divorce that you got that order to come back. Don't touch me." They held each to the rail of the big bed where they had spent so many years of nights together. Many times, yes, many times she had wanted him back. But now that he had come, she was filled with this cold and deadly resentment. He put his hand up to his moustache, but did not frizz and twist it in the old familiar way. He just pulled it downwards. "Gad," he said, "if you knew the time I've had! I'm glad I don't. Are the kids all right?" Winifred nodded. "How did you get in?" "With my key." "Then the maids don't know. You can't stay here, Monty." He uttered a little sardonic laugh. "Where then?" "Anywhere." "Well, look at me. That damned—" "If you mention her," cried Winifred, "I go straight out to Park Lane, and I don't come back." Suddenly he did a simple thing, but so uncharacteristic that it moved her. He shut his eyes. It was as if he had said, "All right, I'm dead to the world." "You can have a room for the night," she said. "Your things are still there. Only Imogen is at home." He leant back against the bed-rail. "Well, it's in your hands." And his own made a writhing movement. "I've been through it. You needn't hit too hard. It isn't worth while. I've been frightened. I've been frightened, Freddie." That old pet name, disused for years and years, sent a shiver through Winifred. "What am I to do with him?" she thought. What in God's name am I to do with him? Got a cigarette? She gave him one from a little box she kept up there for when she couldn't sleep at night, and lighted it. With that action, the matter-of-fact side of her nature came to life again. Go and have a hot bath. I'll put some clothes out for you in the dressing-room. We can talk later. He nodded and fixed his eyes on her. They looked half dead. Or was it that the folds in the lids had become heavier? He's not the same, she thought. He never would be quite the same again. But what would he be? All right, he said, and went towards the door. He even moved differently, like a man who has lost illusion and doubts whether it is worth while to move at all. When he was gone and she heard the water in the bath running, she put out a complete set of garments on the bed in his dressing-room, then went downstairs and fetched up the biscuit box and whisky. Putting on her coat again and listening a moment at the bathroom door, she went down and out. In the street she hesitated. Past 7 o'clock. Would Soames be at his club or at Park Lane? She turned towards the latter. Back. Soames had always feared it. She had sometimes hoped it. Back. So like him, clown that he was, with this "here we are again," to make fools of them all, of the law, of Soames, of herself. Yet to have done with the law, not to have that murky cloud hanging over her and the children. What a relief! Ah, but how to accept his return? That woman had ravaged him, taken from him passion such as he had never bestowed on herself, such as she had not thought him capable of. There was the sting. That selfish, blatant clown of hers, whom she herself had never really stirred, had been swept and ungarnished by another woman. Insulting, too insulting, not right, not decent to take him back. And yet she had asked for him. The law, perhaps, would make her now. He was as much her husband as ever. She had put herself out of court. And all he wanted, no doubt, was money, to keep him in cigars and lavender water. That scent. After all, I'm not old, she thought. Not old yet. But that woman who had reduced him to those words, "I've been through it. I've been frightened, Freddie." She neared her father's house, driven this way and that, while all the time the Forsyte undertow was drawing her to deep conclusion that after all he was her property, to be held against a robbing world. And so she came to James's. "Mr. Soames? In his room." "I'll go up. Don't say I'm here." Her brother was dressing. She found him before a mirror, tying a black bow with an air of despising its ends. "Hello," he said, contemplating her in the glass. "What's wrong?" "Monty," said Winifred stonily. Soames spun round. "What?" "Back." "Hoist," muttered Soames, "with our own petard. Why the deuce didn't you let me try cruelty? I always knew it was too much risk this way." "Oh, don't talk about that. What shall I do?" Soames answered with a deep, deep sound. "Well?" said Winifred impatiently. "What has he to say for himself?" "Nothing. Nothing. One of his boots is split across the toe." Soames stared at her. "Ah," he said, "of course, on his beam ends. So it begins again. This'll about finish, father." "Can't we keep it from him?" "Impossible. He has an uncanny flair for anything that's worrying." And he brooded, with fingers hooked into his blue silk braces. "There ought to be some way in law," he muttered, "to make him safe." "No," cried Winifred, "I won't be made a fool of again. I'd sooner put up with him." The two stared at each other. Their hearts were full of feeling, but they could give it no expression, Forsytes that they were. "Where did you leave him?" "In the bath," and Winifred gave a little bitter laugh. "The only thing he's brought back is lavender water." "Steady," said Soames. "You're thoroughly upset. I'll go back with you." "What's the use?" "We ought to make terms with him." terms. It'll always be the same. When he recovers, cards and betting, drink and—" She was silent, remembering the look on her husband's face, the burnt child, the burnt child. Perhaps— "Recovers?" replied Soames. "Is he ill?" "No, burnt out, that's all." Soames took his waistcoat from a chair and put it on. He took his coat and got into it. He scented his handkerchief with eau de Cologne, threaded his watch chain, and said: "We haven't any luck." And in the midst of her own trouble, Winifred was sorry for him, as if in that little saying he had revealed deep trouble of his own. "I'd like to see Mother," she said. "She'll be with Father in their room. Come down quietly to the study. I'll get her." Winifred stole down to the little dark study, chiefly remarkable for a Canaletto too doubtful to be placed elsewhere, and a fine collection of law reports, unopened for many years. Here she stood, with her back to maroon-coloured curtains, close drawn, staring at the empty grate, till her mother came in, followed by Soames. "Oh, my poor dear," said Emily, "how miserable you look in here! This is too bad of him, really." As a family they had so guarded themselves from the expression of all unfashionable emotion that it was impossible to go up and give her daughter a good hug, but there was comfort in her cushioned voice, and her still dimpled shoulders under some rare black lace. Summoning pride and the desire not to distress her mother, Winifred said in her most off-hand voice: "It's all right, Mother, no good fussing." "I don't see," said Emily, looking at Soames, "why Winifred shouldn't tell him that she'll prosecute him if he doesn't keep off the premises. He took her pearls, and if he's not brought them back, that's quite enough." Winifred smiled. They would all plunge about with suggestions of this and that, but she knew already what she would be doing, and that was nothing. The feeling that after all she had won a sort of victory, retained her property, was every moment gaining ground in her. No, if she wanted to punish him, she could do it at home, without the world knowing. "Well," said Emily, "come into the dining room comfortably. You must stay and have dinner with us. Leave it to me to tell your father." And as Winifred moved towards the door, she turned out the light. Not till then did they see the disaster in the corridor. There, attracted by light from a room never lighted, James was standing, with his dun-covered camel-hair shawl folded about him, so that his arms were not free, and his silvered head looked cut off from his fashionably trousered legs, as if by an expanse of desert. He stood, inimitably stork-like, with an expression as if he saw before him a frog too large to swallow. "What's all this?" he said. "Tell your father. You never tell me anything." The moment found Emily without reply. It was Winifred who went up to him, and laying one hand on each of his swathed, helpless arms, said: "Monty's not gone bankrupt, Father. He's only come back." They all three expected something serious to happen, and were glad that she had kept that grip of his arms, but they did not know the depth of root in that shadowy old Forsyte. Something wry occurred about his shaven mouth and chin, something scratchy between those long silvery whiskers. Then he said, with a sort of dignity: "He'll be the death of me. I knew how it would be." "You mustn't worry, Father," said Winifred calmly. "I mean to make him behave." "Ah!" said James. "Here, take this thing off. I'm hot." They unwound the shawl. He turned and walked firmly to the dining room. "I don't want any soup," he said to Warmson, and sat down in his chair. They all sat down too, Winifred still in her hat, while Warmson laid the fourth place. When he left the room, James said: "What's he brought back?" "Nothing, Father." James concentrated his eyes on his own image in a tablespoon. "Divorce," he muttered. "Rubbish! What was I about? I ought to have paid him an allowance to stay out of England. Soames, you go and propose it to him." It seemed so right and simple a suggestion that even Winifred was surprised when she said: "No, I'll keep him now he's back. He must just behave, that's all." They all looked at her. It had always been known that Winifred had pluck. "Out there," said James elliptically. "Who knows what cut-throats? You look for his revolver. Don't go to bed without. You ought to have Warmson to sleep in the house. I'll see him myself to-morrow." They were touched by this declaration, and Emily said comfortably, "That's right, James. We won't have any nonsense." "Ah," muttered James darkly, "I can't tell." The advent of Warmson with fish diverted conversation. When, directly after dinner, Winifred went over to kiss her father good night, he looked up with eyes so full of question and distress that she put all the comfort she could into her voice. "It's all right, Daddy dear. Don't worry. I shan't need anyone. He's quite bland. I shall only be upset if you worry. Good night. Bless you." James repeated the words "bless you" as if he did not quite know what they meant, and his eyes followed her to the door. She reached home before 9 and went straight upstairs. Dartie was lying on the bed in his dressing-room, fully redressed in a blue serge suit and pumps. His arms were crossed behind his head, and an extinct cigarette drooped from his mouth. Winifred remembered ridiculously the flowers in her window boxes after a blazing summer day, the way they lay, or rather stood, parched, yet rested by the sun's retreat. It was as if a little dew had come already on her burnt-up husband. He said apathetically, "I suppose you've been to Park Lane? How's the old man?" Winifred could not help the bitter answer, "Not dead." He winced. Actually, he winced. "Understand, Monty," she said, "I will not have him worried. If you aren't going to behave yourself, you may go back. You may go anywhere. Have you had dinner?" "No." "Would you like some?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Imogen offered me some. I didn't want any." Imogen! In the plenitude of emotion Winifred had forgotten her. "So you've seen her? What did she say?" "She gave me a kiss." With mortification, Winifred saw his dark, sardonic face relaxed. "Yes," she thought, "he cares for her, not for me a bit." Dartie's eyes were moving from side to side. "Does she know about me?" he said. It flashed through Winifred that here was the weapon she needed. He minded their knowing. "No, Val knows. The others don't. They only know you went away." She heard him sigh with relief. "But they shall know," she said firmly, "if you give me cause." "All right," he muttered. "Hit me. I'm down." Winifred went up to the bed. "Look here, Monty, I don't want to hit you. I don't want to hurt you. I shan't allude to anything. I'm not going to worry. What's the use?" She was silent a moment. "I can't stand any more, though, and I won't. You'd better know. You've made me suffer, but I used to be fond of you. For the sake of that—" She met the heavy-lidded gaze of his brown eyes with the downward stare of her green-grey eyes, touched his hand suddenly, turned her back and went into her room. She sat there a long time before her glass, fingering her rings, thinking of this subdued, dark man, almost a stranger to her, on the bed in the other room, resolutely not worrying, but gnawed by jealousy of what he had been through, and now and again just visited by pity. End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery. By John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 14. Outlandish Night. Soames doggedly let the spring come. No easy task for one conscious that time was flying, his birds in the bush no nearer the hand, no issue from the web anywhere visible. Mr. Polteed reported nothing, except that his watch went on, costing a lot of money. Val and his cousin were gone to the war, whence came news more favourable. Dartie was behaving himself so far. James had retained his health. Business prospered almost terribly. There was nothing to worry Soames, except that he was held up, could make no step in any direction. He did not exactly avoid Soho, for he could not afford to let them think that he had "piped off," as James would have put it. He might want to "pipe on" again at any minute. But he had to be so restrained and cautious that he would often pass the door of the Restaurant Bretagne without going in, and wander out of the purlieus of that region which always gave him the feeling of having been possessively irregular. He wandered thus one May night into Regent Street, and the most amazing crowd he had ever seen, a shrieking, whistling, dancing, jostling, grotesque and formidably jovial crowd, with false noses and mouth organs, penny whistles and long feathers, every appanage of idiocy, as it seemed to him. Mafeking, of course, it had been relieved. Good! But was that an excuse? Who were these people? What were they? Where had they come from into the West End? His face was tickled, his ears whistled into. Girls cried, "Keep your hair on, stucco!" A youth so knocked off his top hat that he recovered it with difficulty. Crackers were exploding beneath his nose, between his feet. He was bewildered, exasperated, offended. This stream of people came from every quarter, as if impulse had unlocked floodgates, let flow waters of whose existence he had heard perhaps, but believed in never. This, then, was the populace, the innumerable living negation of gentility and Forsyteism. This was, egad, democracy. It stank, yelled, was hideous. In the East End, or even Soho, perhaps, but here, in Regent Street, in Piccadilly, what were the police about? In 1900, Soames, with his Forsyte thousands, had never seen the cauldron with the lid off, and now, looking into it, could hardly believe his scorching eyes. The whole thing was unspeakable. These people had no restraint. They seemed to think him funny. Such swarms of them, rude, coarse, laughing. And what laughter! Nothing sacred to them. He shouldn't be surprised if they began to break windows. In Pall Mall, past those august dwellings to enter which people paid £60, this shrieking, whistling, dancing dervish of a crowd was swarming. From the club windows his own kind were looking out on them with regulated amusement. They didn't realise. Why, this was serious, might come to anything. The crowd was cheerful, but some day they would come in different mood. He remembered there had been a mob in the late '80s, when he was at Brighton. They had smashed things and made speeches. But more than dread, he felt a deep surprise. They were hysterical. It wasn't English. And all about the relief of a little town as big as Watford, 6,000 miles away. Restraint, reserve, those qualities to him more dear almost than life, those indispensable attributes of property and culture, where were they? It wasn't English. No, it wasn't English. So Soames brooded, threading his way on. It was as if he had suddenly caught sight of someone cutting the covenant for quiet possession out of his legal documents, or of a monster lurking and stalking out in the future, casting its shadow before. Their want of stolidity, their want of reverence. It was like discovering that 9/10 of the people of England were foreigners. And if that were so, then anything might happen. At Hyde Park Corner he ran into George Forsyte, very sunburnt from racing, holding a false nose in his hand. "Hello, Soames," he said. "Have a nose." Soames responded with a pale smile. "Got this from one of those sportsmen," went on George, who had evidently been dining. "Had to lay him out for trying to bash my hat. I say, one of these days we shall have to fight these chaps. They're getting so damned cheeky. All Radicals and Socialists. They want our goods. You tell Uncle James that. It'll make him sleep." In vino veritas, thought Soames, but he only nodded and passed on up Hamilton Place. There was but a trickle of roisterers in Park Lane, not very noisy. And looking up at the houses, he thought, after all, we're the backbone of the country. This won't upset us easily. Possession's 9 points of the law. But as he closed the door of his father's house behind him, all that queer, outlandish nightmare in the streets passed out of his mind almost as completely as if, having dreamt it, he had awakened in the warm, clean morning comfort of his spring mattress bed. Walking into the centre of the great empty drawing-room, he stood still. A wife! Somebody to talk things over with. One had a right, damn it, one had a right. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 1 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 1. Soames in Paris. Soames had travelled little. Aged 19, he had made the Petit tour with his father, mother, and Winifred, Brussels, the Rhine, Switzerland, and home by way of Paris. Aged 27, just when he began to take an interest in pictures, he had spent 5 hot weeks in Italy, looking into the Renaissance, not so much in it as he had been led to expect, and a fortnight in Paris on his way back, looking into himself, as became a Forsyte surrounded by people so strongly self-centred and foreign as the French. His knowledge of their language being derived from his public school, he did not understand them when they spoke. Silence he had found better for all parties. One did not make a fool of oneself. He had disliked the look of the men's clothes, the closed-in cabs, the theatres which looked like beehives, the galleries which smelt of beeswax. He was too cautious and too shy to explore that side of Paris supposed by Forsytes to constitute its attraction under the rose. And as for a collector's bargain, not one to be had. As Nicholas might have put it, they were a grasping lot. He had come back uneasy, saying Paris was overrated. When, therefore, in June of 1900 he went to Paris, it was but his 3rd attempt on the centre of civilization. This time, however, the mountain was going to Mahomet, for he felt by now more deeply civilized than Paris, and perhaps he really was. Moreover, he had a definite objective. This was no mere genuflection to a shrine of taste and immorality, but the prosecution of his own legitimate affairs. He went, indeed, because things were getting past a joke. The watch went on, and nothing. Jolyon had never returned to Paris, and no one else was suspect. Busy with new and very confidential matters, Soames was realizing more than ever how essential reputation is to a solicitor. But at night and in his leisure moments he was ravaged by the thought that time was always flying and money flowing in, and his own future as much in irons as ever. Since Mafeking night he had become aware that a young fool of a doctor was hanging round Annette. Twice he had come across him, a cheerful young fool, not more than 30. Nothing annoyed Soames so much as cheerfulness, an indecent, extravagant sort of quality which had no relation to facts. The mixture of his desires and hopes was, in a word, becoming torture, and lately the thought had come to him that perhaps Irene knew she was being shadowed. It was this which finally decided him to go and see for himself, to go and once more try to break down her repugnance, her refusal to make her own and his path comparatively smooth once more. If he failed again, well, he would see what she did with herself anyway. He went to an hotel in the Rue Caumartin, highly recommended to Forsytes, where practically nobody spoke French. He had formed no plan, he did not want to startle her, yet must contrive that she had no chance to evade him by flight. And next morning he set out in bright weather. Paris had an air of gaiety, a sparkle over its star shape, which almost annoyed Soames. He stepped gravely, his nose lifted a little sideways in real curiosity. He desired now to understand things French. Was not Annette French? There was much to be got out of his visit, if he could only get it. In this laudable mood and the Place de la Concorde he was nearly run down 3 times. He came on the Cours la Reine, where Irene's hotel was situated, almost too suddenly, for he had not yet fixed on his procedure. Crossing over to the riverside, he noted the building, white and cheerful looking, with green sunblinds, seen through a screen of plane-tree leaves, and, conscious that it would be far better to meet her casually in some open place than to risk a call, he sat down on a bench, whence he could watch the entrance. It was not quite 11 o'clock, and improbable that she had yet gone out. Some pigeons were strutting and preening their feathers in the pools of sunlight between the shadows of the plane trees. A workman in a blue blouse passed, and threw them crumbs from the paper which contained his dinner. A bonne, coiffed with ribbon, shepherded 2 little girls with pigtails and frilled drawers. A cab meandered by, whose cocher wore a blue coat and a black glazed hat. To Soames a kind of affectation seemed to cling about it all, a sort of picturesqueness which was out of date. A theatrical people, the French. He lit one of his rare cigarettes, with a sense of injury that fate should be casting his life into outlandish waters. He shouldn't wonder if Irene quite enjoyed this foreign life. She had never been properly English, even to look at. And he began considering which of those windows could be hers under the green sunblinds. How could he word what he had come to say, so that it might pierce the defence of her proud obstinacy? He threw the fag end of his cigarette at a pigeon, with the thought, "I can't stay here for ever twiddling my thumbs. Better give it up and call on her in the late afternoon." But he still sat on, heard 12 strike, and then 1:30. "I'll wait till 1," he thought, "while I'm about it." But just then he started up, and shrinkingly sat down again. A woman had come out in a cream-coloured frock, and was moving away under a fawn-covered parasol. Irene herself. He waited till she was too far away to recognise him, then set out after her. She was strolling as though she had no particular objective, moving, if he remembered rightly, towards the Bois de Boulogne. For half an hour at least he kept his distance on the far side of the way, till she had passed into the Bois itself. Was she going to meet someone after all? Some confounded Frenchman, one of those bel ami chaps, perhaps, who had nothing to do but hang about women? For he had read that book with difficulty and a sort of disgusted fascination. He followed doggedly along a shady alley, losing sight of her now and then when the path curved. And it came back to him how, long ago, one night in Hyde Park, he had slid and sneaked from tree to tree, from seat to seat, hunting blindly, ridiculously, in burning jealousy for her and young Bosinney. The path bent sharply, and hurrying, he came on her sitting in front of a small fountain, a little green bronze Niobe, veiled in hair to her slender hips, gazing at the pool she had wept. He came on her so suddenly that he was past before he could turn and take off his hat. She did not start up. She had always had great self-command. It was one of the things he most admired in her, one of his greatest grievances against her, because he had never been able to tell what she was thinking. Had she realized that he was following? Her self-possession made him angry, and disdaining to explain his presence, he pointed to the mournful little Niobe and said, "That's rather a good thing." He could see then that she was struggling to preserve her composure. "I didn't want to startle you. Is this one of your haunts?" "Yes." "A little lonely?" As he spoke, a lady strolling by paused to look at the fountain and passed on. Irene's eyes followed her. "No," she said, prodding the ground with her parasol. "Never lonely. One has always one's shadow." Soames understood, and looking at her hard, he exclaimed, "Well, it's your own fault. You can be free of it at any moment. Irene, come back to me and be free." Irene laughed. "Don't!" cried Soames, stamping his foot. "It's inhuman. Listen, is there any condition I can make which will bring you back to me? If I promise you a separate house and just a visit now and then?" Irene rose, something wild suddenly in her face and figure. "None, none, none! You may hunt me to the grave, I will not come!" Outraged and on edge, Soames recoiled. "Don't make a scene," he said sharply, and they both stood motionless, staring at the little Niobe, whose greenish flesh the sunlight was burnishing. "That's your last word, then," muttered Soames, clenching his hands. "You condemn us both." Irene bent her head. "I can't come back. Good-bye." A feeling of monstrous injustice flared up in Soames. "Stop," he said, "and listen to me a moment. You gave me a sacred vow. You came to me without a penny. You had all I could give. You broke that vow without cause. You made me a byword. You refused me a child. You've left me in prison. You still move me so that I want you. I want you. Well, what do you think of yourself?" Irene turned. Her face was deadly pale, her eyes burning dark. "God made me as I am," she said, "wicked if you like, but not so wicked that I'll give myself again to a man I hate." The sunlight gleamed on her hair as she moved away, and seemed to lay a caress all down her clinging cream-coloured frock. Soames could neither speak nor move. That word, hate, so extreme, so primitive, made all the Forsyte in him tremble. With a deep imprecation he strode away from where she had vanished, and ran almost into the arms of the lady sauntering back. The fool, the shadowing fool! He was soon dripping with perspiration in the depths of the Bois. "Well," he thought, "I need have no consideration for her now. She hasn't got a grain of it for me. I'll show her this very day that she's my wife still." But on the way back to his hotel he was forced to the conclusion that he did not know what he meant. One could not make scenes in public, and short of scenes in public, what was there he could do? He almost cursed his own thin-skinnedness. She might deserve no consideration, but he, alas, deserved some at his own hands. And sitting lunchless in the hall of his hotel, with tourists passing every moment, Baedeker in hand, he was visited by black dejection. In irons. His whole life, with every natural instinct and every decent yearning gagged and fettered, and all because fate had driven him 17 years ago to set his heart upon this woman, so utterly that even now he had no real heart to set on any other. Cursed was the day he had met her, and his eyes for seeing in her anything but the cruel Venus she was. And yet, still seeing her with the sunlight on the clinging china crepe of her gown, he uttered a little groan, so that a tourist who was passing thought, "Man in pain. Let's see, what did I have for lunch?" Later, in front of a café near the opera, over a glass of cold tea with lemon and a straw in it, he took the malicious resolution to go and dine at her hotel. If she were there he would speak to her. If she were not, he would leave a note. He dressed carefully and wrote as follows: "Your idyll with that fellow Jolyon Forsyte is known to me at all events. If you pursue it, understand that I will leave no stone unturned to make things unbearable for him. S.F." He sealed this note, but did not address it, refusing to write the maiden name which she had impudently resumed, or to put the word Forsyte on the envelope, lest she should tear it up unread. Then he went out and made his way through the glowing streets, abandoned to evening pleasure-seekers. Entering her hotel, he took his seat in a far corner of the dining-room, whence he could see all entrances and exits. She was not there. He ate little, quickly, watchfully. She did not come. He lingered in the lounge over his coffee, drank 2 liqueurs of brandy, but still she did not come. He went over to the keyboard and examined the names. Number 12 on the first floor, and he determined to take the note up himself. He mounted red-carpeted stairs, past a little salon. 8, 10, 12. Should he knock, push the note under, or... He looked furtively round and turned the handle. The door opened, but into a little space leading to another door. He knocked on that. No answer. The door was locked. It fitted very closely to the floor. The note would not go under. He thrust it back into his pocket and stood a moment listening. He felt somehow certain that she was not there. And suddenly he came away, passing the little salon down the stairs. He stopped at the bureau and said, "Will you kindly see that Mrs. Heron has this note?" "Madame Heron left today, monsieur, suddenly, about 3 o'clock. There was illness in her family." Soames compressed his lips. "Oh," he said. "Do you know her address?" "Non, monsieur. England, I think." Soames put the note back into his pocket and went out. He hailed an open horse cab which was passing. "Drive me anywhere." The man, who obviously did not understand, smiled and waved his whip, and Soames was borne along in that little yellow-wheeled victoria, all over star-shaped Paris, with here and there a pause, and the question, "C'est par ici, monsieur?" "No, go on," till the man gave it up in despair, and the yellow-wheeled chariot continued to roll between the tall, flat-fronted, shuttered houses and plane-tree avenues, a little Flying Dutchman of a cab. Like my life, thought Soames, without object, on and on. End of Part 3, Chapter 1.
Part 3, Chapter 2 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 2. In the Web. Soames returned to England the following day, and on the third morning received a visit from Mr. Polteed, who wore a flower and carried a brown billycock hat. Soames motioned him to a seat. "The news from the war is not so bad, is it?" said Mr. Polteed. "I hope I see you well, sir." "Thanks, quite." Mr. Polteed leaned forward, smiled, opened his hand, looked into it, and said softly, "I think we have done your business for you at last." "What?" ejaculated Soames. 19 reports quite suddenly what I think we shall be justified in calling conclusive evidence." And Mr. Polteed paused. "Well?" "On the 10th instant, after witnessing an interview between 17 and a party earlier in the day, 19 can swear to having seen him coming out of her bedroom in the hotel about 10 o'clock in the evening. With a little care in the giving of the evidence, that will be enough, especially as 17 has left Paris, no doubt with the party in question. In fact, they both slipped off, and we have not got on to them again yet. But we shall. She has worked hard under very difficult circumstances, and I'm glad she brought it off at last." Mr. Polteed took out a cigarette, tapped its end against the table, looked at Soames, and put it back. The expression on his client's face was not encouraging. "Who is this new person?" said Soames abruptly. "That we don't know. She will swear to the fact, and she has got his appearance pat." Mr. Polteed took out a letter and began reading. "Middle-aged, medium height, blue dittos in afternoon, evening dress at night, pale dark hair, small dark moustache, flat cheeks, good chin, grey eyes, small feet, guilty look." Soames rose and went to the window. He stood there in sardonic fury. Congenital idiot, spidery congenital idiot. 7 months at £15 a week, to be tracked down as his own wife's lover. Guilty look. He threw the window open. "It is hot," he said, and came back to his seat. Crossing his knees, he bent a supercilious glance on Mr. Polteed. "I doubt if that is quite good enough," he said, drawling the words, "with no name or address. I think you may let that lady have a rest, and take up our friend 47 at this end." Whether Polteed had spotted him he could not tell, but he had a mental vision of him in the midst of his cronies dissolved in indistinguishable laughter. "Guilty look! Damnation!" Mr. Polteed said in a tone of urgency, almost of pathos, "I assure you, we have put it through sometimes on less than that. It is Paris, you know. Attractive woman living alone. Why not risk it, sir? We might screw it up a peg." Soames had sudden insight. The fellow's professional zeal was stirred. "Greatest triumph of my career. Got a man his divorce through a visit to his own wife's bedroom. Something to talk of there when I retire." And for one wild moment he thought, why not? After all, hundreds of men of medium height had small feet and a guilty look. "I am not authorized to take any risk," he said shortly. Mr. Polteed looked up. "Pity," he said, "quite a pity. That other affair seemed very costive." Soames rose. "Never mind that. Please watch 47, and take care not to find a mare's nest. Good morning." Mr. Polteed's eye glinted at the words "mare's nest." "Very good. You shall be kept informed." And Soames was alone again. The spidery, dirty, ridiculous business! Laying his arms on the table, he leaned his forehead on them. Full 10 minutes he rested thus, till a managing clerk roused him with the draft prospectus of a new issue of shares, very desirable, in Manifold and Toppings. That afternoon he left work early and made his way to the Restaurant Bretagne. Only Madame Lamotte was in. Would Monsieur have tea with her? Soames bowed. When they were seated at right angles to each other in the little room, he said abruptly, "I want to talk with you, madame." The quick lift of her clear brown eyes told him that she had long expected such words. "I have to ask you something first. That young doctor, what's his name? Is there anything between him and Annette?" Her whole personality had become, as it were, like jet, clear-cut, black, hard, shining. "Annette is young," she said. "So is Monsieur le Docteur. Between young people things move quickly. But Annette is a good daughter. Ah, what a jewel of a nature!" The least little smile twisted Soames's lips. "Nothing definite, then?" "But definite? No, indeed. The young man is very nice, but what would you? There is no money at present." She raised her willow pattern teacup. Soames did the same. Their eyes met. "I am a married man," he said, "living apart from my wife for many years. I am seeking to divorce her." Madame Lamotte put down her cup. Indeed, what tragic things there were! The entire absence of sentiment in her inspired a queer species of contempt in Soames. "I am a rich man," he added, fully conscious that the remark was not in good taste. "It is useless to say more at present, but I think you understand." Madame's eyes, so open that the whites showed above them, looked at him very straight. "Ah, ça, mais nous avons le temps," was all she said. "Another little cup?" Soames refused, and taking his leave, walked westward. He had got that off his mind. She would not let Annette commit herself with the cheerful young ass until... But what chance of his ever being able to say, "I am free"? What chance? The future had lost all semblance of reality. He felt like a fly entangled in cobweb filaments, watching the desirable freedom of the air with pitiful eyes. He was short of exercise, and wandered on to Kensington Gardens and down Queen's Gate towards Chelsea. Perhaps she had gone back to her flat. That, at all events, he could find out. For since that last and most ignominious repulse, his wounded self-respect had taken refuge again in the feeling that she must have a lover. He arrived before the little mansions at the dinner hour. No need to inquire. A grey-haired lady was watering the flower boxes in her window. It was evidently let. And he walked slowly past again, along the river, an evening of clear, quiet beauty, all harmony and comfort, except within his heart. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Eva Harnick, Pontevedra, Florida. Chapter 3 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Pontevedra, Florida. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 3, Richmond Park. On the afternoon that Soames crossed to France, a cablegram was received by Jolyon at Robin Hill. "Your son down with enteric. No immediate danger. Will cable again." It reached a household already agitated by the imminent departure of June, whose berth was booked for the following day. She was indeed in the act of confiding Eric Cobley and his family to her father's care when the message arrived. The resolution to become a Red Cross nurse, taken under stimulus of Jolly's enlistment, had been loyally fulfilled with the irritation and regret which all Forsytes feel at what curtails their individual liberties. Enthusiastic at first about the wonderfulness of the work, she had begun after a month to feel that she could train herself so much better than others could train her. And if Holly had not insisted on following her example and being trained too, she must inevitably have cried off. The departure of Jolly and Val with their troop in April had further stiffened her failing resolve. But now, on the point of departure, the thought of leaving Eric Cobley with a wife and 2 children adrift in the cold waters of an unappreciative world weighed on her so that she was still in danger of backing out. The reading of that cablegram, with its disquieting reality, clinched the matter. She saw herself already nursing Jolly, for of course they would let her nurse her own brother. Jolyon, ever wide and doubtful, had no such hope. Poor June! Could any Forsyte of her generation grasp how rude and brutal life was? Ever since he knew of his boy's arrival at Cape Town, the thought of him had been a kind of recurrent sickness in Jolyon. He could not get reconciled to the feeling that Jolly was in danger all the time. The cablegram, grave though it was almost a relief. He was now safe from bullets, anyway. And yet this enteric was a virulent disease. The Times was full of deaths therefrom. Why could he not be lying out there in that up-country hospital, and his boy safe at home? The unforsytean self-sacrifice of his 3 children, indeed, had quite bewildered Jolyon. He would eagerly change places with Jolly, because he loved his boy. But no such personal motive was influencing them. He could only think that it marked a decline of the Forsyte type. Late that afternoon Holly came out to him under the old oak tree. She had grown up very much during these last months of hospital training, away from home. And seeing her approach, he thought, she has more sense than June, child though she is, more wisdom. Thank God she isn't going out. She had seated herself in the swing, very silent and still. She feels this, thought Jolyon, as much as I. And seeing her eyes fixed on him, he said, "Don't take it to heart too much, my child. If he weren't ill, he might be in much greater danger." Holly got out of the swing. "I want to tell you something, Dad. It was through me that Jolly enlisted and went out." "How's that?" "When you were away in Paris, Val Dartie and I fell in love. We used to ride in Richmond Park. We got engaged. Jolly found it out and thought he ought to stop it. So he dared Val to enlist. It was all my fault, Dad. And I want to go out too, because if anything happens to either of them, I should feel awful. Besides, I am just as much trained as June." Jolyon gazed at her in a stupefaction that was tinged with irony. So this was the answer to the riddle he had been asking himself. And his 3 children were Forsytes after all. Surely Holly might have told him all this before. But he smothered the sarcastic sayings on his lips. Tenderness to the young was perhaps the most sacred article of his belief. He had got no doubt what he deserved. Engaged! So this was why he had so lost touch with her. And to young Val Dartie, nephew of Soames, in the other camp. It was all terribly distasteful. He closed his easel and set his drawing against the tree. "Have you told June?" "Yes. She says she will get me into her cabin somehow. It is a single cabin, but one of us could sleep on the floor. If you consent, she will go up now and get permission." Consent, thought Jolyon, rather late in the day to ask for that. But again he checked himself. "You are too young, my dear. They won't let you. June knows some people that she helped to go to Cape Town. If they won't let me nurse yet, I could stay with them and go on training there. Let me go, Dad." Jolyon smiled because he could have cried. "I never stop anyone from doing anything," he said. Holly flung her arms round his neck. "Oh, Dad, you are the best in the world." "That means the worst," thought Jolyon. If he had ever doubted his creed of tolerance, he did so then. "I am not friendly with Val's family," he said, "and I don't know Val, but Jolly did not like him." Holly looked at the distance and said, "I love him." "That settles it," said Jolyon dryly, then catching the expression on her face, he kissed her with the thought, "Is anything more pathetic than the face of the young?" Unless he actually forbade her going, it was obvious that he must make the best of it, so he went up to town with June. Whether due to her persistence, or the fact that the official they saw was an old school friend of Jolyon's, they obtained permission for Holly to share the single cabin. He took them to Surbiton Station the following evening, and they duly slid away from him, provided with money, invalid foods, and those letters of credit without which Forsytes do not travel. He drove back to Robin Hill under a brilliant sky to his late dinner, served with an added care by servants trying to show him that they sympathized, eaten with an added scrupulousness to show them that he appreciated their sympathy. But it was a real relief to get to his cigar on the terrace of flagstones, cunningly chosen by young Bosinney for shape and colour, with night closing in around him, so beautiful a night, hardly whispering in the trees, and smelling so sweet that it made him ache. The grass was drenched with dew, and he kept to those flagstones, up and down, till presently it began to seem to him that he was one of three, not wheeling, but turning right about each end, so that his father was always nearest to the house, and his son always nearest to the terrace edge. Each had an arm lightly within his arm. He dared not lift his hand to his cigar, lest he should disturb them, and it burned away, dripping ash on him, till it dropped from his lips at last, which were getting hot. They left him then, and his arms felt chilly. 3 Jolyons in 1 Jolyon they had walked. He stood still, counting the sounds: a carriage passing on the high road, a distant train, the dog at Gage's farm, the whispering trees, the groom playing on his penny whistle. A multitude of stars up there, bright and silent, so far off. No moon as yet. Just enough light to show him the dark flags and swords of the iris flowers along the terrace edge, his favourite flower, that had the night's own colour on its curving, crumpled petals. He turned round to the house. Big, unlighted, not a soul beside himself to live in all that part of it. Stark loneliness. He could not go on living here alone. And yet, so long as there was beauty, why should a man feel lonely? The answer, as to some idiot's riddle, was, because he did. The greater the beauty, the greater the loneliness. For at the back of beauty was harmony, and at the back of harmony was union. Beauty could not comfort if the soul were out of it. The night, maddeningly lovely, with bloom of grapes on it in starshine, and the breath of grass and honey coming from it, he could not enjoy, while she, who was to him the life of beauty, its embodiment and essence, was cut off from him, utterly cut off now, he felt, by honourable decency. He made a poor fist of sleeping, striving too hard after that resignation which Forsytes find difficult to reach, bred to their own way and left so comfortably off by their fathers. But after dawn he dozed off and soon was dreaming a strange dream. He was on a stage with immensely high rich curtains, high as the very stars, stretching in a semicircle from footlights to footlights. He himself was very small, a little black restless figure roaming up and down, and the odd thing was that he was not altogether himself, but Soames as well, so that he was not only experiencing but watching. This figure of himself and Soames was trying to find a way out through the curtains, which, heavy and dark, kept him in. Several times he had crossed in front of them, before he saw with delight a sudden narrow rift, a tall chink of beauty, the colour of iris flowers, like a glimpse of paradise, remote, ineffable. Stepping quickly forward to pass into it, he found the curtains closing before him. Bitterly disappointed, he, or was it Soames, moved on, and there was the chink again through the parted curtains, which again closed too soon. This went on, and he never got through till he woke with the word "Irene" on his lips. The dream disturbed him badly, especially that identification of himself with Soames. Next morning, finding it impossible to work, he spent hours riding Jolly's horse in search of fatigue. And on the second day he made up his mind to move to London and see if he could not get permission to follow his daughters to South Africa. He had just begun to pack the following morning when he received this letter: Green Hotel, June 13, Richmond. My dear Jolyon, you will be surprised to see how near I am to you. Paris became impossible, and I have come here to be within reach of your advice. I would so love to see you again. Since you left Paris, I don't think I have met anyone I could really talk to. Is all well with you and with your boy? No one knows, I think, that I am here at present. Always your friend, Irene. Irene within 3 miles of him, and again in flight. He stood with a very queer smile on his lips. This was more than he had bargained for. About noon he set out on foot across Richmond Park, and as he went along he thought, Richmond Park, by Jove, it suits us Forsytes. Not that Forsytes lived there, nobody lived there save royalty, rangers, and the deer. But in Richmond Park nature was allowed to go so far and no further, putting up a brave show of being natural, seeming to say, look at my instincts, they are almost passions, very nearly out of hand, but not quite, of course. The very hub of possession is to possess oneself. Yes, Richmond Park possessed itself, even on that bright day of June, with arrowy cuckoos shifting the 3 points of their calls, and the wood doves announcing high summer. The Green Hotel, which Jolyon entered at 1 o'clock, stood nearly opposite that more famous hostelry, the Crown and Sceptre. It was modest, highly respectable, never out of cold beef, gooseberry tart, and a dowager or two, so that a carriage and pair was almost always standing before the door. In a room draped in chintz so slippery as to forbid all emotion, Irene was sitting on a piano stool covered with scroll work, playing Hansel and Gretel out of an old score. Above her on a wall, not yet Morris papered, was a print of the Queen on a pony, amongst deer-hound Scotch caps and slain stags. Besides her, in a pot on the window-sill, was a white and rosy fuchsia. The Victorianism of the room almost talked, and in her clinging frock Irene seemed to Jolyon like Venus emerging from the shell of the past century. "If the proprietor had eyes," he said, "he would show you the door. You have broken through his decorations." Thus lightly he smothered up an emotional moment. Having eaten cold beef, pickled walnut, gooseberry tart, and drunk stone-bottled ginger beer, they walked into the park, and light talk was succeeded by the silence Jolyon had dreaded. "You haven't told me about Paris," he said at last. "No, I have been shadowed for a long time. One gets used to that. But then Soames came. By the little Niobe, the same story. Would I go back to him? Incredible!" She had spoken without raising her eyes, but she looked up now. Those dark eyes, clinging to his, said as no words could have, "I have come to an end. If you want me, here I am." For sheer emotional intensity had he ever, old as he was, passed through such a moment? The words, "Irene, I adore you," almost escaped him. Then, with a clearness of which he would not have believed mental vision capable, he saw Jolly lying with a white face turned to a white wall. "My boy is very ill out there," he said quietly. Irene slipped her arms through his. "Let us walk on. I understand." No miserable explanation to attempt. She had understood. And they walked on among the bracken, knee-high already, between the rabbit holes and the oak trees, talking of Jolly. He left her 2 hours later at the Richmond Hill gate and turned towards home. "She knows of my feeling for her, then," he thought. Of course, one could not keep knowledge of that from such a woman. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Richmond Park. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
Part 3, Chapter 4 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 4 Over the River. Jolly was tired to death of dreams. They had left him now too wan and weak to dream again, left him to lie torpid, faintly remembering far-off things, just able to turn his eyes and gaze through the window near his cot at the trickle of river running by in the sands, at the straggling milk-bush of the karoo beyond. He knew what the karoo was now, even if he had not seen a Boer roll over like a rabbit or heard the whine of flying bullets. This pestilence had sneaked on him before he had smelled powder. A thirsty day and a rash drink, or perhaps a tainted fruit, who knew? Not he, who had not even strength left to grudge the evil thing its victory, just enough to know that there were many lying here with him, that he was sore with frenzied dreaming, just enough to watch that thread of river and be able to remember faintly those far-away things. The sun was nearly down. It would be cooler soon. He would have liked to know the time, to feel his old watch, so butter smooth, to hear the repeater strike. It would have been friendly, homelike. He had not even strength to remember that the old watch was last wound the day he began to lie here. The pulse of his brain beat so feebly that faces which came and went, nurses, doctors, orderlies, were indistinguishable. Just one indifferent face, and the words spoken about him meant all the same thing, and that almost nothing. Those things he used to do, though far and faint, were more distinct. Walking past the foot of the old steps at Harrow Bill. "Here, sir. Here, sir." Rapping boots in the Westminster Gazette. Greenish paper. Shining boots. Grandfather coming from somewhere dark. A smell of earth. The mushroom house. Robin Hill. Burying poor old Balthazar in the leaves. Dad. Home. Consciousness came again, with noticing that the river had no water in it. Someone was speaking too. Want anything? No. What could one want? Too weak to want. Only to hear his watch strike. Holly. She wouldn't bowl properly. Oh, pitch them up. Not sneaks. Back her to and bow. He was too. Consciousness came once more with a sense of the violet dusk outside, and a rising blood-red crescent moon. His eyes rested on it fascinated. In the long minutes of brain nothingness it went moving up and up. "He's going, Doctor." "Not pack boots again? Never? Mind your form, too. Don't cry. Go quietly over the river. Sleep. Dark. If somebody would strike his watch." End of Part 3, Chapter 4.
Part 3, Chapter 5 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. The Forsyte Saga. Volume 2. In Chancery by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 5. Soames acts. A sealed letter in the handwriting of Mr. Polteed remained unopened in Soames's pocket throughout 2 hours of sustained attention to the affairs of the New Colliery Company, which, declining almost from the moment of old Jolyon's retirement from the chairmanship, had lately run down so fast that there was now nothing for it but a winding up. He took the letter out to lunch at his city club, sacred to him for the meals he had eaten there with his father in the early 70s, when James used to like him to come and see for himself the nature of his future life. Here in a remote corner, before a plate of roast mutton and mashed potato, he read: "Dear Sir, in accordance with your suggestion, we have duly taken the matter up at the other end with gratifying results. Observation of 47 has enabled us to locate 17 at the Green Hotel, Richmond. The two have been observed to meet daily during the past week in Richmond Park. Nothing absolutely crucial has so far been notified. But in conjunction with what we had from Paris at the beginning of the year, I am confident we could now satisfy the court. We shall, of course, continue to watch the matter until we hear from you. Very faithfully yours, Claude Polteed." Soames read it through twice and beckoned to the waiter. "Take this away, it is cold. Shall I bring you some more, sir? No, "Get me some coffee in the other room." And, paying for what he had not eaten, he went out, passing two acquaintances without sign of recognition. "Satisfy the court," he thought, sitting at a little round marble table with the coffee before him. That fellow Jolyon! He poured out his coffee, sweetened and drank it. He would disgrace him in the eyes of his own children. And, rising with that resolution hot within him, he found for the first time the inconvenience of being his own solicitor. He could not treat this scandalous matter in his own office. He must commit the soul of his private dignity to a stranger, some other professional dealer in family dishonor. Who was there he could go to? Linkman and Laver in Budge Row, perhaps, reliable, not too conspicuous, only nodding acquaintances. But before he saw them, he must see Polteed again. But at this thought Soames had a moment of sheer weakness. To part with his secret! How find the words? How subject himself to contempt and secret laughter? Yet, after all, the fellow knew already. Oh yes, he knew. And feeling that he must finish with it now, he took a cab into the West End. In this hot weather, the window of Mr. Polteed's room was positively open, and the only precaution was a wire gauze preventing the intrusion of flies. 2 or 3 had tried to come in and been caught, so that they seemed to be clinging there with the intention of being devoured presently. Mr. Polteed, following the direction of his client's eye, rose apologetically and closed the window. Posing ass, thought Soames. Like all who fundamentally believe in themselves, he was rising to the occasion, and, with his little sideways smile, he said, "I have had your letter. I am going to act. I suppose you know who the lady you have been watching really is?" Mr. Polteed's expression at that moment was a masterpiece. It so clearly said, "Well, what do you think?" But mere professional knowledge, I assure you, pray forgive it. He made a little half-airy movement with his hand, as who should say, such things will happen to us all. "Very well, then," said Soames, moistening his lips. "There is no need to say more. I am instructing Linkman and Laver of Budge Row to act for me. I don't want to hear your evidence, but kindly make your report to them at 5 o'clock, and continue to observe the utmost secrecy." Mr. Polteed half closed his eyes, as if to comply at once. "My dear sir," he said. "Are you convinced?" asked Soames with sudden energy, "that there is enough?" The faintest movement occurred to Mr. Polteed's shoulders. "You can risk it," he murmured. "With what we have and human nature, you can risk it." Soames rose. "You will ask for Mr. Linkman. Thanks, don't get up." He could not bear Mr. Polteed to slide as usual between him and the door. In the sunlight of Piccadilly he wiped his forehead. This had been the worst of it. He could stand the strangers better. And he went back into the city to do what still lay before him. That evening in Park Lane, watching his father dine, he was overwhelmed by his old longing for a son to watch him eat as he went down the years, to be taken on his knee as James on a time had been wont to take him, a son of his own begetting, who could understand him because he was the same flesh and blood, understand and comfort him, and become more rich and cultured than himself, because he would start even better off. To get old like that thin, grey, wiry, frail figure sitting there, and be quite alone with possessions heaping up around him, to take no interest in anything, because it had no future and must pass away from him to hands and mouth and eyes for whom he cared no jot. No! He would force it through now, and be free to marry and have a son to care for him before he grew to be too like the old man, his father, wistfully watching, now his sweetbread, now his son. In that mood he went up to bed. But lying warm between those fine linen sheets of Emily's providing, he was visited by memories and torture. Visions of Irene, almost the solid feeling of her body, beset him. Why had he ever been fool enough to see her again and let this flood back on him, so that it was pain to think of her with that fellow, that stealing fellow? End of Part 3, Chapter 5, Soames Acts. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
Part 3, Chapter 6 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 6, A Summer Day. His boy was seldom absent from Jolyon's mind in the days which followed the first walk with Irene in Richmond Park. No further news had come. Inquiries at the War Office elicited nothing, nor could he expect to hear from June and Holly for 3 weeks at least. In these days he felt how insufficient were his memories of Jolly, and what an amateur of a father he had been. There was not a single memory in which anger played a part, not one reconciliation, because there had never been a rupture, nor one heart-to-heart confidence, not even when Jolly's mother died. Nothing but half-ironical affection. He had been too afraid of committing himself in any direction, for fear of losing his liberty, or interfering with that of his boy. Only in Irene's presence had he relief, highly complicated by the ever-growing perception of how divided he was between her and his son. With Jolly was bound up all that sense of continuity and social creed of which he had drunk deeply in his youth, and again during his boy's public school and varsity life, all that sense of not going back on what father and son expected of each other. With Irene was bound up all his delight in beauty and in nature, and he seemed to know less and less which was the stronger within him. From such sentimental paralysis he was rudely awakened, however, one afternoon, just as he was starting off to Richmond, by a young man with a bicycle and a face oddly familiar, who came forward faintly smiling. "Mr. Jolyon Forsyte? Thank you." Placing an envelope in Jolyon's hand, he wheeled off the path and rode away. Bewildered, Jolyon opened it. "Admiralty, probate and divorce. Forsyte v. Forsyte and Forsyte." A sensation of shame and disgust was followed by the instant reaction, "Why, here's the very thing you want, and you don't like it." But she must have had one too, and he must go to her at once. He turned things over as he went along. It was an ironical business. For whatever the Scriptures said about the heart, it took more than mere longings to satisfy the law. They could perfectly well defend this suit, or at least in good faith try to. But the idea of doing so revolted Jolyon. If not her lover indeed, he was in desire, and he knew that she was ready to come to him. Her face had told him so. Not that he exaggerated her feeling for him. She had had her grand passion, and he could not expect another from her at his age. But she had trust in him, affection for him, and must feel that he would be a refuge. Surely she would not ask him to defend the suit, knowing that he adored her. Thank heaven she had not that maddening British conscientiousness which refused happiness for the sake of refusing. She must rejoice at this chance of being free after 17 years of death in life. As to publicity, the fat was in the fire. To defend the suit would not take away the slur. Jolyon had all the proper feeling of a Forsyte whose privacy is threatened. If he was to be hung by the law, by all means let it be for a sheep. Moreover, the notion of standing in a witness-box and swearing to the truth that no gesture, not even a word, of love had passed between them, seemed to him more degrading than to take the tacit stigma of being an adulterer, more truly degrading, considering the feeling in his heart, and just as bad and painful for his children. The thought of explaining away, if he could, before a judge and 12 average Englishmen, their meetings in Paris and the walks in Richmond Park, horrified him. The brutality and hypocritical censoriousness of the whole process, the probability that they would not be believed, the mere vision of her whom he looked on as the embodiment of nature and of beauty, standing there before all those suspicious gloating eyes, was hideous to him. No, no. To defend a suit only made a London holiday and sold the newspapers. 1,000 times better accept what Soames and the gods had sent. Besides, he thought honestly, who knows whether, even for my boy's sake, I could have stood this state of things much longer. Anyway, her neck will be out of Chancery at last. Thus absorbed, he was hardly conscious of the heavy heat. The sky had become overcast, purplish, with little streaks of white. A heavy heat drop plashed a little star pattern in the dust of the road as he entered the park. Phew, he thought. Thunder. I hope she's not come to meet me. There's a ducky up there. But at that very minute he saw Irene coming towards the gate. We must scuttle back to Robin Hill, he thought. The storm had passed over the Poultry at 4 o'clock, bringing welcome distraction to the clerks in every office. Soames was drinking a cup of tea when a note was brought in to him. Dear Sir, Forsyte v. Forsyte and Forsyte. In accordance with your instructions, we beg to inform you that we personally served the respondent and co-respondent in this suit today at Richmond and Robin Hill, respectfully. Faithfully yours, Linkman and Laver. For some minutes Soames stared at that note. Ever since he had given those instructions he had been tempted to annul them. It was so scandalous, such a general disgrace. The evidence, too, what he had heard of it, had never seemed to him conclusive. Somehow he believed less and less that those two had gone all lengths. But this, of course, would drive them to it, and he suffered from the thought. What fellow to have her love where he had failed? Was it too late? Now that they had been brought up sharp by service of this petition, had he not a lever with which he could force them apart? But if I don't act at once, he thought, it will be too late, now they've had this thing. I'll go and see him, I'll go down. And, sick with nervous anxiety, he set out for one of the new-fangled motor-cabs. It might take a long time to run that fellow to ground, and goodness knew what decision they might come to after such a shock. If I were a theatrical ass, he thought, I suppose I should be taking a horsewhip or a pistol or something. He took instead a bundle of papers in the case of Magenty versus Wake, intending to read them on the way down. He did not even open them, but sat quite still, jolted and jarred, unconscious of the draught down the back of his neck, or the smell of petrol. He must be guided by the fellow's attitude. The great thing was to keep his head. London had already begun to disgorge its workers as he neared Putney Bridge, The ant-heap was on the move outwards. What a lot of ants, all with a living to get, holding on by their eyelids in the great scramble. Perhaps for the first time in his life Soames thought, I could let go if I liked. Nothing could touch me. I could snap my fingers, live as I wished, enjoy myself. No, one could not live as he had and just drop it all, settle down in Capua to spend the money and reputation he had made. A man's life was what he possessed and sought to possess. Only fools thought otherwise, fools and socialists and libertines. The cab was passing villas now, going a great pace. 50 miles an hour, I should think, he mused. This'll take people out of town to live. And he thought of its bearing on the portions of London owned by his father. He himself had never taken to that form of investment, the gambler in him having all the outlet needed in his pictures. And the cab sped on, down the hill past Wimbledon Common. This interview. Surely a man of 52, with grown-up children and hung on the line, would not be reckless. He won't want to disgrace the family, he thought. He was as fond of his father as I am of mine, and they were brothers. That woman brings destruction. What is it in her? I've never known. The cab branched off along the side of a wood, and he heard a late cuckoo calling, almost the first he had heard that year. He was now almost opposite the site he had originally chosen for his house, and which had been so unceremoniously rejected by Bosinney in favour of his own choice. He began passing his handkerchief over his face and hands, taking deep breaths to give him steadiness. Keep one's head, he thought, keep one's head. The cab turned in at the drive which might have been his own, and the sound of music met him. He'd forgotten the fellow's daughters. I may be out again directly, he said to the driver, or I may be kept some time. And he rang the bell. Following the maid through the curtains into the inner hall, he felt relieved that the impact of this meeting would be broken by June or Holly, whichever was playing in there, so that with complete surprise he saw Irene at the piano and Jolyon sitting in an armchair, listening. They both stood up. Blood surged into Soames' brain, and all his resolution to be guided by this or that left him utterly. The look of his farmer forebears, dogged Forsytes down by the sea, from superior Dorset back, grinned out of his face. Very pretty, he said. He heard the fellow murmur, This is hardly the place. We'll go to the study, if you don't mind. And they both passed him through the curtained opening. In the little room to which he followed them, Irene stood by the open window, and the fellow close to her by a big chair. Soames pulled the door to behind him with a slam. The sound carried him back all those years to the day when he had shut out Jolyon, shut him out for meddling with his affairs. Well, he said, what have you to say for yourselves? The fellow had the effrontery to smile. What we have received today has taken away your right to ask. I should imagine you will be glad to have your neck out of Chancery. No, said Soames. You think so. I came to tell you that I'll divorce her with every circumstance of disgrace to you both, unless you swear to keep clear of each other from now on. He was astonished at his fluency, because his mind was stammering and his hands twitching. Neither of them answered, but their faces seemed to him as if contemptuous. Well, he said, you, Irene? Her lips moved, but Jolyon laid his hand on her arm. Let her alone, said Soames furiously. Irene, will you swear it? No. Oh, and you? Still less. So then you're guilty, are you? Yes, guilty. It was Irene speaking in that serene voice, with that unreached air which had maddened him so often, and, carried beyond himself, he cried, You are a devil! Go out, leave this house, or I'll do you an injury. That fellow to talk of injuries! Did he know how near his throat was to being scragged? A trustee, he said, embezzling trust property, a thief stealing his cousin's wife. Call me what you like. You have chosen your part. We have chosen ours. Go out." If he had brought a weapon, Soames might have used it at that moment. "I'll make you pay," he said. "I should be very happy." At that deadly turning of the meaning of his speech by the son of him who had nicknamed him the man of property, Soames stood glaring. It was ridiculous. There they were, kept from violence by some secret force, no blow possible, no words to meet the case. But he could not, did not know how to turn and go away. His eyes fastened on Irene's face. The last time he would ever see that fatal face, the last time, no doubt. "You," he said suddenly, "I hope you'll treat him as you treated me. That's all." He saw her wince, and with a sensation not quite triumph, not quite relief, he wrenched open the door, passed out through the hall, and got into his cab. He lolled against the cushion with his eyes shut. Never in his life had he been so near to murderous violence, never so thrown away the restraint which was his second nature. He had a stripped and naked feeling, as if all virtue had gone out of him, life meaningless, mind-striking work. Sunlight streamed in on him, but he felt cold. The scene he had passed through had gone from him already. What was before him would not materialize. He could catch on to nothing, and he felt frightened, as if he had been hanging over the edge of a precipice, as if, with another turn of the screw, sanity would have failed him. "I'm not fit for it," he thought. "I mustn't. I'm not fit for it." The cab sped on, and in mechanical procession trees, houses, people passed, but had no significance. "I feel very queer," he thought. "I'll take a Turkish bath. I've been very near to something. It won't do." The cab whirred its way back over the bridge, up the Fulham Road, along the park. "To the Hammam," said Soames. Curious that on so warm a summer day heat should be so comforting. Crossing into the hot room, he met George Forsyte coming out, red and glistening. "Hello," said George. "What are you training for? You've not got much superfluous." "Buffoon!" Soames passed him with his sideways smile. Lying back, rubbing his skin uneasily for the first signs of perspiration, he thought, "Let them laugh. I won't feel anything. I can't stand violence. It's not good for me." End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Simon Evers.
Part 3, Chapter 7 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 7. A Summer Night. Soames left dead silence in the little study. "Thank you for that good lie," said Jolyon suddenly. "Come out. The air in here is not what it was." In front of a long, high, southerly wall, on which were trained peach trees, the two walked up and down in silence. Old Jolyon had planted some cupressus trees at intervals between this grassy terrace and the dipping meadow full of buttercups and ox-eyed daisies. For 12 years they had flourished, till their dark spiral shapes had quite a look of Italy. Birds fluttered softly in the wet shrubbery, the swallows swooped past, with a steel blue sheen on their swift little bodies. The grass felt springy beneath the feet, its green refreshed. Butterflies chased each other. After that painful scene, the quiet of nature was wonderfully poignant. Under the sun-soaked wall ran a narrow strip of garden bed full of mignonette and pansies, and from the bees came a low hum in which all other sounds were set. the mooing of a cow deprived of her calf, the calling of a cuckoo from an elm tree at the bottom of the meadow. Who would have thought that behind them, within 10 miles, London began, that London of the Forsytes, with its wealth, its misery, its dirt and noise, its jumbled stone aisles of beauty, its grey sea of hideous brick and stucco; that London which had seen Irene's early tragedy and Jolyon's own hard days; that web, that princely workhouse of the possessive instinct. And while they walked, Jolyon pondered those words. "I hope you'll treat him as you treated me." That would depend on himself. Could he trust himself? Did nature permit a Forsyte not to make a slave of what he adored? Could beauty be confided to him? Or should she not be just a visitor, coming when she would, possessed for moments which passed, to return only at her own choosing? "We are a breed of spoilers," thought Jolyon, "close and greedy. The bloom of life is not safe with us. Let her come to me as she will, when she will, not at all if she will not. Let me be just her stand-by, her perching place, never, never her cage." She was the chink of beauty in his dream. Was he to pass through the curtains now and reach her? Was the rich stuff of many possessions, the close encircling fabric of the possessive instinct walling in that little black figure of himself, and Soames, was it to be rent so that he could pass through into his vision, find there something not of the senses only? Let me, he thought, let me only know how not to grasp and destroy. But at dinner there were plans to be made. Tonight she would go back to the hotel, but tomorrow he would take her up to London. He must instruct his solicitor, Jack Herring. Not a finger must be raised to hinder the process of the law. Damages exemplary, judicial strictures, costs, what they liked, let it go through at the first moment, so that her neck might be out of Chancery at last. Tomorrow he would see Herring, they would go and see him together. And then, abroad, leaving no doubt, no difficulty about evidence, making the lie she had told into the truth. He looked round at her, and it seemed to his adoring eyes that more than a woman was sitting there. The spirit of universal beauty, deep, mysterious, which the old painters, Titian, Giorgione, Botticelli, had known how to capture and transfer to the faces of their women, this flying beauty seemed to him imprinted on her brow, her hair, her lips, and in her eyes. "And this is to be mine," he thought. "It frightens me." After dinner they went out on to the terrace to have coffee. They sat there long, the evening was so lovely, watching the summer night come very slowly on. It was still warm, and the air smelled of lime blossom, early this summer. 2 bats were flighting with the faint mysterious little noise they make. He had placed the chairs in front of the study window, and moths flew past to visit the discreet light in there. There was no wind, and not a whisper in the old oak tree 20 yards away. The moon rose from behind the copse, nearly full, and the 2 lights struggled, till moonlight conquered, changing the colour and quality of all the garden, stealing along the flagstones, reaching their feet, climbing up, changing their faces. "Well," said Jolyon at last, "you'll be tired, dear. We'd better start. The maid will show you Holly's room," and he rang the study bell. The maid who came handed him a telegram. Watching her take Irene away, he thought, "This must have come an hour or more ago, and she didn't bring it out to us. That shows. Well, we'll be hung for a sheep soon." And opening the telegram he read: Jolyon Forsyte, Robin Hill. Your son passed painlessly away on June 20th. Deep sympathy. Some name unknown to him. He dropped it, spun round, stood motionless. The moon shone in on him. A moth flew in his face. The first day of all that he had not thought almost ceaselessly of Jolly. He went blindly towards the window, struck against the old armchair, his father's, and sank down onto the arm of it. He sat there huddled forward, staring into the night. Gone out like a candle flame, far from home, from love, all by himself in the dark, his boy, from a little chap always so good to him, so friendly, 20 years old and cut down like grass, to have no life at all. I didn't really know him, he thought, and he didn't know me, but we loved each other. It's only love that matters. To die out there, lonely, wanting them, wanting home. This seemed to his Forsyte heart more painful, more pitiful than death itself. No shelter, no protection, no love at the last. And all the deeply rooted clanship in him, the family feeling and essential clinging to his own flesh and blood, which had been so strong in old Jolyon, was so strong in all the Forsytes, felt outraged, cut, and torn by his boy's lonely passing. Better far if he had died in battle, without time to long for them to come to him, to call out for them, perhaps, in his delirium. The moon had passed behind the oak tree now, endowing it with uncanny life, so that it seemed watching him. The oak tree his boy had been so fond of climbing, out of which he had once fallen and hurt himself, and hadn't cried. The door creaked. He saw Irene come in, pick up the telegram and read it. He heard the faint rustle of her dress. She sank on her knees close to him, and he forced himself to smile at her. She stretched up her arms and drew his head down on her shoulder. The perfume and warmth of her encircled him. Her presence gained slowly his whole being. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 3, Chapter 8 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 8. James in Waiting. Sweated to serenity, Soames dined at the Remove and turned his face toward Park Lane. His father had been unwell lately. This would have to be kept from him. Never till that moment had he realised how much the dread of bringing James's grey hairs down with sorrow to the grave had counted with him, how intimately it was bound up with his own shrinking from scandal. His affection for his father, always deep, had increased of late years with the knowledge that James looked on him as the real prop of his decline. It seemed pitiful that one who had been so careful all his life and done so much for the family name, so that it was almost a byword for solid wealthy respectability, should at his last gasp have to see it in all the newspapers. This was like lending a hand to death, that final enemy of Forsytes. I must tell Mother, he thought, and when it comes on, we must keep the papers from him somehow. He sees hardly anyone. Letting himself in with his latchkey, he was beginning to ascend the stairs when he became conscious of commotion on the second-floor landing. His mother's voice was saying, "Now, James, you'll catch cold. Why can't you wait quietly?" His father's answering, "Wait? I'm always waiting. Why doesn't he come in?" "You can speak to him to-morrow morning, instead of making a guy of yourself on the landing." "He'll go up to bed, I shouldn't wonder. I shan't sleep." "Now come back to bed, James." I might die before to-morrow morning for all you can tell." "You shan't have to wait till to-morrow morning. I'll go down and bring him up. Don't fuss." "There you go, always so cock-a-hoop. He mayn't come in at all." "Well, if he doesn't come in, you won't catch him by standing out here in your dressing-gown." Soames rounded the last bend and came in sight of his father's tall figure wrapped in a brown silk-quilted gown, stooping over the balustrade above. Light fell on his silvery hair and whiskers, investing his head with a sort of halo. "Here he is," he heard him say in a voice which sounded injured, and his mother's comfortable answer from the bedroom door. "That's all right. Come in and I'll brush your hair." James extended a thin, crooked finger, oddly like the beckoning of a skeleton, and passed through the doorway of his bedroom. What is it, thought Soames? What has he got hold of now? His father was sitting before the dressing-table, sideways to the mirror, while Emily slowly passed 2 silver-backed brushes through and through his hair. She would do this several times a day, for it had on him something of the effect produced on a cat by scratching between its ears. "There you are," he said. "I've been waiting." Soames stroked his shoulder, and taking up a silver button-hook, examined the mark on it. "Well," he said, "you're looking better." James shook his head. "I want to say something. Your mother hasn't heard." He announced Emily's ignorance of what he hadn't told her, as if it were a grievance. "Your father's been in a great state all the evening. I'm sure I don't know what about." The faint whisk-whisk of the brushes continued the soothing of her voice. "No, you know nothing," said James. "Soames can tell me." And fixing his grey eyes, in which there was a look of strain uncomfortable to watch, on his son, he muttered: "I'm getting on, Soames. At my age I can't tell. I might die any time. There'll be a lot of money. There's Rachel and Cicely got no children, and Val's out there, that chap his father will get hold of all he can. And somebody'll pick up Imogen, I shouldn't wonder." Soames listened vaguely. He had heard all this before. Whish, whish, went the brushes. "If that's all," said Emily. "All!" cried James. "It's nothing. I'm coming to that." And again his eyes strained pitifully at Soames. "It's you, my boy," he said suddenly. "You ought to get a divorce." That word, from those of all lips, was almost too much for Soames' composure. His eyes reconcentrated themselves quickly on the button-hook, and, as if in apology, James hurried on. "I don't know what's become of her. They say she's abroad. Your Uncle Swithin used to admire her. He was a funny fellow." So he always alluded to his dead twin. The stout and the lean of it, they had been called. "She wouldn't be alone, I should say." And with that summing up of the effect of beauty on human nature, he was silent, watching his son with eyes doubting as a bird's. Soames too was silent. Whish, whish, went the brushes. "Come, James. Soames knows best. It's his business." "Ah!" said James, and the word came from deep down. "But there's all my money, and there's his. Who's it to go to? And when he dies the name goes out." Soames replaced the button-hook on the lace and pink silk of the dressing-table coverlet. "The name," said Emily. "There are all the other Forsytes." "As if that helped me," muttered James. "I shall be in my grave, and there'll be nobody, unless he marries again." "You're quite right," said Soames quietly. "I'm getting a divorce." James' eyes almost started from his head. "What?" he cried. "There! Nobody tells me anything." "Well," said Emily, "who would have imagined you wanted it? My dear boy, that is a surprise after all these years." "It'll be a scandal," muttered James, as if to himself, "but I can't help that. Don't brush so hard. When'll it come on?" "Before the long vacation. It's not defended." James's lips moved in secret calculation. "I shan't live to see my grandson," he muttered. Emily ceased brushing. "Of course you will, James. Soames will be as quick as he can." There was a long silence, till James reached out his arm. "Here, let's have the eau de Cologne," and putting it to his nose, he moved his forehead in the direction of his son. Soames bent over and kissed that brow just where the hair began. A relaxing quiver passed over James' face, as though the wheels of anxiety within were running down. "I'll get to bed," he said. "I shan't want to see the papers when that comes. They're a morbid lot. I can't pay attention to them. I'm too old." Queerly affected, Soames went to the door. He heard his father say: "Here, I'm tired. I'll say a prayer in bed." And his mother answering: "That's right, James. It'll be ever so much more comfy." End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 3, Chapter 9, of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 9, Out of the Web. On Forsyte changed the announcement of Jolly's death, among a batch of troopers, caused mixed sensation. Strange to read that Jolyon Forsyte, fifth of the name in direct descent, had died of disease in the service of his country, and not be able to feel it personally. It revived the old grudge against his father for having estranged himself. For such was still the prestige of old Jolyon that the other Forsytes could never quite feel, as might have been expected, that it was they who had cut off his descendants for irregularity. The news increased, of course, the interest and anxiety about Val. But then Val's name was Dartie, and even if he were killed in battle, or got the Victoria Cross, it would not be at all the same as if his name were Forsyte. Not even casualty or glory to the Haymans would be really satisfactory. Family pride felt defrauded. How the rumour arose, then, that "something very dreadful, my dear," was pending, no one, least of all Soames, could tell, secret as he kept everything. Possibly some eye had seen Forsyte versus Forsyte and Forsyte in the cause list, and had added it to Irene in Paris with a fair beard. Possibly some wall at Park Lane had ears. The fact remained that it was known, whispered among the old, discussed among the young, that family pride must soon receive a blow. Soames, paying one of his Sunday visits to Timothy's, paying it with the feeling that after the suit came on he would be paying no more, felt knowledge in the air as he came in. Nobody, of course, dared speak of it before him, but each of the 4 other Forsytes present held their breath, aware that nothing could prevent Aunt Juley from making them all uncomfortable. She looked so piteously at Soames, she checked herself on the point of speech so often, that Aunt Hester excused herself and said she must go and bathe Timothy's eye; he had a sty coming. Soames, impassive, slightly supercilious, did not stay long. He went out with a curse stifled behind his pale, just smiling lips. Fortunately for the peace of his mind, cruelly tortured by the coming scandal, he was kept busy day and night with plans for his retirement, for he had come to that grim conclusion. To go on seeing all those people who had known him as a long-headed chap, an astute adviser, after that, no. The fastidiousness and pride, which was so strangely, so inextricably blended in him with possessive obtuseness, revolted against the thought. He would retire, live privately, go on buying pictures, make a great name as a collector. After all, his heart was more in that than it had ever been in law. In pursuance of this now fixed resolve, he had to get ready to amalgamate his business with another firm without letting people know, for that would excite curiosity and make humiliation cast its shadow before. He had pitched on the firm of Cuthcott, Holliday and Kingson, 2 of whom were dead. The full name after the amalgamation would therefore be Cuthcott, Holliday, Kingson, Forsyte, Bastard and Forsyte. But after debate as to which of the dead still had any influence with the living, it was decided to reduce the title to Cuthcott, Kingson and Forsyte, of whom Kingson would be the active and Soames the sleeping partner. For leaving his name, prestige and clients behind him, Soames would receive considerable value. One night, as befitted a man who had arrived at so important a stage of his career, he made a calculation of what he was worth, and after writing off liberally for depreciation by the war, found his value to be some £130,000. At his father's death, which could not, alas, be delayed much longer. He must come into at least another 50,000, and his yearly expenditure at present just reached 2. Standing among his pictures, he saw before him a future full of bargains earned by the trained faculty of knowing better than other people. Selling what was about to decline, keeping what was still going up, and exercising judicious insight into future taste, he would make a unique collection, which at his death would pass to the nation under the title Forsyte Bequest. If the divorce went through, he had determined on his line with Madame Lamotte. She had, he knew, but one real ambition: to live on her renter in Paris near her grandchildren. He would buy the goodwill of the Restaurant Bretagne at a fancy price. Madame would live like a queen mother in Paris on the interest, invested as she would know how. Incidentally, Soames meant to put a capable manager in her place, and make the restaurant pay good interest on his money. There were great possibilities in Soho. On Annette he would promise to settle £15,000, whether designedly or not, precisely the sum old Jolyon had settled on "that woman." A letter from Jolyon's solicitor to his own had disclosed the fact that "those two" were in Italy, and an opportunity had been duly given for noting that they had first stayed at a hotel in London. The matter was clear as daylight, and would be disposed of in half an hour or so, but during that half hour he, Soames, would go down to hell, and after that half hour all bearers of the Forsyte name would feel the bloom was off the rose. He had no illusions like Shakespeare that roses by any other name would smell as sweet. The name was a possession, a concrete, unstained piece of property, the value of which would be reduced some 20%, at least. Unless it were Roger, who had once refused to stand for Parliament, and, oh irony, Jolyon, hung on the line, there had never been a distinguished Forsyte. But that very lack of distinction was the name's greatest asset. It was a private name, intensely individual, and his own property. It had never been exploited for good or evil by intrusive report. He and each member of his family owned it wholly, sanely, secretly, without any more interference from the public than had been necessitated by their births, their marriages, their deaths. And during these weeks of waiting and preparing to drop the law, he conceived for that law a bitter distaste, so deeply did he resent its coming violation of his name, forced on him by the need he felt to perpetuate that name in a lawful manner. The monstrous injustice of the whole thing excited in him a perpetual suppressed fury. He had asked no better than to live in spotless domesticity, and now he must go into the witness box, after all these futile, barren years, and proclaim his failure to keep his wife, incur the pity, the amusement, the contempt of his kind. It was all upside down. She and that fellow ought to be the sufferers, and they were in Italy. In these weeks the law he had served so faithfully, looked on so reverently as the guardian of all property, seemed to him quite pitiful. What could be more insane than to tell a man that he owned his wife, and punish him when someone unlawfully took her away from him? Did the law not know that a man's name was to him the apple of his eye, that it was far harder to be regarded as cuckold than as seducer? He actually envied Jolyon the reputation of succeeding where he, Soames, had failed. The question of damages worried him too. He wanted to make that fellow suffer, but he remembered his cousin's words, "I shall be very happy," with the uneasy feeling that to claim damages would not make Jolyon, but himself, suffer. He felt uncannily that Jolyon would rather like to pay them, the chap was so loose. Besides, to claim damages was not the thing to do. The claim, indeed, had been made almost mechanically, and as the hour drew near, Soames saw in it just another dodge of this insensitive and topsy-turvy law to make him ridiculous, so that people might sneer and say, "Oh yes, he got quite a good price for her." And he gave instructions that his counsel should state that the money would be given to a home for fallen women. He was a long time hitting off exactly the right charity, but having pitched on it, He used to wake up in the night and think, "It won't do, too lurid, it'll draw attention. Something quieter, better taste." He did not care for dogs, or he would have named them, and it was in desperation, at last, for his knowledge of charities was limited, that he decided on the blind. That could not be inappropriate, and it would make the jury assess the damages high. A good many suits were dropping out of the list, which happened to be exceptionally thin that summer, so that his case would be reached before August. As the day drew nearer, Winifred was his only comfort. She showed the fellow feeling of one who had been through the mill, and was the femme sole in whom he confided, well knowing that she would not let Dartie into her confidence. That ruffian would be only too rejoiced. At the end of July, on the afternoon before the case, he went in to see her. They had not yet been able to leave town, because Dartie had already spent their summer holiday, and Winifred dare not go to her father for more money while he was waiting not to be told anything about this affair of Soames. Soames found her with a letter in her hand. "That from Val?" he asked gloomily. "What does he say?" "He says he's married," said Winifred. "Whom to, for goodness' sake?" Winifred looked up at him. "To Holly Forsyte, Jolyon's daughter." "What?" "He got leave and did it. I didn't even know he knew her. Awkward, isn't it?" Soames uttered a short laugh at that characteristic minimisation. "Awkward? Well, I don't suppose they'll hear about this till they come back. They'd better stay out there. That fellow will give her money." "But I want Val back," said Winifred almost piteously. "I miss him. He helps me to get on." "I know," murmured Soames. "How's Dartie behaving now?" "It might be worse, but it's always money. Would you like me to come down to the court to-morrow, Soames?" Soames stretched out his hand for hers. The gesture so betrayed the loneliness in him that she pressed it between her two. "Never mind, old boy. You'll feel ever so much better when it's all over." "I don't know what I've done," said Soames huskily. "I never have. It's all upside down. I was fond of her. I've always been." Winifred saw a drop of blood ooze out of his lip, and the sight stirred her profoundly. "Of course," she said, "it's been too bad of her all along. But what shall I do about this marriage of Val's, Soames? I don't know how to write to him, with this coming on. You've seen that child. Is she pretty?" "Yes, she's pretty," said Soames. "Dark. Ladylike enough." That doesn't sound so bad, thought Winifred. Jolyon had style. "It is a coil," she said. "What will father say?" "Mustn't be told," said Soames. "The war'll soon be over now. You'd better let Val take to farming out there." It was tantamount to saying that his nephew was lost. "I haven't told Monty," Winifred murmured desolately. The case was reached before noon next day, and was over in little more than half an hour. Soames, pale, spruce, sad-eyed in the witness box, had suffered so much beforehand that he took it all like one dead. The moment the decree nisi was pronounced, he left the courts of justice. 4 hours until he became public property. "Solicitor's divorce suit!" A surly, dogged anger replaced that dead feeling within him. "Damn them all," he thought. "I won't run away. I'll act as if nothing had happened." And in the sweltering heat of Fleet Street and Ludgate Hill, he walked all the way to his City Club, lunched, and went back to his office. He worked there stolidly throughout the afternoon. On his way out he saw that his clerks knew, and answered their involuntary glances with a look so sardonic that they were immediately withdrawn. In front of St. Paul's he stopped to buy the most gentlemanly of the evening papers. Yes, there he was. Well-known solicitor's divorce. Cousin co-respondent. Damages given to the blind. So they had got that in. At every other face he thought, "I wonder if you know?" And suddenly he felt queer, as if something were racing round in his head. What was this? He was letting it get hold of him. He mustn't. He would be ill. He mustn't think. He would get down to the river and row about and fish. "I'm not going to be laid up," he thought. It flashed across him that he had something of importance to do before he went out of town. Madame Lamotte. He must explain the law. Another 6 months before he was really free. Only he did not want to see Annette. And he passed his hand over the top of his head. It was very hot. He branched off through Covent Garden. On this sultry day of late July the garbage-tainted air of the old market offended him, and Soho seemed more than ever the disenchanted home of rapscallionism. Alone, the Restaurant Bretagne, neat, daintily painted, with its blue tubs and the dwarf trees therein, retained an aloof and Frenchified self-respect. It was the slack hour, and pale trim waitresses were preparing the little tables for dinner. Soames went through into the private part. To his discomfiture, Annette answered his knock. She too looked pale and dragged down by the heat. "You are quite a stranger," she said languidly. Soames smiled. "I haven't wished to be. I've been busy." "Where's your mother, Annette? I've got some news for her." "Mother is not in." It seemed to Soames that she looked at him in a queer way. What did she know? How much had her mother told her? The worry of trying to make that out gave him an alarming feeling in the head. He gripped the edge of the table, and dizzily saw Annette come forward, her eyes clear with surprise. He shut his own and said: "It's all right. I have had a touch of the sun, I think." The sun. What he had was a touch of darkness. Annette's voice, French and composed, said: "Sit down. It will pass then." Her hand pressed his shoulder, and Soames sank into a chair. When the dark feeling dispersed, and he opened his eyes, she was looking down at him. What an inscrutable and odd expression for a girl of 20. "Do you feel better?" "It's nothing," said Soames. Instinct told him that to be feeble before her was not helping him. Age was enough handicap without that. Will power was his fortune with Annette. He had lost ground these latter months from indecision. He could not afford to lose any more. He got up and said: "I'll write to your mother. I'm going down to my river house for a long holiday. I want you both to come there presently and stay. It's just at its best. You will, won't you?" "It will be very nice." A pretty little roll of that R, but no enthusiasm. And rather sadly he added: "You're feeling the heat too, aren't you, Annette? It'll do you good to be on the river. Good night." Annette swayed forward. There was a sort of compunction in the movement. "Are you fit to go? Shall I give you some coffee?" "No," said Soames firmly. "Give me your hand." She held out her hand, and Soames raised it to his lips. When he looked up, her face wore again that strange expression. "I can't tell," he thought, as he went out, "but I mustn't think. I mustn't worry." But worry he did, walking toward Pall Mall. English, not of her religion, middle-aged, scarred as it were by domestic tragedy, what had he to give her? Only wealth, social position, leisure, admiration. It was much, but was it enough for a beautiful girl of 20? He felt so ignorant about Annette. He had, too, a curious fear of the French nature of her mother and herself. They knew so well what they wanted. They were almost Forsytes. They would never grasp a shadow and miss a substance. The tremendous effort it was to write a simple note to Madame Lamotte when he reached his club warned him still further that he was at the end of his tether. "My dear Madam," he said, "you will see by the enclosed newspaper cutting that I obtained my decree of divorce to-day. By the English law I shall not, however, be free to marry again till the decree is confirmed 6 months hence." In the meanwhile I have the honour to ask to be considered a formal suitor for the hand of your daughter. I shall write again in a few days, and beg you both to come and stay at my river house. I am, dear Madam, sincerely yours, Soames Forsyte. Having sealed and posted this letter, he went into the dining-room. 3 mouthfuls of soup convinced him that he could not eat, and causing a cab to be summoned, he drove to Paddington Station and took the first train to Reading. He reached his house just as the sun went down, and wandered out onto the lawn. The air was drenched with the scent of pinks and picotees and his flower borders. A stealing coolness came off the river. Rest, peace. Let a poor fellow rest. Let not worry and shame and anger chase like evil night-birds in his head. Like those doves perched half sleeping on their dovecot, like the furry creatures in the woods on the far side, and the simple folk in their cottages, like the trees and the river itself, whitening fast in twilight, like the darkening cornflower blue sky where stars were coming up. Let him cease from himself, and rest. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 3, Chapter 10 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 10, Passing of an Age. The marriage of Soames with Annette took place in Paris on the last day of January, 1901, with such privacy that not even Emily was told until it was accomplished. The day after the wedding he brought her to one of those quiet hotels in London where greater expense can be incurred for less result than anywhere else under heaven. Her beauty in the best Parisian frocks was giving him more satisfaction than if he had collected a perfect bit of china or a jewel of a picture. He looked forward to the moment when he would exhibit her in Park Lane, in Green Street, and at Timothy's. If someone had asked him in those days, "In confidence, are you in love with this girl?" he would have replied, "In love? What is love? If you mean, do I feel to her as I did towards Irene in those old days, when I first met her, and she would not have me? When I sighed and starved after her, and couldn't rest a minute until she yielded? No. If you mean, do I admire her youth and prettiness, do my senses ache a little when I see her moving about? Yes. Do I think she will keep me straight, make me a creditable wife, and a good mother for my children? Again, yes. What more do I need? And what more do 3/4 of the women who are married get from the men who marry them?" And if the inquirer had pursued his query, "And do you think it was fair to have tempted this girl to give herself to you for life, unless you have really touched her heart?" he would have answered, "The French see these things differently from us. They look at marriage from the point of view of establishments and children, and from my own experience, I am not at all sure that theirs is not the sensible view. I shall not expect this time more than I can get, or she can give. Years hence I shouldn't be surprised if I have trouble with her, but I shall be getting old, I shall have children by then. I shall shut my eyes. I have had my great passion. Hers is perhaps to come. I don't suppose it will be for me. I offer her a great deal, and I don't expect much in return, except children, or at least a son. But one thing I am sure of, she has very good sense." And if, insatiate, the inquirer had gone on, "You do not look, then, for spiritual union in this marriage?" Soames would have lifted his sideways smile and rejoined, "That's as it may be. If I get satisfaction for my senses, perpetuation of myself, good taste and good humour in the house, it is all I can expect at my age. I am not likely to be going out of my way towards any far-fetched sentimentalism." Whereon the inquirer must in good taste have ceased inquiry. The Queen was dead, and the air of the greatest city upon earth grey with unshed tears. Fur-coated and top-hatted, with Annette beside him in dark furs, Soames crossed Park Lane on the morning of the funeral procession to the rails in Hyde Park. Little moved though he ever was by public matters, this event, supremely symbolical, this summing up of a long, rich period, impressed his fancy. In '37, when she came to the throne, Superior Dosset was still building houses to make London hideous, and James, a stripling of 26, just laying the foundations of his practice in the law. Coaches still ran. Men wore stocks, shaved their upper lips, ate oysters out of barrels. Tigers swung behind cabriolets. Women said la and owned no property. There were manors in the land and pigsties for the poor. Unhappy devils were hanged for little crimes, and Dickens had but just begun to write. Well nigh 2 generations had slipped by, of steamboats, railways, telegraphs, bicycles, electric lights, telephones, and now these motor cars, of such accumulated wealth that 8% had become 3, and Forsytes were numbered by the thousand. Morals had changed, manners had changed, men had become monkeys twice removed, God had become Mammon, Mammon so respectable as to deceive himself. 64 years that favoured property and had made the upper middle class, buttressed, chiselled, polished it, till it was almost indistinguishable in manners, morals, speech, appearance, habit, and soul from the nobility. An epoch which had gilded individual liberty so that if a man had money, he was free in law and fact, and if he had not money he was free in law and not in fact. An era which had canonized hypocrisy, so that to seem to be respectable was to be. A great age whose transmuting influence nothing had escaped save the nature of man and the nature of the universe. And to witness the passing of this age, London, its pet and fancy, was pouring forth her citizens through every gate into Hyde Park, hub of Victorianism, happy hunting ground of Forsytes. Under the grey heavens, whose drizzle just kept off, the dark concourse gathered to see the show. The good old Queen, full of years and virtue, had emerged from her seclusion for the last time to make a London holiday. From Houndsditch, Acton, Ealing, Hampstead, Islington, and Bethnal Green, from Hackney, Hornsey, Leytonstone, Battersea, and Fulham, and from those green pastures where Forsytes flourish, Mayfair and Kensington, St. James and Belgravia, Bayswater and Chelsea and the Regent's Park, the people swarmed down on to the roads where death would presently pass with dusky pomp and pageantry. Never again would a queen reign so long, or people have a chance to see so much history buried for their money. A pity the war dragged on, and that the wreath of victory could not be laid upon her coffin. All else would be there to follow and commemorate. Soldiers, sailors, foreign princes, half-masted bunting, tolling bells, and above all the surging, great, dark-coated crowd, with perhaps a simple sadness here and there deep in hearts beneath black clothes put on by regulation. After all, more than a queen was going to her rest, a woman who had braved sorrow, lived well and wisely according to her lights. Out in the crowd against the railings, with his arm hooked in Annette's, Soames waited. Yes, the age was passing. What with this trade unionism and Labour fellows in the House of Commons, with continental fiction, and something in the general feel of everything, not to be expressed in words, things were very different. He recalled the crowd on Mafeking night, and George Forsyte saying, "They're all Socialists, they want our goods." Like James, Soames didn't know, he couldn't tell, with Edward on the throne. Things would never be as safe again as under good old Vicky. Convulsively he pressed his young wife's arm. There, at any rate, was something substantially his own, domestically certain again at last, something which made property worth while, a real thing once more. Pressed close against her and trying to ward others off, Soames was content. The crowd swayed round them, ate sandwiches and dropped crumbs. Boys who had climbed the plane trees chattered above like monkeys, through twigs and orange peel. It was past time, they should be coming soon. And suddenly, a little behind them to the left, he saw a tallish man with a soft hat and short grizzling beard, and a tallish woman in a little round fur cap and veil. Jolyon and Irene talking, smiling at each other, close together like Annette and himself. They had not seen him, and stealthily, with a very queer feeling in his heart, Soames watched those two. They looked happy. What had they come here for? Inherently illicit creatures, rebels from the Victorian ideal. What business had they in this crowd? Each of them twice exiled by morality, making a boast, as it were, of love and laxity. He watched them fascinated, admitting grudgingly, even with his arm thrust through Annette's, that she, Irene... No, he would not admit it, and he turned his eyes away. He would not see them and let the old bitterness, the old longing rise up within him. And then Annette turned to him and said, "Those two people, Soames, they know you, I am sure. Who are they?" Soames nosed sideways. "What people?" "There, you see them, just turning away. They know you." "No," Soames answered, "a mistake, my dear." "A lovely face, and how she walks. Elle est très distinguée." Soames looked then. Into his life, out of his life she had walked like that, swaying and erect, remote, unseizable, ever eluding the contact of his soul. He turned abruptly from that receding vision of the past. "You'd better attend," he said. "They're coming now." But while he stood, grasping her arm, seemingly intent on the head of the procession, he was quivering with a sense of always missing something, with instinctive regret that he had not got them both. Slow came the music and the march, till in silence the long line wound in through the park gate. He heard Annette whisper, "How sad it is, and beautiful," felt the clutch of her hand as she stood up on tiptoe, and the crowd's emotion gripped him. There it was, the bier of the Queen, coffin of the age slow passing, and as it went by there came a murmuring groan from all the long line of those who watched. A sound such as Soames had never heard, so unconscious, primitive, deep and wild, that neither he nor any knew whether they had joined in uttering it. Strange sound indeed, tribute of an age to its own death. Ah! Ah! The hold on life had slipped. That which had seemed eternal was gone. The Queen. God bless her. It moved on with the bier, that travelling groan, as a fire moves on over grass in a thin line. It kept step and marched alongside down the dense crowds mile after mile. It was a human sound, and yet inhuman, pushed out by animal subconsciousness, by intimate knowledge of universal death and change. None of us can hold on forever. It left silence for a little, a very little time, till tongues began, eager to retrieve interest in the show. Soames lingered just long enough to gratify Annette, then took her out of the park to lunch at his father's in Park Lane. James had spent the morning gazing out of his bedroom window. The last show he would see, last of so many. So she was gone. Well, she was getting an old woman. Swithin and he had seen her crowned. Slim slip of a girl, not so old as Imogen. She had got very stout of late. Jolyon and he had seen her married to that German chap, her husband. He had turned out all right before he died, and left her with that son of his. And he remembered the many evenings he and his brothers and their cronies had wagged their heads over their wine and walnuts and that fellow in his salad days. And now he had come to the throne. They said he had steadied down. He didn't know, couldn't tell. He'd make the money fly still, he shouldn't wonder. What a lot of people out there! It didn't seem so very long since he and Swithin stood in the crowd outside Westminster Abbey when she was crowned, and Swithin had taken him to Cremorne afterwards. Rackety chap, Swithin. No, it didn't seem much longer ago than Jubilee year, when he had joined with Roger in renting a balcony in Piccadilly. Jolyon, Swithin, Roger, all gone, and he would be 90 in August. And there was Soames married again to a French girl. The French were a queer lot, but they made good mothers, he had heard. Things changed. They said this German Emperor was here for the funeral. His telegram to old Kruger had been in shocking taste. He should not be surprised if that chap made trouble some day. Change. Well, they must look after themselves when he was gone. He didn't know where he'd be. And now Emily had asked Dartie to lunch, with Winifred and Imogen, to meet Soames's wife. She was always doing something. And there was Irene living with that fellow Jolyon, they said. He'd marry her now, he supposed. My brother Jolyon, he thought. What would he have said to it all? And somehow the utter impossibility of knowing what his elder brother, once so looked up to, would have said, so worried James that he got up from his chair by the window and began slowly, feebly to pace the room. She was a pretty thing too, he thought. I was fond of her. Perhaps Soames didn't suit her. I don't know. I can't tell. We never had any trouble with our wives. Women had changed, everything had changed. And now the Queen was dead. Well, there it was. A movement in the crowd brought him to a standstill at the window, his nose touching the pane and whitening from the chill of it. They had got her as far as Hyde Park Corner. They were passing now. Why didn't Emily come up here where she could see, instead of fussing about lunch? He missed her at that moment. Missed her. Through the bare branches of the plane trees he could just see the procession, could see the hats coming off the people's heads. A lot of them would catch colds, he shouldn't wonder. A voice behind him said, "You've got a capital view here, James." "There you are," muttered James. "Why didn't you come before? You might have missed it." And he was silent, staring with all his might. "What's the noise?" he asked suddenly. "There's no noise," returned Emily. "What are you thinking of? They wouldn't cheer." "I can hear it." "Nonsense, James." No sound came through those double panes. What James heard was the groaning in his own heart at sight of his age passing. "Don't you ever tell me where I'm buried," he said suddenly. "I shan't want to know." And he turned from the window. There she went, the old Queen. She'd had a lot of anxiety. She'd be glad to be out of it, he should think. Emily took up the hairbrushes. "There'll be just time to brush your head," she said, "before they come. You must look your best, James." "Ah," muttered James, "they say she's pretty." The meeting with his new daughter-in-law took place in the dining-room. James was seated by the fire when she was brought in. He placed his hands on the arms of the chair and slowly raised himself. Stooping and immaculate in his frock-coat, thin as a line in Euclid, he received Annette's hand in his, and the anxious eyes of his furrowed face, which had lost its colour now, doubted above her. A little warmth came into them and into his cheeks, refracted from her bloom. "How are you?" he said. "You've been to see the Queen, I suppose. Did you have a good crossing?" In this way he greeted her from whom he hoped for a grandson of his name. Gazing at him, so old, thin, white, and spotless, Annette murmured something in French which James did not understand. "Yes, yes," he said, "you want your lunch, I expect. Soames, ring the bell. We won't wait for that chap Dartie." But just then they arrived. Dartie had refused to go out of his way to see "the old girl." With an early cocktail beside him, he had taken a squint from the smoking-room of the Iseeum, so that Winifred and Imogen had been obliged to come back from the park to fetch him thence. His brown eyes rested on Annette with a stare of almost startled satisfaction. The second beauty that fellow Soames had picked up. What women could see in him! Well, she would play him the same trick as the other, no doubt. But in the meantime he was a lucky devil. And he brushed up his moustache, having in 9 months of Green Street domesticity regained almost all his flesh and his assurance. Despite the comfortable efforts of Emily, Winifred's composure, Imogen's inquiring friendliness, Dartie's showing off, and James' solicitude about her food, it was not, Soames felt, a successful lunch for his bride. He took her away very soon. "That Monsieur Dartie," said Annette in the cab, "je n'aime pas ce type-là." "No, by George," said Soames. "Your sister is very amiable, and the girl is pretty. Your father is very old. I think your mother has trouble with him. I should not like to be her." Soames nodded at the shrewdness, the clear hard judgment in his young wife. But it disquieted him a little. The thought may have just flashed through him too. When I'm 80, she'll be 55, having trouble with me. "There's just one other house of my relations I must take you to," he said. "You'll find it funny, but we must get it over, and then we'll dine and go to the theatre." In this way he prepared her for Timothy's. But Timothy's was different. They were delighted to see dear Soames after this long, long time. And so this was Annette. "You are so pretty, my dear. Almost too young and pretty for dear Soames, aren't you? But he's very attentive and careful. Such a good hush." Aunt Juley checked herself, and placed her lips just under each of Annette's eyes. She afterwards described them to Francie, who dropped in, as "cornflower blue, so pretty, I quite wanted to kiss them. I must say dear Soames is a perfect connoisseur. In her French way, and not so very French either, I think she's as pretty, though not so distinguished, not so alluring, as Irene." Because she was alluring, wasn't she, with that white skin and those dark eyes, and that hair. Couleur de—what was it? I always forget. "Feuille morte," Francie prompted. "Of course, dead leaves. So strange. I remember when I was a girl, before we came to London, we had a foxhound puppy. To walk it was called then. It had a tan top to its head and a white chest and beautiful dark brown eyes, and it was a lady." "Yes, auntie," said Francie, "but I don't see the connection." "Oh," replied Aunt Juley, rather flustered, "it was so alluring, and her eyes and hair, you know." She was silent, as if surprised in some indelicacy. "Feuille morte," she added suddenly. "Hester, do remember that." Considerable debate took place between the two sisters whether Timothy should or should not be summoned to see Annette. "Oh, don't bother," said Soames. "But it's no trouble, only of course Annette's being French might upset him a little. He was so scared about Fashoda. I think perhaps we had better not run the risk, Hester. It's nice to have her all to ourselves, isn't it? And how are you, Soames? Have you quite got over your—" Hester interposed hurriedly. "What do you think of London, Annette?" Soames, disquieted, awaited the reply. It came, sensible, composed. "Oh, I know London. I have visited before." He had never ventured to speak to her on the subject of the restaurant. The French had different notions about gentility, and to shrink from connection with it might seem to her ridiculous. He had waited to be married before mentioning it, and now he wished he hadn't. "And what part do you know best?" said Aunt Juley. "Soho," said Annette simply. Soames snapped his jaw. "Soho?" repeated Aunt Juley. "Soho?" "That'll go round the family," thought Soames. "It's very French and interesting," he said. "Yes," murmured Aunt Juley, "your Uncle Roger had some houses there once. He was always having to turn the tenants out, I remember." Soames changed the subject to Mapledurham. "Of course," said Aunt Juley, "you will be going down there soon to settle in. We are all so looking forward to the time when Annette has a dear little—" "Juley," cried Aunt Hester desperately, "ring tea." Soames dared not wait for tea, and took Annette away. "I shouldn't mention Soho if I were you," he said in the cab. "It's rather a shady part of London, and you're altogether above that restaurant business now. I mean," he added, "I want you to know nice people, and the English are fearful snobs." Annette's clear eyes opened. A little smile came on her lips. "Yes?" she said. Thought Soames, "that's meant for me." And he looked at her hard. "She's got good business instincts," he thought. "I must make her grasp it once for all." "Look here, Annette. It's very simple, only it wants understanding. Our professional and leisured classes still think themselves a cut above our business classes, except of course the very rich. It may be stupid, but there it is, you see. It isn't advisable in England to let people know that you ran a restaurant, or kept a shop, or were in any kind of trade. It may have been extremely creditable, but it puts a sort of label on you. You don't have such a good time or meet such nice people. That's all." "I see," said Annette. "It is the same in France." "Oh," murmured Soames, at once relieved and taken aback. "Of course, class is everything, really." "Yes," said Annette, "comme vous êtes sage." "That's all right," thought Soames, watching her lips. "Only she's pretty cynical." His knowledge of French was not yet such as to make him grieve that she had not said "tu." He slipped his arm round her, and murmured with an effort, Et tu es ma belle femme." Annette went off into a little fit of laughter. "Oh, non," she said, "oh, non. Ne parlez pas français, Soames. What is that old lady, your aunt, looking forward to?" Soames bit his lip. "God knows," he said. "She's always saying something." But he knew better than God. End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Part 3, Chapter 11 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 11, Suspended Animation. The war dragged on. Nicholas had been heard to say that it would cost 300 millions if it cost a penny before they'd done with it. The income tax was seriously threatened. Still, there would be South Africa for their money, once and for all. And though the possessive instinct felt badly shaken at 3 o'clock in the morning, it recovered by breakfast time, with the recollection that one gets nothing in this world without paying for it. So, on the whole, people went about their business much as if there were no war, no concentration camps, no slippery de wet, no feeling on the continent, no anything unpleasant. Indeed, the attitude of the nation was typified by Timothy's map, whose animation was suspended, for Timothy no longer moved the flags, and they could not move themselves, not even backwards and forwards as they should have done. Suspended animation went further. It invaded Forsyte 'Change, and produced a general uncertainty as to what was going to happen next. The announcement in the marriage columns of the Times, "Jolyon Forsyte to Irene, only daughter of the late Professor Heron," had occasioned doubt whether Irene had been justly described, and yet, on the whole, relief was felt that she had not been entered as Irene, late the wife, or the divorced wife, of Soames Forsyte. Altogether, there had been a kind of sublimity from the first about the way the family had taken that affair. As James had phrased it, there it was, no use to fuss, nothing to be had out of admitting that it had been a nasty jar, in the phraseology of the day. But what would happen now that both Soames and Jolyon were married again? That was very intriguing. George was known to have laid Eustace 6-4 on a little Jolyon before a little Soames. George was so droll. It was rumoured, too, that he and Dartie had a bet as to whether James would attain the age of 90, though which of them had backed James no one knew. Early in May, Winifred came round to say that Val had been wounded in the leg by a spent bullet, and was to be discharged. His wife was nursing him. He would have a little limp, nothing to speak of. He wanted his grandfather to buy him a farm out there, where he could breed horses. Her father was giving Holly 800 a year, so they could be quite comfortable, because his grandfather would give Val 5, he had said. But as to the farm, he didn't know, couldn't tell. He didn't want Val to go throwing away his money. "But you know," said Winifred, "he must do something." Aunt Hester thought that perhaps his dear grandfather was wise, because if he didn't buy a farm, it couldn't turn out badly. "But Val loves horses," said Winifred. "It'd be such an occupation for him." Aunt Juley thought that horses were very uncertain. Had not Montague found them so? "Val's different," said Winifred. "He takes after me." Aunt Juley was sure that dear Val was very clever. "I always remember," she added, "how he gave his bad penny to a beggar. His dear grandfather was so pleased. He thought it showed such presence of mind. I remember him saying that he ought to go into the Navy." Aunt Hester chimed in. Did not Winifred think that it was much better for the young people to be secure, and not run any risk at their age? "Well," said Winifred, "if they were in London, perhaps. In London it's amusing to do nothing. But out there, of course, he'll simply get bored to death. Aunt Hester thought that it would be nice for him to work if he were quite sure not to lose by it. It was not as if they had no money. Timothy, of course, had done so well by retiring. Aunt Juley wanted to know what Montague had said. Winifred did not tell her, for Montague had merely remarked, "Wait till the old man dies." At this moment Francie was announced. Her eyes were brimming with a smile. "Well," she said, "what do you think of it?" "Of what, dear?" "In the Times this morning." "We haven't seen it. We always read it after dinner. Timothy has it till then." Francie rolled her eyes. "Do you think you ought to tell us?" said Aunt Juley. "What was it?" "Irene's had a son at Robin Hill." Aunt Juley drew in her breath. "But," she said, "they were only married in March." "Yes, Auntie, isn't it interesting?" "Well," said Winifred, "I'm glad. I was sorry for Jolyon losing his boy. It might have been Val." Aunt Juley seemed to go into a sort of dream. "I wonder," she murmured, "what dear Soames will think. He's so wanted to have a son himself. A little bird has always told me that." "Well," said Winifred, "he's going to, bar accidents." Gladness trickled out of Aunt Juley's eyes. "How delightful!" she said. "When?" "November." "Such a lucky month!" But she did wish it could be sooner. It was a long time for James to wait, at his age. To wait! They dreaded it for James, but they were used to it themselves. Indeed, it was their great distraction, to wait. For the Times to read, for one or other of their nieces or nephews to come in and cheer them up, for news of Nicholas's health, for that decision of Christopher's about going on the stage, for information concerning the mine of Mrs. MacAnder's nephew, for the doctor to come about Hester's inclination to wake up early in the morning, for books from the library which were always out, for Timothy to have a cold, for a nice quiet warm day, not too hot, when they could take a turn in Kensington Gardens. To wait, one on each side of the hearth in the drawing-room, for the clock between them to strike, their thin, veined, knuckled hands plying knitting needles and crochet hooks, their hair ordered to stop, like Canute's waves, from any further advance in colour. To wait in their black silks or satins for the court to say that Hester might wear her dark green and Juley her darker maroon. To wait, slowly turning over and over in their old minds the little joys and sorrows, events and expectancies of their little family world, as cows chew patient cuds in a familiar field. And this new event was so well worth waiting for. Soames had always been their pet, with his tendency to give them pictures, and his almost weekly visits which they missed so much, and his need for their sympathy evoked by the wreck of his first marriage. This new event, the birth of an heir to Soames, was so important for him, and for his dear father too, that James might not have to die without some certainty about things. James did so dislike uncertainty, and, with Montague, of course, he could not feel really satisfied to leave no grandchildren but the young Darties. After all, one's own name did count. And as James's 90th birthday neared, they wondered what precautions he was taking. He would be the first of the Forsytes to reach that age, and set, as it were, a new standard in holding on to life. That was so important, they felt, at their ages, 87 and 85, that they did not want to think of themselves when they had Timothy, who was not yet 82, to think of. There was, of course, a better world. "In my Father's house are many mansions," was one of Aunt Juley's favourite sayings. It always comforted her with its suggestion of house property, which had made the fortune of dear Roger. The Bible was indeed a great resource, and on very fine Sundays there was church in the morning, and sometimes Juley would steal into Timothy's study when she was sure he was out, and just put an open New Testament casually among the books on his little table. He was a great reader, of course, having been a publisher. But she had noticed that Timothy was always cross at dinner afterwards, and Smither had told her more than once that she had picked books off the floor in doing the room. Still, with all that, they did feel that heaven could not be quite so cosy as the rooms in which they and Timothy had been waiting so long. Aunt Hester especially could not bear the thought of eviction. Any change, or rather the thought of a change, for there never was any, always upset her very much. Aunt Juley, who had more spirit, sometimes thought that it would be quite exciting. She had so enjoyed that visit to Brighton the year dear Susan died. But then Brighton one knew was nice, and it was so difficult to tell what heaven would be like. So on the whole she was more than content to wait. On the morning of James's birthday, August the 5th, they felt extraordinary animation, and little notes passed between them by the hand of Smither while they were having breakfast in their beds. Smither must go round and take their love and little presents, and find out how Mr. James was, and whether he had passed a good night with all the excitement. And on the way back, would Smither call in at Green Street? It was a little out of her way, but she could take the bus up Bond Street afterwards. It would be a nice little change for her. And ask dear Mrs. Dartie to be sure and look in before she went out of town. All this Smither did, an undeniable servant, trained many years ago under Aunt Ann to a perfection not now procurable. Mr. James, so Mrs. James said, had passed an excellent night. He sent his love. Mrs. James had said he was very funny, and had complained that he didn't know what all the fuss was about. Oh, and Mrs. Dartie sent her love, and she would come to tea. Aunts Juley and Hester, rather hurt that their presents had not received special mention (they forgot every year that James could not bear to receive presents), throwing away their money on him, as he always called it, were delighted. It showed that James was in good spirits, and that was so important for him. And they began to wait for Winifred. She came at 4, bringing Imogen and Maud, just back from school, and getting such a pretty girl too, so that it was extremely difficult to ask for news about Annette. Aunt Juley, however, summoned courage to inquire whether Winifred had heard anything, and if Soames was anxious. "Uncle Soames is always anxious, Auntie," interrupted Imogen. "He can't be happy now he's got it." The words struck familiarly on Aunt Juley's ears. Ah, yes, that funny drawing of George's, which had not been shown them. But what did Imogen mean? That her uncle had always wanted more than he could have? It was not at all nice to think like that. Imogen's voice rose clear and clipped. "Imagine, Annette's only 2 years older than me. It must be awful for her, married to Uncle Soames." Aunt Juley lifted her hands in horror. "My dear," she said, "you don't know what you're talking about. Your Uncle Soames is a match for anybody. He's a very clever man, and good-looking and wealthy, and most considerate and careful, and not at all old, considering everything." Imogen, turning her luscious glance from one to the other of the old dears, only smiled. "I hope," said Aunt Juley quite severely, "that you will marry as good a man." "I shan't marry a good man, Auntie," murmured Imogen. "They're dull." "If you go on like this," replied Aunt Juley, still very much upset, "you won't marry anybody. We'd better not pursue the subject." And turning to Winifred, she said, "How is Montague?" That evening, while they were waiting for dinner, she murmured: "I've told Smither to get up half a bottle of the sweet champagne, Hester. I think we ought to drink dear James's health, and the health of Soames's wife, only let's keep that quite secret. I'll just say like this, 'And you know, Hester,' and then we'll drink. It might upset Timothy." "It's more likely to upset us," said Aunt Hester. "But we must, I suppose, for such an occasion." "Yes," said Aunt Juley rapturously, "it is an occasion. Only fancy if he has a dear little boy to carry the family on. I do feel it so important now that Irene has had a son. Winifred says George is calling Jolyon the 3-decker because of his 3 families. You know, George is droll. And fancy, Irene is living after all in the house Soames had built for them both. It does seem hard on dear Soames, and he's always been so regular." That night in bed, excited and a little flushed still by her glass of wine and the secrecy of the second toast, she lay with her prayer book open flat, and her eyes fixed on a ceiling yellowed by the light from her reading lamp. Young things! It was so nice for them all, and she would be so happy if she could see dear Soames happy. But of course he must be now, in spite of what Imogen had said. He would have all that he wanted, property and wife and children, and he would live to a green old age like his dear father, and forget all about Irene and that dreadful case, if only she herself could be here to buy his children their first rocking horse. Smither should choose it for her at the stores, nice and dappled. Ah, how Roger used to rock her until she fell off! Oh dear, that was a long time ago. It was. In my father's house are many mansions. A little scrattling noise caught her ear. But no mice, she thought mechanically. The noise increased. There, it was a mouse. How naughty of Smither to say there wasn't! It would be eating through the wainscot before they knew where they were, and they would have to have the builders in. They were such destructive things. And she lay with her eyes just moving, following in her mind that little scrattling sound, and waiting for sleep to release her from it. End of Part 3, Chapter 11.
Part 3, Chapter 12 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part number 3, Chapter number 12. Birth of a Forsyte. Soames walked out of the garden door, crossed the lawn, stood on the path above the river, turned round and walked back to the garden door without having realized that he had moved. The sound of wheels crunching the drive convinced him that time had passed and the doctor gone. What exactly had he said? "This is the position, Mr. Forsyte. I can make pretty certain of her life if I operate, but the baby will be born dead. If I don't operate, the baby will most probably be born alive, but it is a great risk for the mother. A great risk. In either case, I don't think she can ever have another child. In her state she obviously can't decide for herself, and we can't wait for her mother. It is for you to make the decision while I am getting what is necessary. I shall be back within the hour." The decision! What a decision! No time to get a specialist down. No time for anything. The sound of wheels died away, but Soames still stood intent. Then suddenly covering his ears, he walked back to the river. To come before its time like this, with no chance to foresee anything, not even to get her mother here. It was for her mother to make that decision, and she could not arrive from Paris till tonight. If only he could have understood the doctor's jargon, the medical niceties, so as to be sure he was weighing the chances properly. But they were Greek to him, like a legal problem to a layman. And yet he must decide. He brought his hand away from his brow wet, though the air was chilly. These sounds which came from her room, to go back there would only make it more difficult. He must be calm, clear. On the one hand life, nearly certain, of his young wife; death quite certain of his child, and no more children afterwards. On the other, death perhaps of his wife, nearly certain life for the child, and no more children afterwards. Which to choose? It had rained this last fortnight. The river was very full, and in the water collected round the little houseboat moored by his landing stage were many leaves from the woods above, brought off by a frost. Leaves fell, lives drifted down, death. To decide about death, and no one to give him a hand. Life was lost for good. Let nothing go that you could keep, for if it went, you could not get it back. It left you bare, like those trees when they lost their leaves, barer and barer, until you too withered and came down. And by a queer somersault of thought he seemed to see not Annette lying up there behind that window pane on which the sun was shining, but Irene lying in their bedroom in Montpellier Square, as it might conceivably have been her fate to lie 16 years ago. Would he have hesitated then? Not a moment. Operate, operate, make certain of her life. No decision, a mere instinctive cry for help, in spite of his knowledge even then that she did not love him. But this... Ah, there was nothing overmastering in his feeling for Annette. Many times these last months, especially since she had been growing frightened, he had wondered. She had a will of her own, was selfish in her French way, and yet so pretty. What would she wish? To take the risk? I know she wants the child, he thought. If it is born dead, and no more chance afterwards, it will upset her terribly. No more chance. All for nothing. Married life with her for years and years without a child. Nothing to steady her. She is too young. Nothing to look forward to for her, for me, for me. He struck his hands against his chest. Why couldn't he think without bringing himself in? Get out of himself and see what he ought to do. The thought hurt him, then lost edge, as if it had come in contact with a breastplate. Out of oneself? Impossible. Out into soundless, scentless, touchless, sightless space. The very idea was ghastly, futile. And touching there the bedrock of reality, the bottom of his Forsyte spirit, Soames rested for a moment. When one ceased, all ceased. It might go on, but there would be nothing in it. He looked at his watch. In half an hour the doctor would be back. He must decide. If against the operation and she died, how face her mother and the doctor afterwards? How face his own conscience? It was his child that she was having. If for the operation, then he condemned them both to childlessness. And for what else had he married her but to have a lawful heir? And his father at death's door, waiting for the news. It is cruel, he thought. I ought never to have such a thing to settle. It is cruel. He turned towards the house. Some deep, simple way of deciding. He took out a coin and put it back. If he spun it, he knew he would not abide by what came up. He went into the dining room, farthest away from that room whence the sounds issued. The doctor had said there was a chance. In here that chance seemed greater. The river did not flow, nor the leaves fall. A fire was burning. Soames unlocked the tantalus. He hardly ever touched spirits, but now he poured himself out some whisky and drank it neat, craving a faster flow of blood. That fellow Jolyon, he thought, he had children already. He has the woman I really loved, and now a son by her. And I am asked to destroy my only child. Annette can't die. It is not possible. She is strong. He was still standing sullenly at the sideboard when he heard the doctor's carriage and went out to him. He had to wait for him to come downstairs. "Well, doctor?" "The situation is the same. Have you decided?" "Yes," said Soames. "Don't operate." "Not? You understand, the risk is great." In Soames's set face nothing moved but the lips. "You said there was a chance." "A chance, yes, not much of one. You say the baby must be born dead if you do." "Yes." "Do you still think that in any case she can't have another?" "One can't be absolutely sure, but it is most unlikely." "She is strong," said Soames. "We'll take the risk." The doctor looked at him very gravely. "It is on your shoulders," he said. "With my own wife I couldn't." Soames's chin jerked up as if someone had hit him. "Am I of any use up there?" he asked. "No, keep away." "I shall be in my picture gallery then, you know where." The doctor nodded and went upstairs. Soames continued to stand listening. By this time tomorrow, he thought, I may have her death on my hands. No, it was unfair, monstrous, to put it that way. Sullenness dropped on him again, and he went up to the gallery. He stood at the window. The wind was in the north. It was cold, clear, very blue sky, heavy, rugged white clouds chasing across. The river blew, too, through a screen of goldening trees. The woods, all rich with colour, glowing, burnished and early autumn. If it were his own life, would he be taking that risk? But she would take the risk of losing me, he thought, sooner than lose her child. She doesn't really love me. What could one expect? A girl, and French. The one thing really vital to them both, vital to their marriage and their futures, was a child. I have been through a lot for this, he thought. I will hold on, hold on. There is a chance of keeping both, a chance. One kept till things were taken. One naturally kept. He began walking round the gallery. He had made one purchase lately, which he knew was a fortune in itself, and he halted before it. A girl with dull gold hair, which looked like filaments of metal, gazing at a little golden monster she was holding in her hand. Even at this tortured moment he could just feel the extraordinary nature of the bargain he had made, admire the quality of the table, the floor, the chair, the girl's figure, the absorbed expression on her face, the dull gold filaments of her hair, the bright gold of the little monster. Collecting pictures, growing richer, richer. What use if... He turned his back abruptly on the picture and went to the window. Some of his doves had flown up from their perches round the dovecot, and were stretching their wings in the wind. In the clear, sharp sunlight their whiteness almost flashed. They flew far, making a flung-up hieroglyphic against the sky. Annette fed the doves. It was pretty to see her. They took it out of her hand. They knew she was matter-of-fact. A choking sensation came into his throat. She would not, could not die. She was too sensible. And she was strong, really strong, like her mother, in spite of her fair prettiness. It was already growing dark when at last he opened the door and stood listening. Not a sound. A milky twilight crept about the stairway and the landings below. He had turned back when a sound caught his ear. Peering down, he saw a black shape moving, and his heart stood still. What was it? Death? The shape of Death coming from her door? No, only a maid without cap or apron. She came to the foot of his flight of stairs and said breathlessly, "The doctor wants to see you, sir." He ran down. She stood flat against the wall to let him pass and said, "Oh, sir, it is over." "Over?" said Soames with a sort of menace. "What do you mean?" "It is born, sir." He dashed up the 4 steps in front of him and came suddenly on the doctor in the dim passage. The man was wiping his brow. "Well," he said, "quick. Both living. It is all right, I think." Soames stood quite still, covering his eyes. "I congratulate you," he heard the doctor say. It was touch and go. Soames let fall the hand which was covering his face. "Thanks," he said. "Thanks very much." "What is it?" "Daughter, luckily. A son would have killed her. The head." "A daughter!" "The utmost care of both," he hears the doctor say, "and we shall do." "When does the mother come?" "To-night between 9 and 10, I hope." "I will stay till then. Do you want to see them?" "Not now," said Soames, "before you go. I will have dinner sent up to you," and he went downstairs. Relief unspeakable, and yet a daughter! It seemed to him unfair to have taken that risk, to have been through this agony. And what agony for a daughter! He stood before the blazing fire of wood logs in the hall, touching it with his toe and trying to readjust himself. My father, he thought. A bitter disappointment, no disguising it. One never got all one wanted in this life, and there was no other. At least, if there was, it was no use. While he was standing there, a telegram was brought him. "Come up at once. Your father's sinking fast. Mother." He read it with a choking sensation. One would have thought he couldn't feel anything after these last hours, but he felt this. 7:30, a train from Reading at 9, and Madame's train, if she had caught it, came in at 8:40. He would meet that and go on. He ordered the carriage, ate some dinner mechanically, and went upstairs. The doctor came out to him. "They are sleeping." "I won't go in," said Soames with relief. "My father is dying. I have to go up. Is it all right?" The doctor's face expressed a kind of doubting admiration. If they were all as unemotional, he might have been saying: "Yes, I think you may go with an easy mind. You will be down soon?" "Tomorrow," said Soames. "Here is the address." The doctor seemed to hover on the verge of sympathy. "Good night," said Soames abruptly, and turned away. He put on his fur coat. Death! It was a chilly business. He smoked a cigarette in the carriage, one of his rare cigarettes. The night was windy and flew on black wings. The carriage lights had to search out the way. His father! That old, old man! A comfortless night to die. The London train came in just as he reached the station, and Madame Lamotte, substantial, dark-clothed, very yellow in the lamplight, came towards the exit with a dressing bag. "This is all you have?" asked Soames. "But yes, I had not the time. How is my little one?" "Doing well, both. A girl." "A girl! What joy! I had a frightful crossing." Her black bulk, solid, unreduced by the frightful crossing, climbed into the brougham. "And you, mon cher?" "My father is dying," said Soames between his teeth. "I am going up. Give my love to Annette." "Tiens!" murmured Madame Lamotte. Quel malheur! Soames took his hat off and moved towards his train. The French, he thought. End of Part 3, Chapter 12. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. Part 3, Chapter 13 of The Man of Property. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Ponte Vedra, Florida. The Forsyte Saga, The Man of Property by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 13, James is Told. A simple cold coat in the room, with double windows where the air and the people who saw him were filtered, as it were, the room he had not left since the middle of September, and James was in deep waters. A little cold passing his little strength and flying quickly to his lungs. He mustn't catch cold, the doctor had declared, and he had gone and caught it. When he first felt it in his throat, he had said to his nurse, for he had one now, "There, I knew how it would be, airing the room like that." For a whole day he was highly nervous about himself, and went in advance of all precautions and remedies, drawing every breath with extreme care, and having his temperature taken every hour. Emily was not alarmed. But next morning, when she went in, the nurse whispered, "He won't have his temperature taken." Emily crossed to the side of the bed where he was lying, and said softly, "How do you feel, James?" holding the thermometer to his lips. James looked up at her. "What's the good of that?" he murmured huskily. "I don't want to know." Then she was alarmed. He breathed with difficulty. He looked terribly frail, white, with faint red discolorations. She had had trouble with him, goodness knew, but he was James, had been James for nearly 50 years. She could not remember or imagine life without James. James, behind all his fussiness, his pessimism, his crusty shell, deeply affectionate, really kind and generous to them all. All that day and the next he hardly uttered a word, but there was in his eyes a noticing of everything done for him, a look on his face which told her he was fighting, and she did not lose hope. His very stillness, the way he conserved every little scrap of energy, showed the tenacity with which he was fighting. It touched her deeply, and though her face was composed and comfortable in the sick room, tears ran down her cheeks when she was out of it. About tea-time on the third day, she had just changed her dress, keeping her appearance so as not to alarm him, because he noticed everything. She saw a difference. "It is no use, I am tired," was written plainly across the white face, and when she went up to him, he muttered, "Send for Soames." "Yes, James," she said comfortably. "All right, at once." And she kissed his forehead. A tear dropped there, and as she wiped it off, she saw that his eyes looked grateful. Much upset, and without hope now, she sent Soames the telegram. When he entered out of the black windy night, the big house was still as a grave. Warmson's broad face looked almost narrow. He took the fur coat with a sort of added care, saying, "Will you have a glass of wine, sir?" Soames shook his head and his eyebrows made inquiry. Warmson's lips twitched. "He's asking for you, sir." And suddenly he blew his nose. "It is a long time, sir," he said, "that I have been with Mr. Forsyte. A long time." Soames left him folding the coat and began to mount the stairs. This house, where he had been born and sheltered, had never seemed to him so warm and rich and cosy as during this last pilgrimage to his father's room. It was not his taste, but in its own substantial, Lincruster way it was the acme of comfort and security. And the night was so dark and windy, the grave so cold and lonely. He paused outside the door. No sound came from within. He turned the handle softly, and was in the room before he was perceived. The light was shaded. His mother and Winifred were sitting on the far side of the bed. The nurse was moving away from the near side, where was an empty chair. "For me," thought Soames. As he moved from the door, his mother and sister rose, but he signed with his hand, and they sat down again. He went up to the chair and stood looking at his father. James's breathing was as if strangled. His eyes were closed, and in Soames, looking on his father, so worn and white and wasted, listening to his strangled breathing, there rose a passionate vehemence of anger against nature, cruel, inexorable nature, kneeling on the chest of that wisp of a body, slowly pressing out the breath, pressing out the life of the being who was dearest to him in the world. His father, of all men, had lived a careful life, moderate, abstemious, and this was his reward, to have life slowly, painfully squeezed out of him. And without knowing that he spoke, he said, "It is cruel." He saw his mother cover her eyes and Winifred bow her face towards the bed. Women! They put up with things so much better than men. He took a step nearer to his father. For 3 days James had not been shaved, and his lips and chin were covered with hair hardly more snowy than his forehead. It softened his face, gave it a queer look already not of this world. His eyes opened. Soames went quite close and bent over. The lips moved. "Here I am, father." What news? They never tell." The voice died, and the flood of emotion made Soames' face work so that he could not speak. Tell him? Yes, but what? He made a great effort, got his lips together, and said, "Good news, dear, good. Annette, a son." Oh, it was the queerest sound, ugly, relieved, pitiful, triumphant, like the noise a baby makes, getting what it wants. The eyes closed, and that strangled sound of breathing began again. Soames recoiled to the chair and stonily sat down. The lie he had told, based as it were on some deep temperamental instinct, that after death James would not know the truth, had taken away all power of feeling for the moment. His arm brushed against something. It was his father's naked foot. In the struggle to breathe he had pushed it out from under the clothes. Soames took it in his hand, a cold foot, light and thin, white, very cold. What use to put it back, to wrap up that which must be colder soon? He warmed it mechanically with his hand, listening to his father's laboured breathing. while the power of feeling rose again within him. A little sob, quickly smothered, came from Winifred, but his mother sat unmoving, with her eyes fixed on James. Soames signed to the nurse. "Where is the doctor?" he whispered. "He has been sent for. Can't you do anything to ease his breathing? Only an injection, and he can't stand it. The doctor said while he was fighting." "He is not fighting," whispered Soames. "He is being slowly smothered. It is awful." James stirred uneasily, as if he knew what they were saying. Soames rose and bent over him. James feebly moved his two hands, and Soames took them. "He wants to be pulled up," whispered the nurse. Soames pulled. He thought he pulled gently, but a look almost of anger passed over James's face. The nurse plumped the pillows. Soames laid the hands down, and bending over, kissed his father's forehead. As he was raising himself again, James's eyes bent on him a look which seemed to come from the very depths of what was left within. "I am done, my boy," it seemed to say. "Take care of them. Take care of yourself. Take care. I leave it all to you." "Yes, yes," Soames whispered. "Yes, yes." Behind him the nurse did he knew not what, for his father made a tiny movement of repulsion, as if resenting that interference. And almost at once his breathing eased away, became quiet. He lay very still. The strained expression on his face passed. A curious white tranquillity took its place. His eyelids quivered, rested. The whole face rested, at ease. Only by the faint puffing of his lips could they tell that he was breathing. Soames sank back on his chair, and fell to cherishing the foot again. He heard the nurse quietly crying over there by the fire. Curious that she, a stranger, should be the only one of them who cried. He heard the quiet lick and flutter of the fire flames. One more old Forsyte going to his long rest. Wonderful they were. Wonderful how he had held on. His mother and Winifred were leaning forward, hanging on the sight of James's lips. But Soames bent sideways over the feet, warming them both. They gave him comfort, colder and colder though they grew. Suddenly he started up. A sound, a dreadful sound, such as he had never heard, was coming from his father's lips, as if an outraged heart had broken with a long moan. What a strong heart to have uttered that farewell! It ceased. Soames looked into the face. No motion, no breath. Dead. He kissed the brow, turned round, and went out of the room. He ran upstairs to the bedroom, his old bedroom still kept for him, flung himself face down on the bed, and broke into sobs which he stilled with the pillow. A little later he went downstairs and passed into the room. James lay alone, wonderfully calm, free from shadow and anxiety, with the gravity on his ravaged face which underlies great age, the worn, fine gravity of old coins. Soames looked steadily at that face. at the fire, at all the room, with windows thrown open to the London night. "Good-bye," he whispered, and went out. End of chapter 13. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
Part 3, Chapter 14 of In Chancery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga 2, In Chancery, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 14. His. He had much to see to that night and all next day. A telegram at breakfast reassured him about Annette, and he only caught the last train back to Reading, with Emily's kiss on his forehead, and in his ears her words, "I don't know what I should have done without you, my dear boy." He reached his house at midnight. The weather had changed, was mild again, as though, having finished its work and sent a Forsyte to his last account, it could relax. A second telegram, received at dinner time, had confirmed the good news of Annette, and instead of going in, Soames passed down through the garden in the moonlight to his houseboat. He could sleep there quite well. Bitterly tired, he lay down on the sofa in his fur coat and fell asleep. He woke soon after dawn and went on deck. He stood against the rail, looking west, where the river swept round in a wide curve under the woods. In Soames' appreciation of natural beauty was curiously like that of his farmer ancestors, a sense of grievance if it wasn't there, sharpened, no doubt, and civilised by his researches among landscape painting. But dawn has power to fertilise the most matter-of-fact vision, and he was stirred. It was another world from the river he knew, under that remote, cool light, a world into which man had not entered, an unreal world, like some strange shore sighted by discovery. Its colour was not the colour of convention, was hardly colour at all. Its shapes were brooding yet distinct, its silence stunning. It had no scent. Why it should move him he could not tell, unless it were that he felt so alone in it, bare of all relationship and all possessions. Into such a world his father might be voyaging, for all resemblance it had to the world he had left. And Soames took refuge from it in wondering what painter could have done it justice. The white-grey water was like the belly of a fish. Was it possible that this world on which he looked was all private property, except the water, and even that was tapped? No tree, no shrub, not a blade of grass, not a bird or beast, not even a fish that was not owned. And once on a time all this was jungle and marsh and water, and weird creatures roamed and sported without human cognizance to give them names. Rotting luxuriance had rioted where those tall, carefully planted woods came down to the water, and marsh-misted reeds on that far side had covered all the pasture. Well, they had got it under, kennelled it all up, labelled it, and stowed it in lawyers' offices. And a good thing too. But once in a way, as now, the ghost of the past came out to haunt and brood and whisper to any human who chanced to be awake. Out of my unowned loneliness you all came. Into it some day you will all return. And Soames, who felt the chill and the eeriness of that world new to him and so very old, the world unowned, visiting the scene of its past, went down and made himself tea on a spirit lamp. When he had drunk it, he took out writing materials and wrote 2 paragraphs. On the 20th instant, at his residence in Park Lane, James Forsyte, in his 91st year. Funeral at noon on the 24th at Highgate. No flowers, by request. On the 20th instant, At the shelter, Mapledurham, Annette, wife of Soames Forsyte, of a daughter. And underneath, on the blotting paper, he traced the word son. It was 8 o'clock in an ordinary autumn world when he went across to the house. Bushes across the river stood round and bright coloured out of a milky haze. The wood smoke went up blue and straight, and his doves cooed, preening their feathers in the sunlight. He stole up to his dressing room, bathed, shaved, put on fresh linen and dark clothes. Madame Lamotte was beginning her breakfast when he went down. She looked at his clothes, said, "Don't tell me," and pressed his hand. "Annette is pretty well, but the doctors say she can never have no more children. You knew that?" Soames nodded. "It's a pity. Mais la petite est adorable. Du café?" Soames got away from her as soon as he could. She offended him. Solid, matter-of-fact, quick, clear, French. He could not bear her vowels, her R's. He resented the way she had looked at him, as if it were his fault that Annette could never bear him a son. His fault. He even resented her cheap adoration of the daughter he had not yet seen. Curious how he jibbed away from the sight of his wife and child. One would have thought he must have rushed up at the first moment. On the contrary, he had a sort of physical shrinking from it, fastidious possessor that he was. He was afraid of what Annette was thinking of him, author of her agonies, afraid of the look of the baby, afraid of showing his disappointment with the present and the future. He spent an hour walking up and down the drawing-room before he could screw his courage up to mount the stairs and knock on the door of their room. Madame Lamotte opened it. "Ah, at last you come. Elle vous attend." She passed him, and Soames went in with his noiseless step, his jaw firmly set, his eyes furtive. Annette was very pale and very pretty lying there. The baby was hidden away somewhere, he could not see it. He went up to the bed, and with sudden emotion bent and kissed her forehead. "Here you are, Soames," she said. "I am not so bad now, but I suffered terribly, terribly. I am glad I cannot have any more. Oh, how I suffered!" Soames stood silent, stroking her hand. Words of endearment, of sympathy, absolutely would not come. The thought passed through him, an English girl wouldn't have said that. At this moment he knew with certainty that he would never be near to her in spirit, and in truth, nor she to him. He had collected her, that was all. And Jolyon's words came rushing into his mind. "I should imagine you will be glad to have your neck out of Chancery." Well, he had got it out. Had he got it in again? "We must feed you up," he said. "You'll soon be strong." "Don't you want to see baby, Soames? She is asleep." "Of course," said Soames. "Very much." He passed round the foot of the bed to the other side and stood staring. For the first moment what he saw was much what he had expected to see—a baby. But as he stared, and the baby breathed and made little sleeping movements with its tiny features, it seemed to assume an individual shape, grew to be like a picture, a thing he would know again, not repulsive, strangely bud-like and touching. It had dark hair. He touched it with his finger. He wanted to see its eyes. They opened. They were dark, whether blue or brown he could not tell. The eyes winked, stared. They had a sort of sleepy depth in them. And suddenly his heart felt queer, warm, as if elated. "Ma petite Fleur," Annette said softly. "Fleur," repeated Soames. "Fleur. We'll call her that." The sense of triumph and renewed possession swelled within him. By God! This thing was his! By God! This thing was his! End of Part 3, Chapter 14, and end of In Chancery, Part 2 of The Forsyte Saga. by John Galsworthy.